Blockchain technology was created to enable economic systems where borderless transactions can be achieved without the need for a central authority. But without these, how do users agree on which transactions should be written to the blockchain? How do they come to consensus? Algorand securely and efficiently achieves consensus in a fully decentralized network, as long as the supermajority of honest users agree on what should be added to the chain. Users participate in consensus through participation nodes, and nodes submit users' votes to the network. Algorand ties the security of the whole economy to the honesty of the majority of the economy, unlike other protocols, which tie it to a small subset of their economy, such as miners or delegates. In Algorand, it's impossible for the owners of a small fraction of the stake to harm the whole system, and it would be foolish for the owners of the majority of the stake to misbehave, as it would diminish the network overall. Algorand's consensus protocol is based on our unique approach that we call pure proof of stake. Users are selected to participate in consensus based on their stake, or the number of tokens they own. It's similar to a lottery, with each token representing a lottery spin. The more tokens a user has, the better chance they have of winning the lottery and being selected. This method is used to select which users propose and vote on a block, as well as how many votes a user gets, one per lottery win, in the voting process to approve a block. Users are selected to participate with a verifiable random function, or VRF, which acts similar to the lottery. This function can be executed on any node for any user, and allows the selected user to prove their selection, or their winning lottery, to the network with a cryptographically signed proof that gets propagated to every participating node. For each round of the protocol, a unique set of users is randomly and privately selected, independent of earlier sets. This selection process is very fast, as it does not require any collaboration among nodes. Therefore, the addition of nodes does not slow the process down. It's also very secure. An adversary does not know who matters in generating the next block, and therefore should be corrupted, until after a selected user participates. And by the time an adversary realizes that a user is selected, it is too late for them to benefit from an attack. The user has already sent their message and fulfilled their responsibility in the protocol. So here's how consensus is achieved and a block is written to the blockchain. When Alice sends a transaction to Bob, it's submitted to a node in the Algorand network and placed in a queue with other transactions. These transactions are propagated to all the nodes in the network. Every node then executes the VRF, or plays the lottery, for every participating user for essentially every token they own. If a user on a node gets selected, that node selects a group of transactions from its queue to put into a block and propagates the block, along with its VRF proof, to other nodes in the network. Other nodes in the network will propagate blocks as well. As each node receives this block, it will hold it as the primary block proposal. If it receives multiple blocks, it will compare the VRF proof of each and only keep and propagate the one with the lowest proof. Eventually, only one block proposal will remain. To verify agreement on the current block proposal, another VRF, or lottery, is executed for every participating user in the network to select a group of users to vote on this proposal. Their voting power is determined by how many times they win the lottery. This committee of users then propagates votes for the block proposal to the network. Every node in the network accumulates these votes, and when a supermajority vote of the committee is reached for a proposal, it is considered the block to be certified. The VRF is executed a third time to select a group of users to certify the selected block. Again, their voting power is determined by how many times they win the lottery. The newly chosen committee then votes to certify the block. These votes are propagated to the network and accumulated by each node. Once a supermajority of votes are accumulated, the block is written to the blockchain. This whole process takes less than 5 seconds. Alice's transaction to Bob is finalized, and the process begins again.
initializing. New campaign initializing.
Fast-paced, rich cultural fusion, and all year-round activities, a glittering skyline, a cosmopolitan lifestyle, all these are elements that add to the unique experience that Hong Kong has to offer. Hong Kong is uniquely positioned to benefit from the interconnectivity of the region and enhance its position as a world city that offers unrivaled access to China and Asia. My name is Karina Bellet. I had the pleasure to come to Hong Kong 10 years ago in my corporate job, and then found my passion in the entrepreneurial tech and innovation scene here. A passion I turned into profession, fostering and accelerating the growth of the startup ecosystem in Hong Kong and the Greater Bay Area. The Greater Bay Area is an emerging integrated economic business hub in southern China. But what does that actually mean? Imagine having Silicon Valley, New York, and Las Vegas in a single accessible 1-hour living circle. That's the GBA. I am in San Tin right now, a rural settlement in the northern New Territories. It is close to the Lok Ma Chau boundary crossing to Shenzhen. 320 hectares are being developed into the San Tin Lok Ma Chau development node. But that's not all. Hong Kong and Shenzhen are working closely together to develop the Hong Kong-Shenzhen Innovation and Technology Park. Located in the Lok Ma Chau Loop, it is going to be the largest innovation and technology platform in Hong Kong. It aims to harness the collective INT power of these two cities and facilitate the flow of talent, investment, and ideas in the Greater Bay Area. Bay areas around the world power economic growth. The GBA is developing into a first-class Bay Area for living, working, and traveling. The GBA comprises the special administrative regions of Hong Kong and Macau, plus 9 municipalities of Guangdong Province: Guangzhou, Shenzhen, Zhuhai, Foshan, Huizhou, Dongguan, Zhongshan, Xiamen, and Shaoqing, and a total population of over 86 million. It is already an emerging hub for startups and disruptive game changers. In fact, the GBA has already given rise to over 50 unicorns, privately held companies valued for more than US $1 billion, and has produced global leaders in their industries. From a supply and a demand side, organizations operate in a well-positioned place that connects mainland China to Asia and the world, with direct links by road, rail, and air. Successful startups have already leveraged the GBA even before it was deployed as a national strategy. Accessible to overseas investors, and English being the language of business in Hong Kong, it offers a level playing field for companies and has a very business-friendly environment. As a result of its accessibility and connectivity, the GBA is one of the most diverse places in the world, with abundant resources. Accelerators, hackathons, and conferences. Startups can be quickly and easily validated because each city is well connected, creating the optimal testing ground before scaling, which allows startups to develop superior products and services. Companies can find through the GBA network various funding and talent resources. There is huge potential for growth in the Greater Bay Area. Hong Kong is among the world's largest centers for biotech funding. With an expected GDP of $4.6 trillion by 2030, the GBA aims to become a globally competitive mega region by 2035. In anticipation of GBA's growth, the Hong Kong Trade Development Council has developed the Go GBA platform, which can provide practical information for cross-boundary business. So don't miss out on all the opportunities of the Greater Bay Area. Yes.
Welcome to SIS 4.0, organized by WHub and Angel Hub. We are very proud to welcome you here today. And the conference this time has a focus on tech-empowered ESG and Industry 4.0.
And we are really thrilled to have once again the great support from our amazing sponsors. Our platinum sponsor is Algorand Foundation. Our investor round sponsors is a Hashkey Group. We are very thrilled to welcome and stream live from this very beautiful space out of WLAB. Thank you for being our impact sponsors. We also have our sustainability sponsors with Carbon Base. And if you are here joining us today in person, you will actually be able to claim your carbon neutral offsetting NFT. And last but not least, thank you very much for the platform sponsors here, Pine, for all of you streaming and watching in. You please use that wonderful app, Pine, to ask questions. I know you seem to be far away, but you're actually with us here. So please, please be active and participate.
And Karina, let's not forget our 500 partners for their strong support from everywhere around the world.
Absolutely, we could not run this and have such a global community with us without the help of our 500 partners globally. And thanks to them also, once again, we have with us in person and online one of the most fabulous scale-ups, really driving and revolutionizing the way we live and work and do business. And I would really encourage you to also exchange with them online.
Exactly. And now let's welcome the third person on stage.
Oh, let's welcome our amazing supporter and MC once again this year, Mr. Walter Jennings, the head of corporate communications from Hashkey Group. Walter,
hey, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, if they're applauding in the metaverse, we don't have that piped in here, but I'm thrilled to be back on stage and to joining you. These look like a very exciting 2 days coming up, filled with a wide range of talks, as you mentioned, on Industry 4.0 and ESG and tech.
Absolutely. And actually, I think what we kind of like always love to do at the very beginning is give you a sneak peek into what we have in store over the next 1.5 days.
Yeah, look, so SIS 4.0 is a little bit different for those of you who have joined us in the past. This event is consolidated onto a single stage. However, we are live in North Point here in Hong Kong. So if you are watching us online, jump on the MTR, exit C, come over to our facility here and see this in person. If you're joining us online, wherever you are in the world, make sure to use the chat button. We'll be looking for that to ask questions from our speakers. So over the course of today, we've got a wide range of talks. We'll start at the top with the Secretary for Commerce and Economic Development, who I'll introduce in a moment. But then we're going into unicorn talks, fashion, ESG and AI, impact investing. It seems today really is focused around the ESG angle, but there's a lot that covers on both days.
So much, and actually we're going to address the elephants in the room, right? In terms of, how much does blockchain, fashion industry, and ESG actually come together in one conference. So stay tuned for sure. And I am actually really, really thrilled to also have some amazing panels, right, that really push the boundaries in terms of what industry disruption actually means.
Exactly, and also what is their purpose and how do they apply it to their business?
Yes, a purpose-driven business has become the mantra in whether you're a startup, scale-up, or an established company, because the consumers and the loyal fans of your business really want to understand what you're contributing beyond the profit-making machinery, which is what is it that is going to change society. And I feel that's where ESG and tech come together very well.
Totally, and you talk about purpose, you just said the P word, I say that passion as well, for sure. And I think that is one thing we really want to highlight. What we do with SIS, Scaleup Impact Summit, is not only showcasing impact, but making impact. So once again, be active. This conference is 100% live and interactive for you to make impact and co-create futures together.
Now, with WHub and AngelHub, we're always going to profile a few of your investments and a few of the investee companies. Now, we'll have a conversation this morning around unicorns, and give us a preview of what some of the themes are that will come out in our unicorn talk today.
Yes, absolutely. So again, obviously, we're thrilled to give some beautiful examples of industry disruption in the financial services industry. So we have our very own homegrown fintech unicorn, WLAB, here live on stage. Also one of, I think, even the first one, right? We got a virtual banking license here, and we're going to go deeper and also not only talk about that industry disruption part, but also how serious WLAB takes the ESG agenda. And then right afterwards, we have live from Singapore calling in Adi from Zilingo, very new to the Unicorn Club in the fashion industry. And again, what seems to be a contradiction, actually, with this mission and passion on driving more ESG impact in the fashion industry, a lot of great insights.
You know, becoming a unicorn is a dream of mine, like losing the 5 kilos that I never managed to. But we'll also cover the other end of the gamut. There are a number of startup pitches. So I'm really looking forward to hearing the energy coming from these inventors and innovators, which could very easily be the unicorns featured at SIS in a short period of time.
Absolutely, and obviously we have a bit of a shameful or shameless plugs actually with some of our AngelLab portfolio companies calling in from around the world that are scaling here in Asia because they raised growth capital here, again in fashion industry, in robotics, and that is a talk we're going to have as well. I mean, how easy it is.
You know, and it's all about here sharing and community and learning from whether it's the big dogs or the little dogs or the large cats or small cats, but you know, there's space for everyone. And the one thing I do enjoy most about the way one unusual benefit from the pandemic has been the way technology has opened up communities and opened up sharing and opened up the ability to work together and facilitate. So gone are some of the yesteryear tensions between the established large companies and the startups. Now there's very much an ecosystem, kind of a value chain all the way from the biggest companies down, and people are reaching out to make those connections.
Beautiful, absolutely. We talk a lot about startup and corporate co-innovation as well. Tomorrow, for example, we will have the pleasure to announce again the 3rd year of a wonderful collaboration with one of the big businesses here in Hong Kong, but I'm not going to give it away at this stage. Come and join us also in the Corporate Networking Lounge. It also has a beautiful exhibit about what the GBA is, the Greater Bay Area, the Bay Area you're going to hear so much more about. And I think with that, we probably should stop teasing everyone and go into the heat of the discussion.
Fantastic. So do we want to now move on to our...
I hand it over to you. You are a lovely MC, so you get the pleasure to introduce the keynote speaker of the event.
Great. Now, for those who didn't meet Karina Belin, Karen Kotet-Farzam, both on LinkedIn, you'll find them under the speakers, both amazing people to connect with and really passionate about this community and about this event. So if you aren't connected with them already, please do, and pitch them your ideas, and you'll at least get good insights. So, well, I appreciate the opportunity to come and speak with our audience for the next 2 days, and I'll introduce our first keynote speaker.
Shoot it away.
Fantastic. Well, we're really honored today to be joined by Mr. Edwin Yao, who will provide a keynote speak. Mr. Yao is the Secretary for Commerce and Economic Development, and he's held that role since the 1st of July 2017. Now, Mr. Yao has a broad portfolio, which I think is relevant to every person in this room. Obviously covering trade, commerce, but also telecommunications and broadcasting, the creative industries and intellectual property, as well as consumer protection. Finally, he's also the secretary responsible for inward investment and tourism, so really helping to shape the economic environment in which we all flourish here in Hong Kong. Ladies and gentlemen, online and off, it's my privilege to welcome to the stage Secretary Edwin Yao.
Thank you, Walter, and thank you, Karina. I asked for the chair. Don't worry, I'm not going to speak for 3 hours. I find myself a bit out of place, judging from the description that, well, I'm not just wearing a tie, perhaps the only one in this room with this business attire, but actually I'm here putting also my learning cap, because this is a new environment. But for friends, an audience not physically here, we're in Hong Kong, rather at a very exceptional time that until recently, I think most of our business are being transacted via the web. But today, we're very fortunate that, well, I'm not just talking to a camera or a laptop, but also to a group of people who are very energetic. You can hear from the voice. And in fact, well, this is Hong Kong, because Hong Kong, we have, while we maintain certain travel restrictions, and many people are complaining that, well, they're not able to come here or sort of return without quarantine. But actually, things in city are pretty much normal. In fact, we are enjoying a very safe, clean, and very robust time. But looking at the wider world, I think we are still not sure where we are still heading. Because, well, Hong Kong has, in fact, undergone quite a difficult time in the past 3 years. We have, in fact, sort of hit by, I would say, 3 tropical cyclones or typhoons since 2018, 2019, and last year until now. Namely, they were the social unrest, which a lot of people capture in the international media limelight, suffering from a very major setback, politically, socially, and also law and order. But we have came through that. We have also had a man-made sort of a typhoon that, well, the trade war between the two biggest trading entities across the Pacific were imposing very high sort of a trade barrier sanction against each other. And still, we are still suffering from a very high tariff. But contrary to people's belief that, well, actually Hong Kong's trade did not dip. Hong Kong's trade has made an exceptional record in our history in the past year or so, that in the last 10 months, each and every month, we're almost hitting a new record high in terms of total trade value. And in fact, making Hong Kong now the world's 6th largest trading entity in the world, compared with the traditional position that we held for many decades between 8 and 10. We are now moving up in terms of trade in goods. Although, like any other places doing trade, we are suffering from the challenge in our supply chain. Goods held up, prices gone up, but that also sort of echo one of the remarks I made 2 years ago that, well, trade war actually has no winner. Everybody, in fact, sort of paying the toll, particularly the consumer these days. So that's why it's not the sort of unthinkable to think about sort of a tariff brings inflation. And also now the whole world, including Hong Kong, is also suffering from the COVID. Now, I mentioned this successive sort of economic cycles, because I think the biggest challenge, if we look ahead, is more than just COVID. In fact, it's climate change. Because I think, well, as human civilization progressed, as the supply chain sort of connects further, we thought we know better, we were smarter, but actually I think we live in a world that's so intertwined, interlinked, that in fact no one is spared under the adverse impact of climate change. And my colleague quote me a most recent example saying that, well, Christmas time is around, that, well, everybody would love to have a real Christmas tree in your living room. But people are saying that in the US, Christmas tree prices gone up 30% at least because, well, not because of the supply chain broken down, but more importantly, because of the impact the drought happened, say, on the west coast of North America, paying a huge toll on this commodity. And I think, well, there are far more. So in a way, how Hong Kong survived through trade, we're in fact no exception to the global, regional economic forces at play. But therefore, I believe we're also part of the solution instead of just the creator or contributor to the problems. So in a way, there is like any other places, I think Hong Kong places very high expectation on our corporate, on our individual, and our society in terms of sort of countering the adverse effect of climate change. And in fact, there was a reason that we have drawn up, the government has drawn up a plan to achieving carbon neutrality by 2050. And we are now rolling out actual plans to how to put that goal into implementation. Now that reminds me that about 8 years ago when I was the Secretary for Environment, in fact I was Hong Kong's first Secretary for Environment. At that time we were talking about sort of coping with cleaner air, better conservation, and also climate change. There was a time that I remember that we worked very closely with our neighboring province called Guangdong Province, or what we call the Greater Bay Area at that time. There was a belief that, well, if this part of China is the more affluent part and more technologically sort of equipped and also economically more robust, why shouldn't we be the first one to put this region into the greenest part of the nation? And in fact, in the 12th five-year plan, that means 10 years ago, there was already a concept of building Hong Kong together with Pearl River Delta area into the greenest and more sustainable part of the country. And in fact, it is more sort of elaborated and sort of carefully designed in now the 14th five-year plan, that higher goal being achieved. And you have seen China sort of pledging itself for carbon neutrality by year 2060, and Hong Kong 10 years ahead of that, because, well, we believe that we are better equipped in that sense. Now, in fact, that also opens up a tremendous opportunity that the traditional role of Hong Kong, although we are small, we are tiny, but in a way, as the most internationalized city within the nation and in this part of the world, I think Hong Kong can do more in contributing, and exactly like the topic today, when we talk about ESG crossing over to tech. In Hong Kong, all the listed companies are now required to provide a ESG report. And in fact, I think the tech sector is also helping in facilitating that role. I was invited to a dinner with one of the major chambers in Hong Kong, the Federation of Hong Kong Industry, where they have a lot of members who are the early mover into the mainland, extending the manufacturing line. There are a lot of listed companies who are members of the Federation. In fact, in the dinner table, we talk about this new ESG requirement. There is always a very big knowledge gap that even established, well-to-do companies may not necessarily equip with the skill set, while they do have the heart to sort of strengthen in this area. So in a way, that opens up tremendous opportunity. And recently I visited a startup company which used drone technology to survey buildings, to capture traditional, the maintenance problem. But in the same vein, how to capture how green a building could well be a perfect example of this technology application in furthering a ESG sort of purpose. So in a way, Hong Kong do have a lot to offer. And I believe that, well, while we are maintaining our robustness in terms of trade, in terms of economic growth, in fact, this is a new area that we can all work under. Because I have seen in the last 5 to 10 years, the startup industry has grown strength to strength in Hong Kong. In our annual survey, we have at least a double-digit increase in terms of startup community. Now we are having 3,700 startups in Hong Kong. 1/3 of them actually coming from outside Hong Kong. in addition to homegrown. There are people who are attracted to Hong Kong. And among this startup company, there is quite an even spread of their sort of business from one end to another. Obviously, fintech is well fitted for Hong Kong as a financial center. But AI, robotic, biotech also sort of help covering quite a wide spectrum of ecosystem. In a way, that's also a reflection of the role that Hong Kong serves for the Greater Bay Area, for our nation, and also for this part of the region. And I think that also reflects the reason why there are over 9,000 international companies staying in Hong Kong, using Hong Kong as a headquarters. But I think there's a knowledge gap, there's a ESG gap, there's a common sort of strategy gap where we believe that we can work together and where Hong Kong can also help to fill in that gap. I believe we owe it to our own community, our nation, and also our global nature. Perhaps as a backdrop for all of you, that I wish the SIS, the summit, every success in the next one day or two, and also I hope, well, eventually next time when we have this event, more people can actually turn up physically, but of course, we can still use the internet or the web connection to connect with the wider world. So, thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that wonderful opportunity to hear how the economy in Hong Kong is progressing despite the challenges and has managed to survive the mini cyclones or the typhoons that have hit the country, hit the city, and also caused so many challenges but so many opportunities. What we'd like to do now is just welcome to the stage the sponsors of the space we're all in. For those of you online, you're not able to walk around and see this incredible location here in North Point. We are in a converted factory space, and I'd like to welcome to the stage Belinda Esterhammer. She's MD Asia for The Do, which is a social impact consultancy. Thank you very much. And we'd turn to you for a short introduction, and thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you everybody so much for coming. You're probably also wondering where we are right now and what this is. Before we go right into that, I really want to welcome you on behalf of The Do and WLAB. So The Do is a German innovation impact consultancy is helping companies to be more purposeful. Here in Hong Kong, we have our Asia office. So where you are right now, this is our playground. So we really help people and companies to embrace 21st century problems and really help them to co-create solutions around that. We have a lot of impact projects, for example, from UN to really large companies like IKEA, BMW, and really help them to really be more purposeful and also work on solutions for the 21st century. Here in Hong Kong, we have WLAB, which is the W stands for WeLog, so we're not associated with W Hub, but it's just a coincidence that we're also called W. So WLAB is a co-creation project that started in 2020, where we wanted to bring people together to co-create a happy and healthier Hong Kong. So this used to be Bozayun. So if you're from Hong Kong, you know that these are like health pills. And in like several years ago, we converted this into an innovation impact space as a playground to really get people in here. So we do a lot of initiatives here. We have monthly happy hours. We have salons, do breakfasts, where we bring people together to have really these tough conversations on topics from recycling, ESGs, SDGs, and really talk about we don't just talk, but we really look into like, okay, how can we really take this into action? Who do we need to engage? So by joining today, I hope that you will also come back in the future. Stay tuned also for future events here. And with that being said, I really want you to enjoy the next 2 days. If you want to talk more around the work that we do, get in touch. And with that being said, I hope you learn a lot, and I hope that also with the learnings that you have today, you really go and do good for Hong Kong and the world. Well, thank you.
Belinda, thank you very much for that, and also thank you for the contribution of the facilities, the participation of, it allows us to have plenty of space for our sponsors as well as some of the startups to exhibit, and plenty of space for an in-person audience. So great to be here, and nice to be back to a mix of in-person and virtual. So whether you're here in the audience or you're watching online, please, if you've got questions, that's what we're here for, to get that level of engagement. Now, we're going to go into our first panel, and we're going to be talking about, we've invited Jessica Lamb, who is the Group Chief Strategy Officer for WLAB and WLAB Bank. Now, look, we've talked about unicorns. I'll address the dinosaur in the room. My first bank account involved a passbook and my parents coming in to sign for me, and was a traditional old banking relationship. My son's first bank account was with a virtual bank. So, you know, the way we do day-to-day transactions in banking has changed. The future of financial services is certainly being buffeted by quite a large number of startups in the DeFi, digital asset space. Even the nature of money is changing in our generation. So we'd like to welcome to the stage, first back, Karina Belin from WHub, and then also Jessica Lamb, Group Chief Strategy Officer from WLAB and WLAB Bank, to talk about innovation in financial services and banking.
Need to get this one started. Yes, absolutely. I do have a mic. Bring Panda with you, absolutely.
Oh, sorry.
So just,
Panda, guys.
That's okay. Whoa, thank you, Jessica, and welcome to SIS 4.0. And actually, you know what? We can take off the mask because we're both fully vaccinated.
Perfect.
And I think we're having enough distance here.
Plenty of distance.
And I really want to make sure that everybody can see your beautiful face. You know, I have to say, like, finally I managed to interview Jessica, because Jessica is actually a very loyal SIS speaker. I think in each and every SIS, you came and joined us on stage.
It's, you know, it's actually, sorry guys. You know, it's been my honor and my privilege to be part of SIS for so many years. You know, a lot of things the SIS is bring the community back together. Having people in live audiences is something that, you know, we haven't really experienced all that much in the last 18 to 24 months. So it's an absolute thrill to be able to re-engage with the audience, both in person as well as online. So thank you to Karina and the SIS crew for putting this together.
Thank you. Yeah, and so what I actually wanted to say was, each and every time, it was my lovely co-founder, Karen, who got to interview you and say, you know, this time I'm going to make it happen. So Jessica is mine. So I made it. And this time also, we kind of like tried to invent a little bit and ask our speakers to choose a special gadget from a variety, I think like 20 type of different gadgets out there, to tell us a little bit about yourself. And you chose the panda bear. So what's the panda bear, and Jessica, what's the story behind it?
So a little bit about myself. I think Walter's very kind with the introduction in terms of what I do for my day job. I'm at WLAB, I'm Chief Strategy Officer. I've been there for about 4 years now. And so one thing that we're very focused at WLAB, you know, as a fintech or as a startup company, is actually our focus on people and culture. And one thing that we do is we have this thing called a Spot Award every single month, where we recognize, you know, employees or the team who have made an outstanding achievement, whether it's something really small in terms of what they call never not my job, and, you know, stepping outside what is within their work scope to put something together, or it's just a form of recognition and achievement. And every time they get a Spot Award, they actually get a little panda that is about this big. And what they do is, our colleagues are starting to accumulate these on their desk. So if you walk around our office, you'll see different colleagues of, you know, some have 1, some have 2, some have a dozen of these pandas on their desk as a, you know, as a sign of recognition or something that they're proud of. And so since I've never received one of these Spot Awards, when I saw this mystery box with a panda, I decided I'm going to pick up one of these pandas, which is about 10 times the size of the Spot Awards that we get in the office. And I'm just going to claim this as being my recognition to myself, and as a little gift from SIS to myself. for that purpose.
Oh, wow, wonderful, wonderful. Actually, you gave it away. You know, that's something we copied from you guys when we talk about not my job. Love it. Now, you just manage expectation within my team. I think everybody is expecting a panda bear now. So yes, I was going to say, you are the Group Chief Strategy Officer at WLAB. That includes WLAB Bank, which is a leading fintech company, homegrown unicorn. The first who got a virtual banking license, or one of the first who got a virtual banking license, definitely the first homegrown unicorn that got a virtual banking license. You have and provide financial services with close to 15 million individuals, even more by now, I guess, and over 700 enterprises. And before you joined WLAB, actually, you were for 12 years, you're not that old. You were for 12 years with Goldman Sachs in Hong Kong, Singapore, and London. And we're going to talk about that a little bit. But another thing that I ask each of my speakers to do is give me a bold statement before we dig into the core of the conversation. So I think I ask you a kind of like a bold statement with regards to the financial services industry, but more in particular, I think about banks and the future of banks.
I think the definition of what we think is a bank today is ever evolving. What we see, I mean, I was having this conversation with someone yesterday, and they said, oh, digital banking is the future. And I said, no, no, no. Digital banking is now. But what we will know about banking or digital banking in the future will continue to evolve. But digital banking is not something for the future. It is already present and now and today. So whether you call it a digital bank or a bank, I don't think our kids or the kids of the next generation will know the difference between a physical bank, a traditional bank, or a digital bank. Everything is very much converging. And at one point in time, we just need to listen to the audience. And the bold statement is, you know, in 3 years from now, you know, people won't know the difference between a virtual bank or non-virtual bank. So we won't have to go around saying we were one of the first to have a virtual banking license in Hong Kong. We just run one of the most successful banks in Hong Kong to retail customers and offer superior services. There won't be that differentiation, that caveat, that breakdown anymore. And that's how I'm going to see it. First of all, in Hong Kong, because that's where we are today, but more broadly as you look at sort of the Pan-Asian market. Within this part of the world, I think it will be very much the same. We're seeing emerging trends in Southeast Asia, where they're also building digital banks right now with the appropriate legislation to follow for that. So that is now and the future, but the exact form of that will modify a little bit, but that's how I see banking. It's not what we know, so we're gonna have to start throwing what we know out the window and cherry picking what we want and building that new mode going forward.
Okay, great. So that's a bold statement, so we'll try to explore a little bit more throughout the conversation that we're having. I said I want to learn a little bit more about Jessica and Jessica Lam. So 12 years with Goldman Sachs. Why did you take the plunge into the startup scene?
First of all, I love my time at Goldman Sachs. Fabulous experiences there, took me to a lot of different places, very well set up an infrastructure. So it was very much less of a push factor, but more of the pull factor of what the technology world had to offer. It was one of those, it's very company specific, I will say, so I will do a little bit of a plug for WLAB. It does come down to the people that you work with. Do you enjoy working with them? Is this a team that you feel that you can build and grow with them? So I do think there are very specific pull factors. But more broadly in terms of the industry, I can admit this, I was very skeptical moving to a smaller organization, a startup, which is in sometimes less structured. But I also saw a lot of the attractions related to the freedom or having the ability to be able to influence and actually build something. That was probably the biggest attraction. What I would say that's very unique about WLAB, and one of the biggest reasons as to why I made the plunge or actually decided this is worth it, is I did do my due diligence, right? All the standard things in terms of who is this management team? You know, who are the investors behind it? Do they have a sound resume? Have I done the background checks? I actually did. You know, I spoke to a number of people. Is this guy a good person to work with? Is this team, you know, does it sound credible?
So you did background checks on Simon?
Let's not admit this live, but yes, in terms of that. I think it's very important. Not so much in terms of credibility, but more in terms of the working style. Is this a team that I believe in terms of their vision? What do they want to do? We all know that we're going to work hard at the end of the day, but is this working hard for a purpose? Is there alignment in terms of objectives of where we want to go and the direction for all that? So that was very, very important for me, not just being a startup. But as a startup, I do think that you have to go in with the mindset of, I'm willing to take a risk. Something could go wrong, and I can tell you, things go wrong all the time. Or there's a lot of times where there's things that have never been done before. But it's okay. It's about where's your mindset and where's the mentality in terms of what do we do next? How are we going to solve this? How are we going to find a solution that's appropriate? And so it's about, as I said, comes back to your own mentality and the team that you're with. And I've been very, very fortunate, very blessed that at WLAB we have a fabulous team. You know, not just the 300 odd people that we have in Hong Kong right now, but coming up to the 1,000 that we have in mainland China and Indonesia. As a team, you know, as much as possible, we are very aligned in terms of the way that we address problems and, you know, in our vision in terms of what we're building going forward. So that makes the team so much stronger and so much more enjoyable.
Yeah, I can actually testify on that, you know, having talked and had Tat and Simon and a couple of you guys, definitely. I think, obviously, and just to remind everyone, you joined really early on before it was, you know, growing at that light speed. But I'm sure they benefited a lot from your experience and your background. But tell me, what are some of the things that you had to unlearn from Goldman, things that you had to throw overboard to be successful in that, you know, fintech startup?
So the first thing I will always say is for Karina today, I dressed up. Okay, it's very, very important. Most days, I'm more like that or yoga pants and trainers, right? So that is something that I thrive on and I really enjoy about the fintech landscape. So that's number one. The second thing that you have to learn, I think, it's about the mindset going in. Teams are much smaller. My role is a chief strategy officer, but honestly, we do embrace the whole never not my job. When we have tasks to do, it's not about, oh, you do it, I'll review it, and then someone else review it. Hierarchy is a lot flatter. The structure is a lot flatter. We do have structure and discipline, but at the same time, it's about all hands on deck. How do we resolve this problem? Am I picking up takeaway? Am I ordering coffee? It's perfectly fine. So I think it's more of that mentality. That's number one. The second thing is, I don't think we had to unlearn it, but you had to find a way to do it. So when we were setting up the bank, right? We set up a bank from scratch. No employees, no policies, no procedures, no nothing. So a lot of the time, we had to write some of these things. And some of these things aren't standard. Like, how do I decide what is our branding guidelines? We didn't have anything. We didn't have a logo, right? We had to design a logo. We had to do all that. So it wasn't about unlearning, but it was about learning things for the first time that we never ever had to. Because if I joined a Goldman or established organization, they have all of these ready, and they have teams who do this for a living globally in New York or somewhere. So it was more of a, oh, never had to do this, but we don't have anyone who does this, and so we're not going to find a consultant. Okay, let's go learn. Let's go learn. And so a lot of that was just about, let's find a way, and let's leverage off, you know, the people that we know, and let's learn something new. And that's not too different from how, you know, we're looking at the fintech space right now. And I can talk to Karina a lot more in terms of what are the emerging trends. Like when I was at, you know, a conference a couple of weeks ago, so many new buzzwords that are coming up, and I can't say I know everything, but I'm learning, right? All these buzzwords that are being thrown, and, you know, I can throw a few of them, you know, everything in the crypto space, NFTs, you know, Web3, metaverse, all this, everything is new, right? And so you just need to be versatile and be willing to just keep learning. Especially when you're in a startup, because
yeah, great. Well, we'll talk about business now. I mean, one of the things I enjoy with the fireside, we have a few minutes at the beginning to really go deeper so people get to know this awesome person, you know, behind the title a little bit more. But let's talk about WLAB. I do take away this, you know, some things you cannot Google and you can only learn by doing. But WLAB. So if you would need to describe that stellar growth journey a little bit in your own words, it started off kind of like cutting out the middleman type of business model, right? With, you know, peer-to-peer, and then it was not peer-to-peer lending. So tell us a little bit in your own words, what is the journey of WLAB?
I think the journey of WLAB started off with, and it always has been, which is doing what we know best. So the founders, or the co-founders of this company are, you know, their background is very much in retail banking, you know, the large retail banks. So what were they good at? Their strength was really in risk management and understanding credit and lending. So what they did was they took their strengths of the knowledge, the fundamental knowledge that they learned over 15 years, and then applied technology on top of that. And where did they learn the technology? They obviously brought in a partner, a strong CTO, as well as learning from what they've seen in the US in terms of business models. So the beginning was actually a very simple proposition and a test, which is how can we, as you say, cut out the middleman, but more importantly, make this process a lot more efficient. Why are we doing ABCD when actually it's just an ACD process? Or we can make the user experience even better by making an AD and add an E at the end of it, right? Cutting the time, cutting the cost, cutting the process and making it more seamless. So that was the initial hypothesis in terms of what we did when we started the business in Hong Kong. But the vision was always much bigger, which is this is the test case, but if this works out and it's proven there's demand and we can operationally do this, it's not limited to this sphere. We can do so much more, right? It's about, can we go beyond lending? Can we disrupt the entire, or not disrupt, but how can we facilitate financial services in a more conducive way to a much larger audience? And so when we started off our roots as a B2C business in Hong Kong, then the next thing was geographical expansion to B2C business in mainland China, where it's a much larger audience. And then we also did B2C business in Indonesia in 2018. But then along that journey, we also said, look, B2C businesses are great. It's very direct in terms of impact. But if we ventured into B2B, what we're actually doing is using the technology that we've already mastered and we've already built, and then actually sharing that with others who aren't our direct customers. So, what we did was we actually do a white label solution for one of the largest banks in mainland China, which is the Postal Savings Bank. They have 500 million customers. They can't reach every one of them, and we can't reach every one of them. So the theory behind that was, if we give you our technology, and we help you build some technology that you can give to your customers, everyone wins at the end of the day. And that comes back to an absolute win-win proposition. And we get to touch so many more lives, which is part of the reason why we're doing it in the first place. Obviously, there's a business proposition, and we need to make money to be self-sustainable, because if you're not, then there's no business concept to this. But beyond that is, there must be a purpose. You must be helping someone or doing something good, right? Which is ultimately why the company was founded. And so those are just the baby steps that we've done. And as we're building the business beyond geographical expansion, it becomes product expansion. It becomes technology expansion. And so it's not just lending, right? It was becoming a regulated bank. It was getting a banking license, which was a complicated and long process, but we got there and we built a bank.
We'll get into that a little bit more. I think I first want to zoom in a little bit more on your geographical expansion, because actually, WLAB, is that how you would say it in good Mandarin?
It's called WLAB Digital now.
WLAB Digital, okay. I'm not going to try to speak Mandarin again. So yeah, what do you do differently in China versus Indonesia versus Hong Kong? Because I think that's very interesting. We want to get a little bit to this role of WLAB, not only in terms of industry disruption, but also in terms of the ESG angle to it.
Absolutely. So at the end of the day, every time you go into a new geographical market, you need to understand the customers or the audience in terms of who's there. So I can't generically do a one-size-fits-all and be like, oh, what worked in Hong Kong can work in Indonesia, because it doesn't work, as you guys know. What works for me might not work for Karina either, and we're in the same geographical region, right? Because everyone's got different tastes and preferences. But the other thing is also the regulatory framework, right? What can we do? What can't we do? Whether it's licenses, whether it's data protection, whether it's access, or whether it's just taste and preferences, right? Working off a web or working off, an app-based program, very different. Mainland China and as well as Indonesia is probably 70, 80, or even 90% Android-based, whereas I think the Hong Kong market is substantially more iOS-based. So there are nuances in terms of what we can or cannot do because of the system's compatibility as well. So when we went into different markets, I think the most fundamental thing you need to do is understand customer needs, customer preferences, and how we tweak that, at least from the front application layer. Behind the scenes, in terms of how we set up the infrastructure, as long as it's compliant, a lot of it actually, it doesn't change all that much, because that is, the WLAB know-how in terms of how we've organized a lot of the data and actually done a lot of the analytics. So I think those are probably the biggest differences. Operating systems do make a difference. We do realize the sleep patterns are actually quite different between the different markets, and when they're busy and when they're not busy. And so I think for each of them, we've had to, make some major but mostly minor tweaks to be able to be suitable for each of the markets.
Which is really interesting, and I think that's always a question that comes back a little bit in terms of the GBA, the Greater Bay Area context. Yeah, you can throw Panda away. Yeah, actually, I'm not going to let you go with it. It's mine. So yeah, talking about the Greater Bay Area, I think one of the things that's really interesting is, and you had Simon talk about it as well, is that you guys really managed to operate in that area, which is, I mean, let's be honest, not at all homogeneous at all at this stage. Share us a little bit about, the challenges and how you overcome them to really operate as one team in arguably two very different markets, right?
Absolutely. So we started setting up our first office in mainland China in 2014. So it's been, close to 7 or 8 years now. And we were probably one of the early movers for foreign companies or foreign fintech companies to even venture and do that. It was a little bit before my time, but as I've been watching the growth of the company, and even pre-COVID, we used to be in Shenzhen for day trips close to 3 to 4 times a week, no problems whatsoever, because from a geographical perspective, it's so seamless. You cross the border, you come back during a day trips. It just became second nature to what we did. Fortunately for us, language was not a barrier for most of the team. And so that part actually makes it very conducive to doing business. But having said that, even in the last year or so where physical travel has been restricted, there are a lot of technology tools. Now that we've actually got a professional management team there, we can actually still operate reasonably seamlessly now that we have, a clear blueprint of what we're doing. The management team's very professional. So that hasn't been too much of a physical challenge. I think in terms of the biggest challenge of setting up in the mainland, particularly in the very beginning, was really to build that first team, that management team, to get them to understand, sort of what is our vision, what are we trying to do, and for us, as a quote unquote foreigner, to go in and really appreciate and understand the nuances of the landscape and the market needs. Given that we're not there as close as we are, there are a lot of intricacies that we don't appreciate. And a lot of things such as government relationships, we do need to leverage on our team. So for us, at the end of the day, a lot of it's about the people. You can read as much as you possibly you want, but at the end of the day, it's about building those relationships and actually understanding, how the trends change. And trends in the mainland and in Indonesia change very, very quickly.
Right. So one is definitely, people have a local team on the ground. Then you also manage really to get the communication right. I think the other thing that really kind of like characterizes you are the partnerships, the role of partnerships.
Absolutely.
You have some super interesting partnerships. I know we want to talk about the one in China, but the recent one, which is Allianz, right? So so what are the Germans doing in that whole mixture?
So that comes back to this whole about virtual communication. So I've been working a lot of European hours with our partners in Germany, so Allianz. And this was all throughout end of last year and the beginning of this year. We actually announced a massive strategic partnership with Allianz. There is a investment for 75 million, as well as strategic partners we're doing with them. They are one of the global leaders in wealth management as well as insurance. So two of the very key components of what we want to do in provision of financial services, particularly for our virtual bank in Hong Kong, which is the absolute first step. So what are we doing with them? I think it's just really exciting to find, a global champion who is a leader in those two respective aspects. And there is no doubt that they are one of the world leaders, right? I don't even know what the assets under management is at this point in time. We're talking about trillions here. And we are actually building a sort of first of its kind wealth tech solution for WLAB Bank in Hong Kong. It goes beyond just simple funds allocation. There's going to have a robo-advisory element in there. It's going to be catered for the specifics of Karina and Jessica, so it won't be a one-size-fits-all. It's going to be very data-driven at the end of the day. Because ultimately what we want to do at WLAB Bank with each of our partners and the products that we put out there is put something that is very data-driven. It's very personalized. So it's not generic for each and every person, because we feel that right now when we look at the market in Hong Kong, a lot of products are actually quite generic, and there's a large segment of the population that are actually being ignored or underserved. So they have to choose between A, B, and C. So just pick one of them. It'll work out. Whereas we feel that there actually is a lot of personalization that actually can be done in very micro steps that will make it a lot more appropriate, and maybe it's beyond A, B, and C. And we'll actually give you advice to help you understand what is best for Jessica. Is it an A, B, or C, or all the other alternatives that are out there? So that is a very exciting partnership with Allianz in Hong Kong that we can talk about. But beyond that, they have a massive geographic reach. We are currently in 3 markets, in Hong Kong, mainland China, and Indonesia. So what I will say is watch the space. There will be a lot coming there.
I know, we'll get to the bank now first. I'm actually checking at the same time online because you get to ask questions here in the room, but also our audience. As I said, we share the love across borders. You can ask questions. I will be checking if anybody has specific questions to Jessica. But I want to dig a little bit deeper into the bank, right? So you are one of the still 8, I think, virtual banking license holders here in Hong Kong. So tell people who are not in financial services or even the experts, like how are you different from HSBC and the traditional banks, or maybe even from some of your competitors in the neobank space?
Yeah, so I think that comes back to sort of my so-called bold statement when I started this conversation, right? Which is, what is a bank, right? If you think about it, a bank, as a customer, I think about, why do I need to go to my bank? I need to go to my bank because I need somewhere where my payroll goes into. I need somewhere because, I need a credit card. Does it need to be issued by a bank, or does it need to be issued by a financial services company? It doesn't really matter all that much to me. I just need something that will facilitate payments. I will need somewhere that they can store my money. I do have financial, needs, whether it's investments or whether it is, insurance or other products, right? Do they need to come from a bank? No, not necessarily. But why do I choose to go from a bank? First of all, because it's regulated, and I have comfort that my deposits there will be safe, right? Because the government has a deposits protection scheme where up to 500,000 is actually protected. So that, for me as a customer, gives me a lot of comfort that there is some protection there, first of all. The second thing is, whether it's bundled or unbundled, being able to see all of my financial activity consolidated into one place actually helps me when I think about my financial planning. In my prior life, when I was in private wealth, one of the biggest pain points that I saw from some of my other clients is that they had 15 accounts. So at any given point in time, they had no idea what their asset base actually looked like, right? And so as a financial advisor, when I'm trying to give them advice, if I don't have the full picture of what they have, it's very difficult to give advice. And this comes back to data and the availability of data, and why open banking and open data is so important. Because one of the biggest fallacies about using data is working off incomplete data. When your data is incomplete, then you can only provide advice or suggestions based on what you see. And so that actually could be more trouble than it's worth.
So does that also mean, so some of these partnerships, I think with Kunchung Motors, right, when it comes to taking public transportations, I think there's a partnership with Apple as well, right? I think even in Indonesia, there was like a whole partnership on how to purchase and lease back mobile phones. So all of this is having access to consumer behavior and
data. So we want to be able to touch as many touch points for every consumer as possible. And the rationale behind that is because we're providing you with a more comprehensive service so that you can actually understand yourself better. But more importantly, as you said, with these partnerships, not only are we offering these services because that is probably something that they need, whether it's insurance or so on and so forth, but the other part is the more I understand about you, the more accurate or more useful the information that we give. And I think people don't need to be worried in terms of, oh, we're taking your data, we're selling it to someone else.
That's what I was going to ask.
First of all, there are rules and regulations in place in terms of what we can and cannot do. That is not what we do as a business. We've invested a lot of technology into privacy computing to ensure that we are only taking exactly what we need and nothing more, and storing it in a manner that is highly encrypted. So that's number one. However, what it is when we work with partners, we get better insights into how the general population feels, as well as providing a more extensive, suite of services. So I think partnerships and ecosystems are very important, but having partnerships that are not tied down in ecosystems is also a strong plus, because I can be very objective and not force you to one product or another because of a brand. I can just encourage you and say, this is what I suggest you should consider, Karina. There's a couple of options. These are my recommendations, but I'm not saying, look, you must go with product A.
Right. So we talked about industry disruption, right, from the virtual banking side of things. So again, more zooming into the ESG angle. So we talked about governance and obviously data privacy, data usage, and all of that is part of it. But I think what I would like you to give I would like to give you an opportunity and share with the audience a little bit broader the mission behind WLAB, right, in terms of ESG and also that financial inclusion part. But I'll throw the ball to you because it's at the core of what you do.
Absolutely. So the mission for WLAB was always to use technology to improve people's lives. Now, what do we mean by improve people's lives? That's very, very general. For us, we need to know where we can make impact. And the starting point of where we can make impact is improve people's financial lives and financial well-being. But obviously, when you've improved someone's financial well-being, it does have a lot of spillover effects in terms of, their daily happiness, anxiety, and all that. But as we're going through this financial journey, and we always say it's about bringing joy to your financial journey, what does that mean? That means that I don't want you to be stressed and worried every single time you need to make a financial decision. We've quoted a couple of stats in the past, which is, I think 70% of people are terrified about going to visit are more terrified about going to a bank than to go visit their dentist, right? And we know people don't like going to see their dentist for a plethora of reasons. But going to a bank and a physical bank is just as painful. So first of all, we want to take that out of the way. I know every year when I look through my MPF, my head just explodes, right? I don't know what I need to do. I don't know what funds. It's just too complicated. And I feel that I have reasonable financial knowledge in terms of, what I need to do. I used to, tell people how to invest, as part of my job. But having said that, we don't want banking to be difficult. It should not be terrifying, right? So it has to be as simple, as intuitive as possible. Mm-hmm. So that's one thing. But more importantly, at the end of the day, it's about what I talked about before, the people who are underserved or underbanked. If I am a private wealth customer, of course I have people flocking to me, right? Because my assets are very high, there's a lot of money to be dealt with. But then when you think about the general population, which is of the 7 million in Hong Kong, there's probably 70% of them who actually say that we don't feel like we're getting sufficient financial information for us to make a call in terms of what we want to do. I think we did a survey recently, and I think 67% of the audience that we spoke to felt that they didn't know what they were investing into.
Okay.
But then they did it anyways. So part of what we want is really to do some financial education such that those who are excluded are included. So that comes back to financial inclusion.
Right. But was that one of the reasons as well going into Indonesia, that strong financial inclusion piece?
I think when we looked at Indonesia, it was very interesting. It's a 270 million population market, the second largest in Southeast Asia. A couple of demographics. So 77% of the population in Indonesia are either underbanked or unbanked. So let's talk about 210 million in terms of that. 180 million are actually what they call very young and tech savvy. I think the median age in Indonesia is like in 35 or 38. So a very, very young population. If you remember the old BlackBerry days, everyone had 2 BlackBerries and playing with BBMs, right? Those of you too young, that's okay, it's a bit of history. But that hasn't changed because mobile phone penetration right now in Indonesia is, I think, close to 2. I don't know why they need 2, but they have 2. So it is what it is.
Well, Hong Kong is 230, I think, percent, so 2.3 or so. Okay. But that includes the taxi drivers, so.
Some who have 7, so. I think it's like we do see a lot of opportunity there. And at the end of the day, it's about how can you reduce that 77% of underbanked and unbanked into something that should be much easier, right, in terms of what can be done there. IFC is one of our investors that's been very supportive with us throughout the years. They're very big believers from the World Bank in terms of eradicating poverty, right, in terms of bringing financial inclusion to a lot of different places. But that is the financial inclusion angle. But the other thing also is when you think about ESG, there's so many different things on the ESG train.
Was it the cross-border one you wanted to refer to, or no, different one?
Cross-border is one thing, but I think the other thing is also, as we think about, what is the ESG angle here, one thing we can't ignore is how important ESG is and will continue to be going forward. Again, ESG is a now issue and not a, hey, let's worry about this in a few years' time, right? It's a now, it's not a future. And what are the steps that we as a company, as an organization can do, right? We're doing a lot of different studies to work out what is it that will be of greatest impact rather than just of lip service. But more importantly is, what do our customers want? What will make an impact to them? And when we're listening, particularly for the younger population, it used to be about counting calories in terms of what you eat, et cetera.
Right.
Now it's about carbon footprint. And people do care. When we do surveys and we try to understand and observe in different markets, carbon footprint is something that people do care about. And so we are looking at what is the best way so that I can give you more information. So Karina, when she looks at her spending, when she looks at her activity, I can help her and give her guidance in terms of, hey, did you know this is the carbon footprint you're generating from doing this? Is that something that we care about? So those are some ideas and things that we're looking at in terms of how can we make this relevant? Can we offset carbon footprint? Right? In terms of an angle. And we're doing that both internally to educate our team, and eventually that will be an education to the external population and how we can proliferate that and make it more aware. Because the starting point is always with awareness and education. I'm not changing the world overnight, but you need to start somewhere, because if ESG is not now and it's always, it's something in the future, then, I think that's a little bit late.
That is a wonderful closing word. So unfortunately, we had a lot of time to go deep, but the time is over now. So I have woven some of the questions into my questions, but we'll need to stop here. For the offline audience, maybe Jessica is going to hang around a few minutes. So if you have any burning questions, please do so. But please join me in giving a big hand of applause to Jessica Lam, Head of Strategies at WLAB. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Karina.
Thank you.
And welcome back to Scaleup Impact Summit 4.0. Thank you very much to the presentation on WLAB and WLAB Bank. We're going to now move into how technology is really impacting and addressing serious global issues. So in the fashion industry, there are estimates at the United Nations that say the fashion industry contributes between 8 to 10% of global carbon emissions. Other estimates put that between 2 to 18%. So even whichever estimate you're looking at quite a sizable contributor to global carbon emissions. We're going to look at how disruptive technologies are transforming the fashion industry by really deep diving into the business of Zalingo. Zalingo is a B2B commerce site throughout Southeast Asia. They really focus on three primary areas. One is obviously sourcing, factory production, and also connections. But overall, they're looking to help improve the inefficiencies. The supply chain that brought you your clothing is extremely fragmented, ineffective, cash-strapped, low on technology. And we're finding at Zalingo, they're finding new technology approaches to help resolve that. We'll be going into a fireside chat hosted by Karina Balin, together with the COO of Zalingo, that's Adi Vaida. and that will be our next keynote talk.
Very good. Thank you very much, Walter, for this beautiful introduction. And I'm going to get comfy and have a look if I have Adi online calling us live, absolutely, from Singapore. Right, Adi?
Hi, yes, how are you doing?
Very well, thank you. It's so great to have you with us. Thank you very much. You know, I'll just give, I'm sure the audience knows you, but I'll just give a very, very quick view into your very impressive background. So Adi is a tech leader, we all know that, pioneering the movement to digitize fashion supply. And so with that, you became the CEO of Zilingo, one of the largest fashion tech companies here in Asia, and I think very newly also welcome to the Unicorn Club. So we're going to talk about Zilingo in a bit. But you're also a very, very big advocate of sustainable fashion. Your team has served over 25,000 SMEs already, many digitizing for the first time. And so you were one of the founding team members, right, of Zilingo, and you started your career in a totally different industry, though. We're going to zoom into that because you were in the financial services and banking industry, and then you took the plunge. And you have been working across Thailand, Indonesia, Singapore, the rest of Asia. So really, I am so thrilled that you're making time for us here today. Thank you, Adi.
Thanks a lot for hosting me. It's an honor.
Great. So actually, I told you up front that I love to ask all of my speakers a very bold statement about the topic, right? And I, said at the beginning, we kind of going to address the elephant in the room. We talk about fashion and we talk about ESG. So tell me, what is your bold statement when it comes to the ESG impact in the fashion industry?
I think there are many bold statements that I can make. But I think if I were to just choose one, I think, and the host before you joined in just said it out loud as well, 10% of global carbon emissions are coming from this multi-trillion-dollar industry. And the time is now to solve it. We cannot wait to solve it any longer.
Fantastic. So we'll dig a little bit deeper into the topic. But again, before we start, the great advantage of having a fireside is to go a little bit also deeper into the person behind the title. So Adi, yourself. So give us a little bit of your own background. It's fascinating. You started off in financial services, right? So yeah, why? And then you have been one of the first employees at Zilingo. So why did you move over? Why did you take the plunge?
Yeah, sure. So I joined a bank straight out of college, hoping to learn about the financial industry, which had always, fascinated me, and I wanted to learn more about how the basics of finance really work. And I was part of the corporate investment banking team at a large international bank in India. As I worked through that and my journey over the next 2 to 3 years, what I realized is that a large amount of resources and capital, and not to sort of diss on anyone at this point in time, but a large amount of capital and resources are being still focused on the large corporates. There are definitely SME teams, etc., but I still felt like there was a lot more that could be done for the SME sector specifically, which was probably in a more informal way contributing to a larger chunk of the economy, but somehow that 80-20 rule where the corporates were getting the majority of the attention. And it so happened that at that point in time, India was also going through an e-commerce revolution. So you had the Flipkarts of the world, and Amazon had just entered, and the country was taken by a storm. I and our CEO, both of us, had customers and clients in our previous jobs in Southeast Asia. So we used to travel here a lot, and what we realized that Southeast Asia is probably at the cusp of a very similar revolution, because both physical infrastructure and digital infrastructure-wise, it was superior in many ways as you compare it to a country like India. So we thought, okay, you know what, if not us, who else? And why fashion? I think, to be very honest, at that point in time, what we also saw that a lot of these large e-commerce behemoths that were coming in India were losing cash. They were all losing money. And which is, understandable when you're selling electronics or FMCG. So something which was very clear to us was that we are here to be here for the long run. We need to be a sustainable business that generates profit. And fashion happens to be one of those industries where there are so many inefficiencies which have not been solved for, that if you're able to then the margins that you can make are quite large and build a more sustainable business. And that's how it happened.
Fantastic. So I can see totally the purpose-driven, Adi that came through and joined, and then I think right now you're definitely in the right place on making a big impact. I think, again, zooming in maybe first a little bit into that industry disruption piece of Zilingo, right? Because what I read, and you correct me if that is wrong, but really the journey of Zilingo started off when Booz was on holiday in Bangkok, right? And noticed that many of the small and medium-sized shops had no online presence, actually, right? And so at the beginning, it was about, Zilingo really playing in the B2B tech platform, platform as a service or, as a SaaS model. But then you actually, expanded it to Z Digitize, Z Connect, Z Factory, marketing. I mean, tell us a little bit, how that growth journey came along.
Yeah, no, for sure. Let me just simplify it a bit for you because, a lot of product names, a lot of jargon.
Yes.
So when we came into Southeast Asia, as I said, we were inspired by Flipkart's, Amazon's, Myntra's of the world. So you're right, like we came in as, and just to correct you there, we came in actually as a B2C platform. And we were like, okay, there are hundreds of thousands of these SMEs and kind of, driven by the urge to somehow help these SMEs. There are hundreds and thousands of these SMEs in Southeast Asia. We need to somehow get them on to, a digital platform and give them a market that probably a small seller in Chatuchak is not exposed to in Bangkok, right? So that was really where the journey started. I used to head expansion for the company at that point of time. So moved to Singapore to set up the business here, then moved to Indonesia, lived in Jakarta for about a year and set up the business there. And over those 1 or 2 first years of the journey, once we had a significant base of 5,000-10,000 sellers who were selling on the platform, we would do these seller conferences, and the first question that any of these sellers will ask us is, hey, it's great, you're helping us sell, but I'm struggling to procure. So can you help us with that? And now I think we all knew that procurement was a problem. But again, this was 2015, 2016. There were not many, there was probably no B2B platform, tech platform that was doing it. It was all, procurement was all done by agents, offline merchants, etc., etc. So even though we knew that this is a problem to be solved, we were not sure if we are cut for it, to be honest. It was a big challenge. VC capital, innovation, etc. Everything was going into B2C, not really into B2B. But I think by the virtue of us being in Asia, which is, where most of the, or a large percentage of the fashion globally is produced from, we thought, okay, let's try and aggregate few of the larger manufacturers and see if we can help. That really was when the company shifted gears. And what we realized is that, okay, this business is something that has a very, very organic demand, doesn't need the kind of marketing and discounts that you need on B2C. And this is also where you can make much higher margins because people are not here on a B2B platform for hobby, right? B2C is hobby shopping. And on B2B, it is livelihoods. So people are here to build a longer term relationship. If you're able to deliver value, you will build a much more sustained business. So that is really where the journey shifted. And then, since then, the whole idea has been to be at the center of the ecosystem. For us, the manufacturer sits, how can we serve him? So one product helps the manufacturer sell, so which is the demand side of things. One platform helps the manufacturer procure. So we are also helping them procure fabric. Because fabric is, 50 to 60% of the raw material is actually going into fabric, and you need to control that if you want to control the supply chain. The third piece was, and which was extremely interesting, that, how can we take technology to one level beyond this? Because the maximum amount of technology that you had at that point in time inside a factory was SAP, Oracle, ERP systems, right? Nothing Industry 4.0. So that is when we acquired a company out of Sri Lanka, which was actually digitizing factory shop floors, which is extremely fascinating and pretty much at the forefront of our journey to make the supply chain more sustainable. So we did that as well. So yeah, at this point in time, it's a platform that is helping the manufacturer who sits at the center of the ecosystem for us to procure better, to sell better, and to digitize and make his factory floor more efficient.
Yeah, it totally makes sense, right? So you take pain point by pain point and then try along the journey to help. And I guess now it's kind of like a one-stop shop platform, right? Because again, venturing out into marketing, etc. I was just wondering, give the audience a bit of an idea, how big is the company now also across all these different services and still headquartered in Singapore, right?
Yeah, so we are definitely still headquartered in Singapore. The company has about 550 people across about 9 different countries. I think COVID was a difficult period, but I think happy to share that we are pretty much back to pre-COVID levels. The fashion industry is back at pre-COVID levels, and I think the good news is that it is back at pre-COVID levels, with much better margins, which is very interesting because some of the guys or some of the customers that couldn't make through, mostly the offline guys dependent a lot on offline markets, but also the customers who understood digitization lesser. So the guys who survived, the DTC brands of the world, are willing to pay more for digital sourcing as well. So I think the companies back to pre-COVID levels at much superior unit economics.
Absolutely. Would you actually say that supply chains are back to pre-COVID levels, or to your point, even maybe now working more effective and efficiently?
I would say there are two angles to it. One is the demand side of things back. Yes, of course. I think we are seeing pretty much similar demand or even more in some of the countries. Is the supply chain back to pre-COVID levels? Not really, because there are so many disruptions in the entire space of logistics. Raw material prices are totally haywire at this point in time. If you look at cotton prices and the index, it's just like this at this point in time. So there's still a bit of uncertainty. So I would say that yes, of course, the demand is back, but is the supply chain back to being as efficient as it used to be? Not really. But what was the good part of COVID? I think the good part of COVID was that a lot of guys, a lot of brands at least at their end realized, and this is not just in Southeast Asia, across the world, we got a bunch of customers from Europe and US as well. What they realized is that when this kind of a difficult period comes in, it's better to have digital sourcing partners with presence in multiple supply hubs, rather than to depend on one offline agent somewhere in Bangladesh. So I think that's the mentality shift that has definitely happened.
Right, absolutely. And now talking about COVID, right, and obviously talking about other challenges, climate challenges ahead of us, and probably the fashion industry together with oil and gas, one of the probably biggest polluters. Tell us a little bit about what gave birth to Zelingo Sustainability, and moreover, I think what would be fascinating for our audience to understand, again, you define the service offering in a very, very broad manner. You have 3 different pillars. So please introduce Zelingo Sustainability to the audience.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think without going into the pillars, let's keep that aside for a moment. I think the core principle for us when we thought of sustainability, and of course it's something that you have to think about when you are in the industry. It's a $3 trillion industry where it is marred by middlemen. There are so many middlemen. There are so many people sucking margins at different places and different points of time, which absolutely make it extremely unsustainable or extremely non-ESG friendly in some ways, if I may say. So I think the first few years we spent on trying to figure out what is it that can bring the change, really, right? So sure, you can hear some of the top brands in the world saying 2025 targets, 2030 targets. Sure, there are targets, that's great. And you can also hear a lot of consumers like you and me saying that, I would prefer sustainable products, etc. But what we realized, end of the day, the brands care about profitability and the customer cares about prices very much. So how do you incentivize people to still be sustainable if sustainability is going to hurt both? So the whole idea was that we need to make sustainability more incentive driven in a way that people want to adopt it on their own. And what's the most important incentive for a business? It's profits. So the whole angle, the way Zelingo thinks about sustainability is that if you are able to introduce products, technology, practices which will improve sustainability, but at the same time helping businesses make more profits, that is the kind of sustainability they are going to adopt. So if I may give you a very simple example, if I go to a factory somewhere, in Indonesia, and I tell them that you need to adopt ABC sustainable practices, but it's going to hurt your bottom line, they're not going to do it. But when I go to them now and I say that, hey, you know what, you're running at a really low efficiency level in your factory because you have no technology, everything is manual, there is a massive amount of wastage, and after that you have, by the way, 3 layers of middlemen who make sure that your goods reach from one place to the other. I'm going to solve all of that. That will help you improve your profits, but it's also good for the environment. So that is when I go with, let's say, the Zelingo factory product that digitizes the entire factory shop floor. What that does is, and this is, by the way, live at this point in time in about 19 large factories across Asia. What that does is it improves your efficiency inside the factory about 15%, and it reduces defects by about 50%, which means that the wastage is cut down by 30 to 50%. So when you're able to cut wastage, of course it's great for the factory because they are not wasting fabric. So they are making more money, but also at the same time it's good for the environment because you are not wasting 3 items to make 1 item. So I think that's the approach that we have taken as a business, that we need to make sure that things are more efficient. We are able to when we are able to cut the middleman, what that means that for the brand itself, he or she, the owner of the brand, is able to price the products better because there are not 3 other people taking some cuts in the middle, which means that the final customer gets a better price, and therefore the customer says, okay, this is great, this is sustainable, and I want to buy it because it's also cheaper. So I think the whole idea, and this and a good example to give here is, let's look at the iPhone supply chain, right? It is squeezed for margin at every single step. So Foxconn has made a playbook, and if the best manager in the world goes and tries to squeeze even a single bit out of that particular supply chain, it's very hard. But when you look at fashion, it is so fragmented, so many middlemen, so many bad practices, that you have to bring in that level of technology, and maybe a simple level of technology that you can derive new margins that is helpful both for the brand and for the factory. So that's really the core principle that we follow.
Yeah, and I just want to remind actually also our audience that they can ask questions online or through the Pine tool if they have any. I think what I really wanted to zoom in a little bit, so again, you mentioned about one element. It's interesting when you talk about middleman or financing. So arguably, we could get the impression that you're becoming even a bank, right? And in terms of really thinking about ESG in an angle of providing financial means, right, to smaller retailers, manufacturers in order to do their business. What I wanted to zoom in, though, a little bit more is on the, again, sourcing side. I think that is where your collaboration with WEF, right, with the World Economic Forum comes into play. I think that's a very beautiful case study. Maybe you can share us a little bit more, and also actually how did it start and what is the ultimate goal in that collaboration?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, and in fact, Karen, I would really love to talk a little bit about the financing part that you brought up.
Go ahead,
well.
shoot away.
Because I think we are misunderstood as a company that would probably one day become a bank or help with financing. And I think fashion is one of those industries where financing is limited, of course, because it is not a standardized industry in general. As I said, it's not an iPhone supply chain where the banks are extremely comfortable. Okay, from this supply chain, an iPhone is going to come out. From a fashion industry, one black shirt here to one other black shirt in another part of the world is totally different. So the banks and the financial institutions don't really trust what is coming out of that industry, and there are no parameters or metrics that can really give comfort to a financial institution to lend to that industry. Therefore, and this is from early experience in a bank, this is one of those industries which is generally classified as non-investment grade. It is not an investment grade industry in a lot of financial institutions. So the obvious question comes is that, hey, then is Zillingo gonna start financing? So answer is no. We do not play in the field of taking any kind of financial risk, trying to become a bank or giving money on our own. We don't do that. But we realize the fact that financing is extremely critical for us to make sure that these businesses that we talk of, large and small, are able to grow, especially when they want to invest in sustainable practices, for it to happen, right? So probably a landmark piece that is going to come soon, within a month or so from our side, is actually, without naming names, we're working with 2 large banks in Southeast Asia who have been extremely interested about piloting pre-shipment supplier financing on the basis of Zillingo's factory data that is coming out of those factories. And it has never happened before. What this is going to do is that even though every product coming out of the supply chain is not the same product, but if it is the same system that is inside the factory, which is reducing defects, checking QC, doing shipping, packing, etc., the matrix that are going to come out of every supply chain is going to be the same, which the bank is going to feed into their credit models, and they're going to be able to finance without Zillingo really taking any risk. So I think that is something that we are super excited about, if you were to ask me, and I think that is probably going to be a game changer in the industry.
That is actually super exciting. You know what I love, one of the great things with live conferences is actually the fact that you can see the linkage between different panelists. I'm not sure if you listened to the talk that I had just with one of our own homegrown fintech unicorns, Jessica from WLAB, and she talked about access to data, how this is powerful to become a better bank. I am just wondering if there wouldn't be a wonderful collaboration opportunity between you guys. I definitely need to make sure I hook you guys up afterwards. But coming back to the ESG angle, and I start getting questions from the audience, which is wonderful. And maybe let me do a little bit of a linkage then first. So talked about WEF, right, World Economic Forum, and maybe also already thinking about kind of like geographical differences or not in terms of consumer expectations and also, manufacturing sourcing expectations when it comes to ESG.
Yeah, sure. So let me add a little bit of the WEF piece first, since you asked us about that. I think WEF as an organization has extreme influence with stakeholders in business, in policy, in government, on the large supplier side as well. Extreme amount of influence in making sure that the right kind of change happens. The whole partnership that Zelengo has with WEF was pretty much on the same lines, especially in the sector of supply chain and fashion, etc. And I think the World Economic Forum realizes the fact that it is a massive industry, which more importantly employs millions of people for livelihood, and they need to make sure that there is some kind of right change that is happening in this particular industry. So of course, ESG is on top of the list for them, which definitely includes not just the environmental, but the labor practices as well. So I think what we are trying to do with them is, one, expose them to what the ground realities are pretty much across the supply hubs that we work with, and then to take their help in influencing decisions at the right stakeholder level to make it happen. I think what WEF can do, it is extremely hard for any other formal organization to help us do. So I think we're trying to collaborate and trying to sort of bring about a change faster than probably what we would be able to do on our own. So I think that is something that we're doing with WEF, and again, extremely honored that they felt that we could help them in this particular piece.
No, I fully agree. I'm just going to put a plug actually, because we always have a wonderful partnership with WEF as well for Startup Impact Summit, and regularly also have the guys from Uplink, right, which is more the grassroots initiative from WEF with us. But yeah, so maybe also coming a little bit into the geographical differences or not. And there is a question from the audience as well that said, what should consumers look for when sourcing fashion, especially wanting to know, how do I know if I support ESG conscious brands, yes or no? And maybe you can put this into a broader concept as well. Have consumers across geographies the same expectations, yes or no?
Yeah. Simple answer is no. Consumers don't have the same expectation. It's of course dependent on what's the per capita income in those countries, and it's a crude comparison to make, but it's very much dependent on that. So we generally see in Asian countries the expectation is lower, and you would see in the Western countries the expectations on ESG compliance, sustainability is much higher.
Is that financially driven? I mean, to make a very simple conclusion?
I think so, because I think that's the first point that I made, and I don't think it's just about the consumer, it's financially driven for the brands as well, right? If you make the same comparison, if the brand is not going to be able to make profits, which in a way is the money coming to their hand, they're not going to try and go sustainable way, right? So it's similar sort of thought process at an individual level as well, that if I'm going to lose money, when I already probably have slightly lesser money, then it is a difficult decision to make. So I think that is there for sure. And another example, if I may give, right? So we've been working with one of the largest fashion brands globally, the largest fashion brand globally, to help them source organic cotton from India. And I've been personally driving this project, and it is not easy. It is extremely difficult. The places and the villages from where organic cotton comes is, I mean, when you go and talk about technology there, it's hard. It's difficult because people don't really understand how this whole piece works. So my sort of realization from this entire piece was that brands are still a bit far from ensuring that they are on track to attaining their goals. Some of the brands have done a good job at this. How consumers can figure, my honest advice would be that do not really rely on tags. There are, of course, tags on the clothes that you can see, and it says Better Cotton Initiative, etc., which are great things, of course, base parameters. If it's a Better Cotton Initiative, of course, it's come from a much better supply chain than something that doesn't have a BCI tag. But I think in today's day and age, a consumer should definitely go and research about the product online first and see where really the supply chain is based and how these goods are coming. And a very interesting fact is that if a brand is genuinely concerned and serious about sustainability and ESG practices, they would really talk about it in all of their press, media, website, etc. So I would, if you are really genuinely concerned about this, I think you should do a little bit more research. There are many brands right now at this point in time who are trying to cater to these kind of needs. And there are a lot of these brands are DTC brands, so they are just selling direct to you anyway because they cannot waste resources on the minimum. So I think that's my advice.
Absolutely. No, and I guess you're going to put another shameless plug. I mean, actually, one of our investee and portfolio companies under Scaleup is exactly, tackling that problem. I want to have a little bit your perspective on this. So good on you as a company. We have Sandra later on the panel that looks into how can I become kind of like a more objective, certified type of view and help to the consumers. And what do you think? I mean, what is the role of these certifications in the industry to really help make change happen?
I think it will happen. It has to happen. It is the gold standard that for now doesn't exist in the industry, unfortunately. What brands generally do, or how brands generally tackle this problem, is that they assign a third-party audit company to go and audit how those products are, factories are, etc. But there is no standardization. Some brand will take one agency, someone will take some other agency. Plus, to your point, very important, all of this is happening from the brand's point of view. No one is really doing it from the consumer's point of view, right? So the kind of companies that you mentioned, good on you, etc. If the certification or if the ease, if the parameters are being built in a way that it makes easier for the consumer to decide. An extremely nice question that came before this, it is so hard for me to decide, right? Before I buy clothes, even the tags are not super clear. I mean, sure, I said that's the advice, but how many times are you going to go and check online what's happening? So if there is a gold standard for a consumer to look at that, these are the parameters that have been taken care of, therefore it is rated 4 or 3 or 1 or 0, I think definitely that's the way to go.
Great. Maybe because we're soon going to run out of time, unfortunately, so maybe looking a little bit ahead. I think, are there any things that you can secretly, or actually not secretly because, people are listening to you online and here in the offline venue, things that you can announce what's next for Zillingo, and particularly, in the sustainability area?
Sure. I think we're going to be investing a lot more on the technology side, specifically aimed at reducing inefficiencies. We still very strongly believe in the principle that inefficiencies need to be removed for things to be sustainable. And the technology investment is going to be coming in the factory side, especially in terms of RFIDs and contactless movement of goods, which at this point in time, again, still doesn't happen inside of the industry, and we end up losing pilferage, a lot of that stuff. So that is next. The second thing that we are also working on is expanding our biobase a lot into Europe and the US. And what we know is that if we do that, the customers will hold us accountable for doing things the right way, or more of the right ways, more sustainable practices. So I think, geographic expansion into the Western markets and tech and innovation into the factory software.
Brilliant. We will welcome you dearly here in Hong Kong, Adi. It was a huge pleasure for having you here on the panel with us. The first time actually at SIS, and I hope not the last time. Thank you very much again. Congratulations for such a wonderful success already, and obviously more to come. Thank you, Adi.
Thank you so much. Pleasure. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Aren't you? And do we have our guest here? Good afternoon and welcome back to those of you here in the audience. We're back to live with Karina Belin joining us again to host a fireside chat. This time we're going to dive a little bit more into that supply chain and sustainability. Our next guest is Bhaskar Sambamurthy. He is head of corporate functions at Lidl. Now, for those of you who shop here in Hong Kong, you may not be familiar with the brand, but this is a large retail operation with 12,000 stores across the US and Europe. Very much an everything store that has what you need. So Bhaskar brings with him decades of supply chain and digital transformation experience. And as we heard earlier, in fashion, there's a squeeze for margin at every step. You can only imagine in the competitive world of supermarkets and hypermarkets how Lidl pays attention to ESG and to carbon reduction at every step, because it's not only good for business, it's good for the planet. So please join Karina Balin and Bhaskar Samba Murthy. I think come on out.
Very good. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Walter. Great. Thank you for the wonderful introduction. And you can take the mask off for everybody online who might be concerned. We're all vaccinated and have sufficient space actually here. So let me actually first introduce you to Boski, a good friend, but also a very, very impressive professional. So Boski is an alumnus of Harvard Business School and has a very, very successful track record across different roles. So you have really worked on boards with Scaleups, huge restructurings, everything from supply chain all the way up to consumer products and highly regulated businesses. Your journey also focused and touched on HR and recruiting. You had your obligatory stint with the Big Four. Yes. Big Four, I know when we were young it was the Big Seven, but yes. You worked then in shipping. You worked even in the tobacco industry, then most recently with Lidl, where you focused on post-merger integrations, digital transformations, and also the supply chain at large. And that's the topic of this conversation. But, you know, since we have a fireside and the opportunity to go a little bit deeper into the personality of our wonderful panelists, why don't we start off with the gadget that you have chosen to explain a little bit about your own background.
Yes, thank you very much, Karina, and I really appreciate the invitation here to share some experience and cross-learn with other colleagues from other industries as well. The reason I chose this was I think it's very relevant for the topic today, which is supply chain and resilience. And I found this very interesting because it has many different elements of what we are going to speak about. Firstly, it has to make money for the stakeholders. That's very important. And this is a challenge we will see over the next few years going to happen in the retail segment as well. The second thing which I learned in my shipping business was that there are many, many stakeholders here, and the supply chain can get knotted. So, for example, you spoke about my stint in the shipping business.
Yeah.
I don't know how many of you remember the incident that happened early this year where a ship was stuck in the Suez Canal.
Yep.
And that derailed the shipping routes for almost 8 to 10 days. So I was a director in that German shipping group some time ago. No, I didn't handle it last year. So I know firsthand the difficulties in some of these challenges. So, and I think the lesson I learned was that the chain is as strong as the weakest link. And therefore, there are many stakeholders here, and we need to make sure the full ecosystem works smoothly. So that's why I like this, and I picked this.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. And I think that links very nice maybe into a bold statement, if I can get one from you as well.
Yes.
When it comes particularly in terms of, digital transformation, I feel like we're talking for ages about digital transformation of very traditional and larger corporations. Is there some hope? Is there some movement? Or what is your bold statement?
My own feeling is that it is an inevitable journey. Companies will be compelled to go through that journey. It's no longer a choice in the matter. And I think many boards are discussing this even as we speak. Some people are ahead in the journey. Some people will catch up over the next couple of years. But to me, it is no choice in the matter. In terms of the bold statement, combining the themes of supply chain resilience and technology and the ecosystem, my own feeling is that companies will act out of conviction over the next 8 to 10 years' time. rather than what I call a checkbox culture now. And this is very similar to how regulations develop. And I can share my own experience both from shipping and also in the retail industry. So if you look at how regulations came about, I think it's just before the World War I, the USA faced the worst industrial disaster, and that happened in a shirt factory where 140 people lost their lives. And that's when there are a lot of regulations in terms of human rights, minimum wages, safe working conditions, fire safety regulations. All this happened in 1914 in New York. What has happened is that in the last 45 years, the production has been outsourced from US and the West to Asia. But the human rights and the other working conditions, those regulations were never transported.
They stayed back.
So we have a divergence between the production capacity, which did move, but that moved only for a cost reason. And then we saw a quality upcycle. And now I think, in my view, we will see in the next 10 years' time a journey towards regulations, more human rights in factories, safer working conditions, environmental ESG goals to be achieved. That push will come.
Yeah, absolutely. I love how you bring that into perspective. And maybe what would be interesting across your own personal journey, right, across different industries, different geographies, tell us a little bit about, what were the learnings that you took out of each of these areas. And again, for you now coming to that very, purpose and mission-driven conviction that you have in terms of where you're putting your energy in.
That's a very good question, which I think I reflect upon every year in my journey. Two lessons stick in my mind, and I'm sure that some of you have imbibed the same lessons or have a different version, which I'm keen to hear after this discussion. The first thing I learned is that technology by itself is not enough. There must be a coordinated attempt to stakeholder consensus building on the process, and that's the driver for the technology. And therefore, to me, the cross-functional alignment, I think, is the key part. How do you bring the various cross-functional alignment together, both internally in the company, as well as externally with stakeholders, for example, your factories, your suppliers, even your customers. And I think any company that does this very well will be the winner at the end of the day. So that's my key lesson or key takeaway. It's not just, I think of a great new technology and I plug it in and it works like magic. Unfortunately, it does not.
Right.
There's a lot of effort required for that.
Absolutely, which is a very nice linkage to the topic about digital transformation and first change management, right? Because when we talk digital transformation, yes, there's digital, there's technology, but there's transformation. And I think that's something when we talk, right, you said it's important to stress that very often the technology arguably is the easy part. So tell us a little bit about what does transformation in an organization, in a huge organization, actually require?
Yeah, this is, I think, one of the key lessons of my journey over the last 15, 20 years in transformation is that the people side, which is the mindset, the way people work, and what is the incentive for them to make the changes, it cannot be a purely push factor. It just doesn't work. I think it has to be a two-way dialogue with a lot of feedback mechanism, and there has to be an element of selling the change and putting it in terms of what is in it for me as an employee in the company, or what is in it for me as a vendor or a stakeholder in the whole ecosystem. And I think that dialogue is very, very important in terms of what I call a selling change. It's a very active mechanism. It's not just one way I told somebody and he or she should change starting work from tomorrow morning. It doesn't happen again like that. And especially with the new generation, a bit more assertive, more digitally native, and I think more globalized in their outlook and mindset. I think the rewards are much better if we bring them along on the journey. And that's been my experience. Therefore, typically I work very closely with human resource teams in enabling learning new initiatives, in workshops, in cross-learning sessions, and that's been the key mantra for me for success. The technology itself, as you correctly said, Corina, either we can do it internally or we buy it from experts from outside. To me, that's the easier part. Right. The more difficult part is enabling change in the organizations, having a leadership that is more geared towards this mindset, and what I would call agile learning for the whole organization. I think these are some of the key elements that need to be in the program.
Yeah, maybe let's again zoom a little bit more, because part of what we do at WHub is really curate programs between established corporation and startups to bring the scale and the agility together. And one of the things, our own mantra is to really curate programs that enable that mindset and methodology change, right, in bigger corporations. Maybe if you can give some concrete tips or pitfalls to avoid, how do you create that mindset shift? How do you bring agile methodology inside a corporation where arguably the success of the corporate is a running, successful product market fit that you do not want to disrupt, right? Yes. How do you, in practical terms, really go about it?
That's a very good question again. I think it's very practical in terms of how we enable the change to happen. I share with you 2 tips from my experience. One is in the shipping business, which is highly regulated, as you know, and one is from consumer products business. From the shipping business, when we did the transformation program, we really had to crack this chicken or egg. Where do we start first? And that's a key determinant of success or failure in many, many cases. We decided to start with what we call the quality, health and safety and environment goals, because this was non-negotiable, and the operations team wanted 0 audit failures for their ships, whether it is from Shell or BP or ExxonMobil, and therefore we were able to get a quick buy-in from the operations team, because all of us had the same goal, that the ship must pass the audits.
Right.
So it was a much easier dialogue, and it helped us to drive this cooperation together. In retail, it's much more challenging because we do not have this regulatory push, not yet. It's coming in my view, but still not there. And therefore, here what we did was we got the mandate from the board. So first, the selling to the board, get the buy-in from them, and get 1 or 2 leaders who could be the role model for the whole organization. And I find this is like the 100-monkey principle. You can't change all 100 monkeys at one go. You get 2 or 3 monkeys to change hats and start behaving in a different way, and then it catches on very quickly. So we had to look at small pilot programs in certain divisions and show that it works as a proof of concept, and then we do the scaling up to the rest of the organization. And I think there is no, I would say, single answer to it. It really depends on the context, the industry, the strategic driver for the operations. At the end of the day, I think what matters is how do you win cooperation across stakeholders.
Okay.
So whatever works.
Any tips there to get that, like mushroom effect? Or?
I would say authenticity helps a lot.
Right.
I think it's very important to be, I would not call it just honesty, it's being authentic. That means we mean what we say and we say what we mean. And we put in place investments, programs, and we put our money where we talk.
Where the mouth is.
Right, I think that makes a very big difference. Otherwise, people see a disconnect between what we speak many times and the actions on the ground are very different. Or we say we want to invest in this, but then you look at the budget, it has no correlation with that, for example. I've seen this happen in many, many cases, and then we need to have a dialogue to bring it back on track. So I would say in one sentence, authenticity is very, very important for the program to kickstart in the right direction. And people need to believe. We will make mistakes, no doubt, as any human being. But people will be more forgiving if they see the authenticity element, and they will be more supportive, and they will actually contribute more in the journey. So that's my experience over the last few years.
Yeah, absolutely. I think actually we're going to talk about, you know, addressing the elephant in the room and greenwashing and kind of like just pretending a lot during the 2 or like 1.5 days. I do want to get, before we got down to the ESG part, back to the role of technology, right? Because you said, yeah, the difficult part is the change management, and then for the technology, we can outsource it, bring it in-house. Yes and no, right? Yes. Because we all know, I mean, having worked 15 years in a big corporate in the finance department, you know, even just acquiring an additional SAP module could become a real nightmare. How do companies avoid pitfalls, not only in terms of sourcing the right technology, but also, I think, once again, trying to avoid only thinking in terms of marginal transformation, but really, disruptive transformation. That's what startups can do, right? They start from a blank page.
True.
So how do you make that technology upgrade really dramatic and impactful?
Yeah, just to go back to my earlier statement, don't get me wrong. I'm not minimizing the role of technology or underplaying it. I just wanted to put that in contrast with the change management effort.
Right.
Yes, you're absolutely correct. There are lots of companies that do get technology wrong even now, especially the large ones who are not so nimble. But that's less an element of technology or technical features, more an element of organizational change readiness not being in place. That's been my research over the last few years. But to go back to your question, whether it's an ERP solution, which I think has been there for almost 2 decades now, or it could be digital transformation, or more importantly, a system that works for the entire process, including with external stakeholders. I think here again, the technical aspects are much easier to handle. I stick with that view because we have enough experts internally or externally to help us, to advise us, to guide us in the right direction. What we will need though in many companies, and this is something I have myself specialized as a project management professional, as a Prince 2 qualified, and as an Agile certified professional, it helps to have people who are experts in project management. Who can rally the troops together, bring in the various experts from different functions, and have a concrete program and an agenda for implementing that change program, where technology is a key component. So I would say, to answer your question, it's not purely the IT system, but you need a mechanism called a project management or a program management to bring in the stakeholders, to run workshops, to discovery of the pain points, to look at solutions, to look at what works, when should we implement what. And to me, again the lesson is you get them involved from day one, the other team members, so that they have a skin in the game, they participate vigorously, they share their own best practices. I think it's a win-win for everybody.
Right. So again, arguably, saying bluntly, just face the fact that very often it's getting up to the human element to applying technology. It's not the technology's fault, so to speak. Totally. Let's also talk about supply chain resilience, right?
Yes.
We promised to talk about that. I think, first of all, demystify a little bit the supply chain resilience concept, because that sounds like, wow, but what is it really all about? And maybe some recent trends or, technologies that are really making a difference.
Yeah. So if you look back over the last, let's say, 20 years or so, as the production hubs moved towards Asia, what we saw was an inventory model called as just-in-time model, where the production is highly concentrated in 1 or 2 geographies. You have pretty much an end-to-end supply system, and it was largely a one-way traffic, Asia to Europe, Asia to US. It was not the other way around. In fact, even today, if you look at the shipping business, a lot of empty containers come back from US and Europe. Okay. So it's a one-way street with goods going out and then empty containers coming in. So when we talk about resilience, I think this model, what we talked about, JIT, is already outdated. And this is part of the submission I gave to the Hong Kong government as well, which was quite well received last year. My own feeling is that it is going to become a model where you have risk management in place. Companies will no longer look at parking all their assets and production capacity in one location or in one factory. This will change dramatically, and they will have a backup option. They will have multiple hubs, and therefore you're able to supply to different customer groups and customer audiences, and also differentiate between a supply to a physical store and supply to an e-commerce solution. These two things are different. So therefore, resilience to me means that it is flexible enough and robust enough to meet the demands of the changing business models. And I think that journey has already started, in my view, a couple of years ago, and that's going to transition over the next 5 to 7 years. And this will again be a win-win, and I see even a lot of Chinese companies now adopting the same method. They are investing in capacities and production facilities outside China in a very big way over the last 18 months. So I think this is a reality we have to contend with.
It just seems that nowadays when we talk about resilience and being prepared for the unpreparable, it takes like totally new dimensions, right? I mean, who could plan, or how do you plan ahead for a supply chain where workers literally cannot go into the factory for weeks, right? Because of the pandemic.
Absolutely.
Did you see some best cases out there? Were there some companies you saw that managed COVID as if nothing had happened because they had this mega resilience somehow implemented?
I think a lot of us are still learning as we go along. So I would not say the journey is completed for anybody, certainly not for the companies I've seen closely. Some companies like us, we started preparing in 2018 actually. So we were slightly ahead in the journey, I would say. But I think in my view, the journey is still continuing. I don't see anybody saying that we finished it and we are successful. Because the meaning of success has changed dramatically.
Right.
And to go back to your other point, the other thing which I learned is that when you talk about resilience, the earlier notion of risk management used to be that if there is a 1% chance of something happening, typically boards would ignore that. They say, okay, it's just a 1% chance of it ever happening, so let's not worry about it.
Right.
But if you look at the last 25 years of the episodes and the incidents that happened, whether it is 9/11, whether it is COVID, whether it is any of the other things that happened, all these 1% events are the ones that are actually happening now.
Right.
And therefore, boards can no longer ignore this 1% event. They should rather worry about what happens if scenarios. And that's what I mean by contingency planning, and that's what I mean by building in resiliency in the supply chains. For example, I can speak now openly because I'm no longer in the shipping business, but for us, when I was in the shipping business, we had two major daily worries. One was the piracy attacks in Somalia. On a daily basis, I had 40 ships when I was a director in Shanghai. We had 40 ships on the Somalian waters. I didn't sleep for those 4 years, believe me. The second risk, which I think was literally gave me the jitters, was somebody like Osama bin Laden could capture a ship and ram it and use it as a bomb. These were two worries which really kept us, especially in the Malacca Straits or somewhere there. That would have been disastrous for the whole world. So we really don't know what will happen. And I say this from experience that we need to have the humility to say that we don't know what is going to transpire. What we can do is we can prepare a system that is nimble enough to respond to situations. I think the classic case of this was the tsunami in Japan.
Right.
So I was a director in Shanghai for the company, and our ship was the first to call in the Japanese waters after the tsunami attack and the nuclear things came out. We had to even supply water bottles afresh to the captains. We had to give them gauger counters to measure the radiation. We had no experience to learn from. So we were learning on the fly. We didn't know what to do. So I think those kind of incidents are going to happen much more frequently. And I think it's down to human, I would say, cooperation.
And so the practical tip would be, rather than assessing likelihood of things to happen, more assess how big is the impact of certain things happen, and that's how you prioritize.
Exactly.
Great. I mean, we talk so much about the human element and things, and obviously there's another saying that says that money goes where the talent is. So talking about talent and talent development, I know that you're also very active in several government think tanks and, really proactively recommending to the government. So what is the type of talent needed moving forward in that resilient supply chain management in the manufacturing industry? And do you think Hong Kong, the Greater Bay Area, is very well prepared or not?
I think that's a very good question, because it's very relevant to achieving success in any business, more so in a supply chain driven business. And here I think I was lucky to share some ideas with the Hong Kong government. Through the German Chamber of Commerce, we gave a lot of white papers as well. And I think talent management is an area where the Hong Kong government is aggressively focusing, and they have a ready ear to listen to experts' opinions. So we were also successful in getting some new programs and subsidized programs introduced for generating new talent pipelines. A couple of areas where I think the talent is shifting. For example, the whole area of product development and design. So there's going to be a lot more technology in terms of 3D, IoT, robotics coming into picture. And whether Hong Kong by itself has the talent now may not be in the sufficient quantities what we want as an industry. So I think the partnership with GBA talent pools in Guangzhou, in Shenzhen, in other areas, I think that will be a great win-win for the whole ecosystem. The other area where I see it's going to happen is increasingly in terms of big data.
Okay.
And here I think China has taken lead in terms of giving a penalty and reward mechanism for all the factories. They measure emissions data, they measure VAT performance, they give a penalty reward mechanism for all this. And I think we have a chance to learn from that and implement on a wider scale as well.
Great. And we talked about data, interestingly, I mean, or kind of like obviously also in the previous two panels. And
Yes.
we talked also about the role of regulations, right?
Yes.
And I think there are also some myths, right, in terms of how stringent different data protection laws and regulations are across geographies. I don't know if you can share some insights.
Yeah, because as you, I mean, the last two companies I worked happened to be European companies, and therefore there is a lot of emphasis on GDPR. I did roll out GDPR for my company as well earlier. And when I looked at the data privacy law coming from the mainland China, I must say that, and I say this openly now, that the mainland data privacy protection system is a bit superior to what we have in Hong Kong. And it's largely actually matching in a lot of sense the ones in GDPR already. And I think Hong Kong will actually adapt to that system, in my view, in the next couple of years. And therefore, I think there is a lot of issues coming, yes, on less on data protection, I would say, more in terms of capturing the information locally. Data localization is a bigger concern for many multinational companies.
Right.
But this, again, is a reality in many jurisdictions. It's not restricted to one particular geography alone. US has been having this for many years in terms of what they want to control. And I think 9/11, again, was a big example of that. After that, we saw the Patriot Act.
Absolutely.
So
I
regulation.
was wondering, you did not mention the US, right? So,
Exactly.
yeah,
So, the lesson I learned was that the regulation precedes a little bit of cooperation from various stakeholders, and then there is a big event that happens, and then the regulation gets accelerated. So I think we need to see that happening in supply chain, and I think it's imminent. It's going to happen very shortly.
And so do you see that regulation will just, continuously evolve in the sense of more regulation or just stronger enforcement and reinforcement?
So again, I go back to history to learn lessons from it. I think that's the best way we can learn to have to understand what may happen in future. And if I look at the history of certain regulations in the last few years, let's say 20, 25 years, it's always been a tango. 3 steps forward, 2 steps backward, getting the other stakeholders involved and making some compromises, because one stakeholder will say, yes, I can implement this, but how do I make money? And then there'll be a push coming from Brussels or from somebody else saying that we need to do this, irrespective of what happens. So I think this is going to happen over the next 4 or 5 years, but it will happen. It's a question of time, whether it is more human rights in factories, safe working conditions, minimum wages for many of the people in Bangladesh, Indonesia, Sri Lanka, Vietnam, many of the factories we see. I think these are inevitable journey paths we will encounter.
Fantastic. That's actually already a beautiful outlook type of end statement. I just was wondering if there's one more thing you definitely want the audience to take away, or maybe a way to get in touch with you, because obviously we could continue and go on.
Yes.
Fascinating. Yeah, Boski, a few sentences.
I would say what I started the discussion with, in terms of, companies would start acting out of conviction, not just having a checkbox culture. This is something which I again saw in terms of when a regulation is introduced, how do companies behave? And right now we see a situation where a lot of companies are still in a checkbox culture. When I say checkbox culture, you send a bunch of auditors and you say, have you done this, have you done this, have you done this? It's not meaningful change on the ground. It's more a report from an auditor saying, yes, these 10 things have been done. And I think from that journey, we will slowly see over the next 5 to 10 years, a momentum towards real, tangible change happening on the ground. And that's when the rewards for the whole ecosystem will multiply. So I'm a firm believer in this, and I think it's just a question of time. It doesn't happen overnight. Maybe it's about 5 to 10 years journey we need to undergo.
Not only a firm believer, but a real practitioner and a doer and leading by example. Thank you. Big hand of applause to Boski, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Waiting for tech to catch up. Welcome back to our online viewers, and nice to see the audience filling back up again. Everyone's back from lunch or back from streaming this online. We're going to now move into our first of our offline pitches. So we have startup competition being held during the course of the 2 days, and we'll hear from one of those startups and is going to be providing a pitch. This is Kenneth Kwok, the founder and CEO of Global Citizen Capital. They're responsible for socially responsible impact investing, and Kenneth represents an Asian multifamily office investment venture looking at sustainable investment and impact investing. So please welcome Kenneth Kwok.
Hello. Yay, sound on. Hi, everyone. Great. Can I see?
Yes, stand next to me. Wonderful. And we have another loyal SIS supporter with us. Welcome to SIS 4.0.
All right. Thanks for having me. I'm Kenneth. I think the only thing you have to remember about me is that I'm very good at passing the mic, and especially to amazing startups. And we have 6 of them, I believe, with us today.
Yes.
And yeah, one update, by the way. I just joined the Poly Ventures team. So another investment base, hopefully, bringing to SIS. So yeah, excited to be here.
Fantastic. And I can see also the little circle up here. So we have to say also thank you very much to Kenneth, actually, who made the link to uplink the World Economic Forum and a lot of really amazing organizations that are trying, they're not only trying, they are pushing the ESG agenda forward. And so we're thrilled to showcase 6 startups today that are on this journey. And I think you have the order, and you get to call.
I'm just here to pass the mic, as I said. So
yes.
Can I begin, please? No one wants to listen to me babble on. So first up, my peer at the World Economic Forum, who just recently got crowned a new champion as well. So welcome, Palo IT team.
Woohoo!
Hi, Kenneth. Thank you very much.
Okay, it's okay. I got it. Take it away.
Good afternoon, everyone. How are you? So let me start my presentation with the story of the entrepreneur, and his name is Stanislas Bouquet. Could you please help me to press? Thank you. Oops, it doesn't work.
Doesn't move?
Yes, this is our CEO and founder. His name is Stanislas Bouquet. He's French, so we can call him Stan. So his story was back to 2008, when just soon after the financial crisis. So all the industry was suffering and searching a way to adapt. So one night, Stan just took a long list of 130 lists and then emailed them one by one, just asking one simple question: what is your business doing to address change? So within only 24 hours, 20 of the individuals replied his email and wants to meet him, want to know about his concept, a concept about the consultancy who is specialized in human-centered design and agile software development. So after the 5 months, he met 16 of them, and all this reply gave him a huge inspiration and confidence. So I have to say I greatly admire his courage and his faith, because literally he sold everything he had to support his project. I mean, he sold his flat, his car, and maybe he had to break up with his girlfriend, right? So things move very fast. After 1 week, a team of 6 was founded. So Palo IT was created in 2009 in Paris. So today we are a training consultancy. We are active in 7 different countries. We are the first tech company in Hong Kong who is certified by B Corp. Please raise your hand who knows about B Corp here. Well, pretty much. Thank you. So for those who doesn't know about B Corp are the companies who doing the business at the same time they balance the purpose and the profit. So we legally need to consider the impact on our decision, on our clients, our employee, our community, and of course our environment. So just quickly name few members of the B Corp family. We have Ben and Jerry's, we have Patagonia, we have Danone, and recently Chloe just be certified as B Corp as well. So early this year, we are also selected the World Economic Forum as the new champion program. So we are considered as the high growth and dynamic company who are applying the new business model, the driving emerging technology, and also sustainable strategy of growth. We offer a range of service from agile to mobile development to coach, and unique end-to-end offering with full transparency across the entire transformation process. We help our client to transform their brilliant idea into the sustainable business model, which can help them to increase their revenue, at the same time to enable their cultural change. So my name is Faye. I'm really happy to be here today with all the ESG like-minded friends. I will say we are all embracing the transformative strategy and also the innovative solutions, so which can help us to change our market and also our world. We believe tech for good. It means that this mindset will help us to do a better for our community, for our world, for our environment. So thank you for having me today. And I will say we have a lot of impactful projects we are doing, and also which are fulfill the 70 SDG goals. So please come to us. And also we newly launched our 2024 ESG OKRs, and we are happy to share with you our ESG and then B Corp journey. Please visit our booth just over there, and also prepare some souvenirs for you. So thank you very much, and look forward to talk to you soon.
Thank you.
I got 1 minute.
I think, let me do that. I'll take this one. Thank you so much. Right. Next up, who woke up this morning basically had a wonderful idea, right, for a new startup, right?
I did not this morning.
Yeah. It's December 1st, so we have to get ready for next year. And in case you have great ideas forming, like, at 4 a.m. in the morning, and you're like, what software can I use to make sure that idea actually turns into a unicorn? Well, guess what? We have a solution for you. We are going to introduce now Weave It. Thank you so much. Come on up.
Thank you, Ken. Just need the press to roll. How many ideas, opportunities, and deals you've missed because you just couldn't connect the dots? Capturing ideas, knowledge, thoughts, that's something very important, of course. And we all have many tools to do that. We have our memory, we have Post-its, pen and paper, notebooks, even note-taking apps. But if we want idea to really thrive, what we need is to nurture those ideas. This knowledge has to be planted like a seed and grow roots to be linked to your world and your universe. Otherwise, it just doesn't make sense. And same, ideas need to be shared and connected with other people to bounce and thrive even more. The problem today is that this process of capturing, nurturing, and sharing is mostly analog, okay? It's not digital, even if we have digital note-taking apps. Yes, you can capture a lot, but nurturing is not digital, it's not networked, it's not connected. And for you that are networkers, busy people, knowledge gatherers, it's creating a lot of frustration because surfacing, suggesting, sharing actually fails as a process. What I believe is that what I call the private knowledge is massively untapped resource today. If you think about what Google, LinkedIn, and Facebook did for their industry 15 years ago, they actually changed processes that were linear and analog into digital and networked processes. What we want to do at Weavit is the same. We want to change the structure of the private knowledge into a networked and digital area. So my name is Emmanuel Lefort, and together with Komal, we co-founded Weavit last year to make exactly this, to help you connect the dots. So Weavit consists in two networks. The first network is the network of your knowledge. So we use NLP to process any of the thoughts you have been capturing and link them to any item of your universe. Can be contacts, meetings, other thoughts, and so on and so forth. And by linking all this, you are creating what we call your private knowledge graph. It's a sort of internet that is only meant for you, that you can navigate, that you can search exactly like with Google, with the same power. The second network is the aggregation of all the users' knowledge, which all taken together and linked together is creating what we call the first global knowledge network. This is part of the semantic web, the Web 3.0. This is only the beginning of our journey now. What we have is an MVP, an app that I believe can totally change the way you are taking notes, because your notes are no longer characters on paper. They are actively digital objects that can be connected to all your other thoughts and your universe. The market we're addressing are collectors and connectors, which we all are, and our beachhead market are the power users who are recruiting through social media, like Product Hunt, for example, as well as the Hong Kong startup scene. So I hope all of you will be our early testers and adopters of Weavit. This is a very large market of over $1 billion with a very high growth rate annual, of course, and the app can be monetized through a freemium model. The vision and the roadmap is that for now we are at MVP stage. We'll be launching in a couple of weeks on the App Store with an iOS version. We hope to be launching the Weavit network very soon after that, then having a web app and an Android version before we start unlocking the premium features and monetize the app. So I hope you'll like it. Our booth is right there. I will be around if you have questions and you are interested by the tool. Thank you very much and welcome to Weavit.
Well, trust me, at the Polytechnic University, we have over 10,000 ideas coming to life every year. So maybe we should have a discussion. Next up, when I heard about this company last year, given we run a portfolio of startups and we have employees situated across maybe various, precincts in Hong Kong, we're like, how do we work remotely and making sure that everyone punches in virtually at the same time and be still responsive, even though they're sitting at home without wearing, long pants and with a suit jacket on, like I always do. So without further ado, can we welcome Yuv to stage? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kenneth. Okay, my name is York, and I'm the CEO of Youth. So a little bit about us. We launched it in 2016. Our mission is to help company and SME to truly digitalize their business operation with our no-code workflow and data management platform. So in the past 2 years, thanks to the COVID, we actually experienced exponential growth because COVID changed the way how we work and how the business managed. So we get exponential growth in the number of customer and both the user. And you can see the conversion rate even growth much more exponentially from 30% to 40%. So in many cases of our customer, like this one, at the beginning, only one of the team used our solution. But within a short period of time, actually our solution expand to other teams and departments. And now the whole company use our solution as our happy customer. this is because the bottom-up of customer acquisition strategy, which enable us to let users to truly get the value of how you can help on their business operation, and they will sell up the organization. So our platform can actually be used by different industry, by multiple departments and with different business workflow. The reason why we can do that is because of our flexibility both in horizontal and vertical. We can really allow user to build the application they want. And we can really fill in the niche gap of different kind of back-end and middle SaaS market, because we can really let the user to customize the system. Imagine we can allow the jewelry industry to build up the inventory management system with RFID technology, as well as the optical shops to build really custom-made recording system for their client relationship record. And this is our product info. We can actually, this is how we can let our user to build their system. Based on the visualized workflow and form builder, the user can actually build whatever kind of business flow and business purpose. Imagine us just like a box of Lego. So we can let the company not only build application, but also build a lot of different kind of business intelligence report and dashboard to really maximize the potential of the company growth. And this is one of the use cases to share with you. This is a VR solution company which put all of its whole daily operation on our platform. They, with 24 and 16 workflow, they actually build 3 major systems on our platform to manage the client, the order, and the project. Furthermore, not only the daily operation, but they also build a lot of report which can really use data to back up their business strategy. And we have office in both Hong Kong and mainland China with more than 113 staff, and which we are actually still growing, and for which we have more than 50% of staff technical expert who can enable us to really build a fantastic product for different kind of user. Yeah, thank you for your time. And our booth is also there. You can contact me anytime you want. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So again, if you ever think you got some workflow problems, just use it. Next up, when I actually thought about this company, I really wish I met this company last year. In February 2020, I co-founded a face mask and PPE company called Family Mask, which all of you are gracefully wearing today. And because we're the first to get FDA, US FDA in Hong Kong, we sold to 75 different countries. And telling you, cash flow, whew, an issue, especially in working capital. So now that we have this company, you no longer have to worry about working capital problems. Can we welcome the Settle team? I hope I didn't pronounce it wrong. Thank you so much.
All right. Hi, everyone. My name's Shan. I'm co-founder and CEO of Zettle. So, Jeffrey, you were right. We are called Zettle, and we're called Zettle because we help our customers settle their bills. So it's a bit of a pun for you. But first, what I'd like to do is show you this chart. So this is a chart of our revenue growth over the last 2.5 years since we launched in both Hong Kong and Singapore. Now, apart from being a chart that I look at every time I'm not feeling very happy and it cheers me up, this chart also tells a story. And that story you'll see in those red bars in the middle of the chart. That's earlier this year when we did a fundraise, right? And what clearly happened here, as happens to many other startups in a similar stage of our company, is that our revenue slowed down because my co-founders and I were too busy going around fundraising. So it's a common issue in this space, right? Any of my startup peers will know this. If you've ever invested in a company, your portfolio companies will have faced this too. So what do? We help our users unlock cash from their working capital. We provide receivables or revenue-based financing so they can bring any of their future revenue forward to today that they can then use to invest in their growth. They can hire staff, they can purchase more product, or they can simply invest in marketing. And importantly, we do this fast, right? Like I mentioned, fundraising is a very slow process normally, but our users love us because we can onboard our customers within a week often. If they're already a user, we can unlock financing often in the same day. That's game-changing for a lot of people if you need to invest in your business. It's also non-dilutive, so you're not giving up any equity. And of course, it's flexible. As I mentioned, we have a variety of products that suit many different companies' needs. We can deliver this because, of course, we're tech-enabled. So when our customers are on board with us, they will integrate a lot of the software that they currently use. This data is then piped into our backend, into our credit management system, which then also pipes into our AI-driven credit model. Now, speaking of our credit model, we've also baked into account ESG factors into this, which means that any company that exhibits these ESG factors, we can actually provide preferential term sheets to. So as a result, we're going out and we're actually speaking to many social impact businesses. And I'm proud to say we've financed one of only 13 B Corps in Singapore. Finally, it goes without saying that helping financing in this segment, these high-growth companies, obviously helps job creation. And I'm proud to say that so far, our financing has helped to manage the payroll of over 2,000 employees in the region. So not only that, we've done over $8 million US in financing, over 200 deals, with 0 defaults, which is fantastic validation for our credit model. So not only are we providing impactful growth financing, but we're doing it with really good financial returns. So a bit about our growth rate. We are growing at 3.5% a week. We've managed to actually grow mostly via referral and also strong channel partners. So if you think any of your customers might be in need of financing, do let us know. We've got a great partner program, and we love to embed into your software. Like I mentioned, we launched in Hong Kong and Singapore simultaneously 2.5 years ago. We are now live in Australia, and in the next year, we're going to be expanding across these markets in APAC. So a bit about our team. We're now 15, fully distributed actually. We started before COVID, before it was cool. But we all come from a variety of backgrounds across finance, fintech, and a deep range of domain expertise. So in summary, we've been going for over 2 years. We've got no defaults, like I mentioned, fantastic return. We've got actually a huge pipeline of demand that we're really rushing to fulfill fast. And so as a result, we are now looking for more debt financing. We can offer up to 12% returns, so if that's attractive to anyone, let me know. We're also going to be doing a Series A early next year. So if anybody's interested in having a chat to us, do let us know. Our booth's just over there. So thank you everyone for your time. My name's Nishan for Zettel. Thank you.
Yep, indeed. So, when it comes to end of the month, instead of going through your cabinets to look for things to survive, just call Settle. Maybe they'll find you some great change. Next up, we cannot be at one of these events without talking about green tech. So I'm just going to make this really quick and hand it over to JPM Silicon. Thank you so much.
Okay, quick check. How does this work? This side. Okay, so yeah, hi, I'm Alex. I'm presenting JPM Silicon. We are a German and Hong Kong-based startup, and we are in clean tech, a recycling business. So we are going to recycle solar panels. And what we can do with our technology today is we are recycling silicon metal that is being used to produce solar cells and the solar panels. What you see here on the screen is silicon metal. So this is the raw material that is being transformed. But unfortunately, in the process, 30% of the material is being lost, which is not good. And the other thing is what happens to the solar panel when it comes to end of life, or if it's being damaged earlier. most of that stuff, unfortunately, ends up in landfill, which is also a real shame. So these are the two things that we can capture with our technology and put back into the cycle. So this picture was actually taken by us, and this is our product that we have produced. So we have a prototype in Qingdao that is already working. Yeah, and we are working to further scale the business. Here only a quick overview. So silicon metal is not only used to produce solar panels, but it's also in semiconductors, computer chips, in batteries. It's used in the construction industry and also in the chemical industry. So there are a lot of applications for the material. The bigger challenge behind that material is that it's very energy intensive to produce. A lot of coal is being used in the process, and as I said, specifically for the solar panels, 30% of the material is being lost. So we at JPM Silicon, we change all of that, and we can come up with a clean and green silicon. Here's an overview of the industrial process as it is done today. So it starts on the very left with the coal and the quartz sand. It's put together, it's melted down, it's formed into silicon metal and then cast into ingots. Those ingots are being cut into wafers, and then you have the solar wafers. The wafers are being further processed into the solar cells, and then it becomes a solar panel. We come in at the point where the silicon wafers are being cut. That's where 30% of the material is being lost, and 60% of the quality of the material goes down. So we can capture it, we put it back into the cycle, and by doing so, we avoid the coal, we save material, we reduce the energy consumption, we avoid emissions, and we regain the quality of the material. So these are basically all the things that we need to fight climate change. This is only a picture of our pelletizer. Once we have the raw material, we crush the material, we press it into panels, into pellets, and those pellets are put into an oven. That's a picture of our oven where we do the melting and the purifying. Yeah, this is all patented technology, of course, and we are looking for $1.2 million to bring our company to the next level. This is another picture of our product, of the silicon metal. Here's a quick summary of what I just said. We have delivered first samples of our product to companies in China, like GCL, for example, and we are also part of the Incotech program at the Hong Kong and Science Park. Yeah, we are roughly 10 to 15 people within the company in Germany and here in Hong Kong. Here you see the founder, JPM, in the middle, myself on the top. That's basically the management team. And from here, I would say thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Alex. Just a plug here. Tomorrow, I am moderating a talk at the HKTDC on circular economy with the World Economic Forum Uplink Innovator Community. So, Alex, if you can hear me, do join. Hopefully, we can get you into the Circulars Accelerator. Last but not least, we have one more startup, and this is a true story. Last year, I was in quarantine, and I was like, I packed on a few pounds. What can I do? So Dorset in Wan Chai has a fitness suite with an InnoMoveIt product. And I was like, hey, let's go get it sexy and exercise a bit just to drop those pounds. Kind of looks like it works. So there's a testimony. Right, welcome up, InnoMoveIt team.
Hello, everyone. So, mirror. Does anyone not have a mirror at home? Okay, great. You all can use this. So basically, we were founded in 2020, September. So we are really, really young. We're baby. And we basically our mission is really centered around wellness and fitness. I'm a certified health coach, and to me, health, wellness, it's really important, I think, to everyone in the world. But we also want to incorporate technology, because nowadays, without technology, you know, you're not going to go too far. So, and at the same time, we want to have fun in our life. That's really part of the formula for being healthy and well. Our belief, again, healthy body and happy mind. That's really our motto. We have a lot of fun at work, and we want to put that spirit into our product. Most importantly, how do we get to that health journey is through sustainable and repeatable habits. And this is our first product. If everybody, and you have not seen our product yet, it's to your 9 o'clock, so please stop by. This product has basically AI technology built in. You can see your skeleton on the mirror, which is reading you as you are working out, doing your dance move or playing games. It's a product that has over 100 real-time training program right now, and we're building more. So this is a full-size mirror when you're not using it. And you will see score at the end of your workout, so you know your result really well. You can actually keep track of how you do it. And you can also sign up as a member to connect with everyone in the world that is using it. And we have a dual player mode that you can actually play with your families and friends. International community, as I said, we actually have a global footprint, which means our distribution is going to be worldwide, not just regional. Cutting-edge AI technology will continue to improve, but right now it does have playback to tell you what you could do better, and it does have a 3D camera, which is really, really high quality. Touch screen, you can actually very easily maneuver within the mirror, and it's tailored for everyone, you know, from kids to senior. We had our first batch of content produced by iCable, so the quality is guaranteed. Our trainers within the program come from all over the world. It supports 3 languages, English, Cantonese, and Mandarin. They are all certified top-notch instructors. This is our product concept, so we believe not only you need to have great hardware, fresh content, but you also need the social network to support you to keep the habits going. This is our model. And there's also an app that makes you, able to control the mirror from afar, but you can also see the leaderboard, who is on top and where you rank. Now, this is a special part of our venture. We are connected with different hotels around the world, so our distribution channel is established. These hotel groups are all our affiliated hotels, so we are ready to launch this product into the hotel groups and let the guests from all around the world to enjoy. And so the vision is really to make this a global community, and this is how we're going to scale it fast. This is our launch roadmap. I'm not going to go through that in details, but you can see that we are going to hit around the world. Our team, we are Hong Kong homegrown. Again, we started less than 2 years ago. We all have the same passion. We want the world to be happier and healthier after pandemic. And this is our team. So I'm one of the co-founders, and I'm also the managing director. Wendy Chu is also our strategic investor and co-founder as well. We have a team in China as well as in Malaysia. So we are really a global team. And thank you. And if you have not stopped by to try our mirror, please do. Again, 9 o'clock, turn left right now. Thank you.
Welcome back to the main stage. I'm Walter Jennings, Head of Corporate Communications at HashKey Group and one of the sponsors of today's events here. We're thrilled to be part of this. Well, that was a great opportunity for those startups, and glad to see the ideas and the contributions and the new technologies, either inventions or innovations, and that's part of Scaleup Impact Summit, which is the ability to help either the smaller company, the larger company, create those connections, make those learnings, and advance their business. We're now going to carry on in our theme of ESG and look at how evaluating the news can give you a bit of a heads up about the way companies may have exposure to ESG issues. We'll be inviting to the stage Elaine Wu. She's Executive Director and Head of Asia ex-Japan ESG and Utilities Equity Research at JP Morgan. Joining her will be Dorothy Lam, who's co-founder and chief catalyst at Dream Impact. And they're going to talk about the way news and events can be screened using AI and better understanding the potential ESG impact. So please join me in welcoming them to the stage.
Hi, welcome everyone. Welcome to the AI and ESG panel. I'm Dorothy Lam, co-founder of Dream Impact, and joining me, our special guest, Elaine Wu. I think Walter did a great job of the introduction. So our panel on AI and ESG, right? I think both of these as one of the rising fields in the capital markets. So perhaps Elaine can start by addressing some of the crossover between the two fields and how AI is actually helping the development of ESG in investors' investment decisions.
Yeah, so maybe before I get to that, I need to talk about this. So I was told by the organizers that I need to pick one of the items in a very special box, and I picked this. So this was one of my mobile phones that I had back in the day, at the risk of revealing my own age, but a lot of memories. The Nokia phone was the best phone, so that's my piece.
Oh yeah, I have Baby Yoda because ESG is like the Force, but it's still very young. So I have Baby Yoda. May it be with you.
Great. Well, thanks, Dorothy. I'm Elaine Wu. I'm the head of Asia ESG Research at JP Morgan. So as part of my role, what I do is write about thematic ESG investing topics and then look at environmental, social, and governance issues that are relevant for Asia companies and come up with investment ideas. So when we look at ESG investings, one of the basis of that analysis is data. And in Asia, data is still patchy depending on what country or areas you're looking at. So for instance, in Hong Kong, publicly listed companies in Hong Kong were required to start disclosing environmental information back in 2016, and it wasn't until 1 to 2 years ago that social issues were also included in the disclosure requirement. In China, for instance, onshore publicly listed companies still are not required to disclose information. So as you can imagine, from an investment perspective, then it's tricky sometimes for us to evaluate the ESG quality of companies without such information. And that's really where AI comes in, Dorothy, because in places, especially China, where there is the lack of data disclosure, then we need to look at alternative data sets to gauge and better assess the ESG quality of companies.
And I think previously a lot of the ESG analysis has been done by analysts. So how, what is the slow trend of the integration with the AI-driven systems, and how does it integrate with kind of existing ESG analysis?
Yeah, so one of the things that we know is data is in the public domain, right? So it's all about like the ability to capture these data points and then put it into our investment framework. So where technology can play a role is to help us scour the web, do web scraping, maybe using natural language processing to get the data for us, and then help us analyze it and systematically organize them in a way that's easy for us to interpret and understand. So I definitely think that technology and artificial intelligence has a very important role to play in ESG investing analysis.
Do you see that there's an increase in investor demand in terms of AI-driven data sets, and how are they incorporating it into their investment decision making?
I think it depends on the availability of the capabilities out there, right? So I think one application is definitely natural language processing. So one of the research pieces that we've done is a partnership with a fintech company which had the Chinese natural language processing capability to capture an alternative data set of controversial news and negative news for us, for a group of 150 Chinese companies, which otherwise we may not have had as much information on. So that type of capability is definitely something that can be directly applied into the investment process.
Perhaps can you expand a little bit more on the Asia markets and also in China, how that ability to process alternative data sets is helping the growth of the whole ecosystem?
Yeah, so I would say Chinese natural language processing is still a technology that, at least from where we sit, we don't think is widely available. So companies that have that capability could help us get, like I said, negative news and data about, data on companies that we are very much interested in. And then once we have that alternative data set, then we can compare the real-world practices of these businesses against the things that they have been publicly stated in their sustainability reports and ESG reports. So the side-by-side comparison allows us to get a better sense of the actual performance of these companies.
And I think that definitely addresses the accountability and transparency requirements from a lot of ESG investors. They're definitely digging deeper into what's beyond, the annual reports. And they want to know from alternative sources. And I think really that's where AI can come in, right? So I think, Kellogg Insights in 2021, they also mentioned that there's a lot of study about how negative ESG news definitely impacts share prices. And do you see the same trend, opposite way on positive ESG news? Does that also help on ESG stock prices?
Yeah, maybe I can start by commenting how negative news can impact share prices. So based on the analysis that we've done, negative news can, on average, impact share prices from anywhere 5 months to a year. What I mean by that is, if there was a negative event that happened to a particular company, the share price might underperform for half a year to a full year before we see any turnaround in the share price performance. So we were able to come up with that conclusion using the alternative data set that I had just mentioned. Now, on the flip side of that is, Dorothy, as you mentioned, how does positive ESG news impact share price performance? The way I would answer that is to think about companies' valuation versus the ESG rating or ESG quality. In general, I think the way to think about this is more and more investors are looking for the best in class of each sector, right? So if they are a portfolio manager, they want to invest in the companies within each sectors that have the best ESG quality. And therefore, as more and more investors go into invest in the better quality ESG names, then the valuation will go up. So the valuation premium on higher ESG quality names, it has already been gradually happening. So that's the way that we see potential realization of positive ESG news. And then I'll just also mention another point here too is with ESG investing, there are investors that do exclusionary screening, whereby right off the bat they might avoid, fossil fuel or coal-related investments, and weapons, or palm oil. And what has happened as a result of that is we've seen a derating of certain controversial sectors because of ESG-minded investors divesting or underweighting these sectors.
I think the approach on the negative controversial screening is quite an important one. Especially, I think it's very difficult to exclude just one or two companies, but perhaps some, have an exposure to these fossil fuels. Does AI help, kind of screen those tiny portions of exposure to those sectors, and also increasing, potential climate risk? Is the software able to detect all those smaller, minute areas?
Yeah, I think, the scouring of the web for alternative data set is one area, and I think on the other side where technology could help is potentially with gathering data for companies as well, right? One of the things that a lot of publicly listed companies are faced with is disclosure requirements. So in order to meet the regulatory requirements on ESG disclosure, they first need to have a system in place to gather data. And that's potentially another area where technology can come in.
On recent, COVID definitely impacted a lot of companies as well. Any insights you can share, especially I know on biotech and also on healthcare, it's definitely been a growing sector since COVID. And any insights to share from the recent research done with Neotech, the fintech company looking at AI and ESG?
The location of your supply chain, the proximity. But now with transportation, air transportation, and various transportation being disrupted, we're seeing definitely a change and disruption to that as well. And another thing regarding supply chain management too, on the ESG angle, is companies are starting to scrutinizing more on the ESG quality of their supplier. So these are trends that investors are looking into.
And I know, Elaine, you also personally have over 10 years of experience in utilities, and ESG and utilities is definitely tightly linked, especially in renewables. So in terms of the AI and ESG screening, not only on the investment decision making, there's also on the energy sector. Right? How do you see the development of AI in the utilities sector?
Well, I think, first of all, if we take a step back at some of the long-term targets that various governments have made, China has now committed to 2060 target for carbon neutrality. As a result of that, that's going to be a dramatic shift in the energy consumption of China, whereby right now 60% of energy in China comes from coal. That's going to have to be cut down to nearly zero by 2060. And in its place, we're going to see rapid development of renewable power, such as solar and wind, as well as nuclear power, right? And natural gas is another fuel that's going to be used in China as a transition fuel before it moves on to more cleaner forms of energy. Now, so if you think about all these things that needs to happen, infrastructure-related investment must be needed, right? So there are things like smart grid equipment needs to be installed in order for the grid to more optimally use power in places where there's generation of solar and wind. So, so smart grid, I think, is one, and that's technology related, and I would imagine Internet of Things could play a role in the future as well.
With the smart city development, I think also that's a lot where AI can play a role in optimizing energy use and also reducing emissions. Do you see? Are you also familiar with the private market? How ESG is also playing a role in private equities and decision making. Are they also using systems like Neotech and AI in their screening process? I think there are VC firms out there already, like back in 2014, using different AI as their part of their board, part of their investment decision-making process. So, in the startup world, 9 out of 10 companies die, right? So, can also private investors use AI as part of their investment decision-making?
I think when we think about ESG investing in the private equity space, oftentimes impact investing comes to mind. So impact investing is basically investors make an investment where they want to make a specific impact, a sustainability impact, whether it be on the environment or social aspect of the 17 SDG, Sustainable Development Goals. I think private equity, right, definitely plays a role. And then in terms of technology that can be applied to help further those things, I think we heard one of the previous speakers speak about their technology related to solar power generation. So I think there's definitely, there's probably many ideas out there. And so we at JP Morgan's Equity Research, we covered the publicly listed companies, so I won't comment too much on the private equity, but that's impact investing, I would think, is one way how investors are thinking about it.
And at the listed, are there funds? Most of your clients are funds, right? Looking at the ESG products and how they can screen. Do you see they also integrate that into their own, like even the fund's own performance? Sometimes I'm also in touch with funds and they're looking at their own ESG performance and reporting to their investors. Do you see that also integrating into their own practices?
Yes, indeed. The Securities and Futures Commission of Hong Kong is going to be requiring asset managers to start disclosing climate change-related risks of their portfolio to the regulators in the future. So that means that these are issues that they can't ignore. So the institutional investors that I speak with on a day-to-day basis are the public equities fund managers. And so from their perspective, then whenever they make investments in companies, they would keep that at the back of their mind, whereby if the companies do not have climate change related disclosure, then it would theoretically then it would be more difficult for them to be included in the portfolio.
Do you see these institutional investors feeling that making ESG decisions compromises return? How is that mindset? Is that mindset changing today?
ESG integration is considered a risk mitigation tool. So when we think about ESG investing, we're integrating the environmental, social, and governance factors into the investment process. And this can present both risks and opportunities. So for instance, from power utilities perspective, if there are climate change related regulations coming up, this could put, it could be a risk in the sense that maybe these power utilities have to pay a carbon price in the future for every ton of greenhouse gas emission they make. But on the flip side of that too, there could be the investment opportunity to invest in renewable power generation. There could be the opportunity for the power utility to transition into a green and sustainable investment and attract a totally different group of investors. So I would say, when we think about ESG, it's not, it's risk mitigation. It helps to a portfolio to mitigate its risk. Is also a good way to identify potential investment opportunities.
From the, recently we've been in touch with different listed companies in Hong Kong, and when we, advise them on ESG integration into their businesses, of course, they still, whether it's their supply chain or their human resources, it takes more effort to report on their ESG data and also integrating, sustainable materials into the supply chain. And so how, have you been in touch with, on the sell side, on the listed companies, how can they, shift their mindset between kind of course, having to be responsible for their shareholders, right? They're listed, they have to be responsible for their earnings, but how can they kind of change, slowly transition into an ESG integration into their business to think about, of course, one on the risk mitigation side, but also, on the business development side?
Yeah, so from a company's perspective, there are a couple of ways they can think about implementing ESG at the company level, right? So the first thing that they could do is stakeholder engagement. Engage with the various stakeholders of the company to find out what the stakeholders think are the material issues for that company. And when we talk about stakeholders, that includes everybody from the employees, the investors, the consumers, the suppliers, as well as the people that live in the communities that these businesses operate in. That would be ideally the first step a company should take in drafting or developing their ESG strategy. And then further down on the list of things to do after you do stakeholder engagement is that you identify a group of material ESG issues for the company, and then you set out a list of goals and plans, right? Targets and strategy, a plan on how to tackle these issues. How do you incentivize management to execute on those plans? Should there be KPI-related incentive attached? And then at the board level, there should be oversights of these targets. And board oversight of ESG strategy and issue is actually something now that Hong Kong exchanges required of publicly listed companies.
So I do see even listed companies have the regulatory pressures, and also I think the AI tools really shed a light on what is controversial, right? So I don't know if that's kind of also a pressure for these companies to think that ultimately then it will move beyond just the annual report. You know, these AI bots will be out there in the market scouring for data that they don't even know, you know, perhaps from their suppliers or other, especially in scope 3, you know, that's like their indirect some emissions and other contacts, you know, perhaps the AI, you know, future could be a pressure for these companies to improve their ESG performance. Would you say that?
Yeah, I think artificial intelligence definitely has a role to play to help make things more efficient. And I think the first step for a lot of these companies to have this awareness in mind and then think about getting the appropriate tools to help them implement these things.
So a little bit more on AI. Do you feel like eventually, you know, do you see that it needs to be a legal personality in the future? Like I think now that a lot of companies are integrating AI into the business models, and also I'm just thinking, you know, Yoda, in Yoda language today, we're thinking about Scaleup impact. Do you see that there are risks using AI as well as part of a tool for ESG?
I would say, in general, you know, when we think about risks for companies, they just need to be consistent in the data reporting. And so, as I mentioned, one of the analysis we did was taking a look at publicly reported information versus the real-world practices. So I think companies need to think about, you know, whether it be using AI technology or whichever methodology in gathering data and disclosing data, that everything is consistent. That they need to make sure in capturing data from the subsidiaries to the suppliers that there's no leakages. That's something that's important to keep in mind.
So last question, what do you see as the future between the crossover of AI and ESG?
I think what we're seeing in ESG investing is that this is a phenomenon that will continue to grow. We've seen assets under management dedicated to ESG investing doubling the past year. We think it's highly likely that the growth momentum will continue, which means that the need for help from technology-related, right, vendors on capturing these data sets will be very important in the future.
Thank you, Elaine, for all the insights you've shared with us today. And I hope that, you know, these tools using AI and data sets will shed light on better ESG transparency and accountability. So hopefully more investors can use these data sets to make better informed ESG decisions. Thank you, Elaine.
Thank you.
You know, we heard the view from JP Morgan about ways to use AI data and to drive ESG investing. We want to follow the same theme, but from a completely different perspective. What happens when you're a startup with an ESG-driven purpose? How do you make your investments? How do you scale? How do you gather enough interest and audience to turn your business from a prospect into a real viable scale-up? So we're going to have a panel led by Karina Boleyn, who's going to have a conversation with 3 different scale-up companies to talk about how they're building their companies to make a real impact and purpose. And I do want to throw in one shameless plug that if you're here in North Point, you should be looking over to Carbon Base, as they have a carbon neutral NFT that's available for your visit here. It's a simple scan, put in your wallet, and next thing you know, you have a great NFT that helps offset your visit today. So worth looking at. But Karina will be talking with Jenny Jiang at Carbon Base, Sandra Capone from Good On You, and Ramon Gazal from ESG Tech. Learn how they're scaling with purpose. Good luck.
Wonderful. Welcome to this next session, which is a super interactive session because we are uniting Hong Kong and Australia, I think Melbourne, if I'm not mistaken, right, Sandra? And right. Singapore, Raymond. So welcome to this wonderful panel talking about investing with a purpose, opportunities in ESG investing, and also bringing the startup side into this conversation. Before we start off, and I'm really, really sorry for Sandra and Raymond, you cannot really participate in that first part, but we try to ask our speakers to come up with a funny story about themselves or the topic by choosing a specific item out of our treasure box. So, Jenny, you kick us off. Tell us, what did you choose and why?
Okay, so imagine you have a ticking bomb in your hand. What do you do?
Whoa, gosh. You throw it to Karina?
You throw it to someone else. So that's exactly what's happening with the carbon budget today globally. Everyone realizes it's a ticking bomb, but in the moment, you might not know what you can do. So what do? You look up and downstream, and you toss the bomb to the closest thing you can find. In this case, poor Karina.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, so I'll try to be courageous enough and actually to make this bomb non-operational. So that's going to be a little bit our topic here today, right? So how do we deactivate actually the ESG bomb? I'm actually going to start off with Sandra, okay? So Sandra, if you can talk a little bit about yourself, and I asked you to be ready with a bold statement, particularly attacking or tackling the fashion industry first in the ESG context. Give me a bold statement and then introduce yourself, and moreover introduce Good On You to the audience, please.
Sure, so I'm Sandra Capone, based in Melbourne, as you said, and one of the co-founders of Good On You. We're on a mission to change the fashion industry and to use consumer power to change the industry to be more sustainable and fair. We started back in 2015 because we realized more and more consumers want to shop sustainably, but they didn't know how to do it because brands weren't transparent about the issues, or they weren't taking accountability about the issues, or they weren't communicating clearly about the issues. So our way to tackle that, to solve that problem, was to create a brand rating system that would aggregate all the leading ESG indicators that are already in fashion, as well as what a brand is publicly reporting around their ESG risks and issues. And we bring that all together and make sense of it for consumers. More and more we realize we're not only solving a problem for consumers, but we're creating information and ratings that are also valuable to retailers and other platforms that want to communicate sustainability to their own customers. So that's us in a nutshell, and we've come a long way since starting in Australia in 2015. We've now rated 3,000 brands, reached millions of consumers, and we're working with global retailers and platforms from Farfetch to Microsoft to get these ratings information out there.
Very beautiful. Thank you. And I'll zoom in. I'll go actually a little bit more deep with each one of you. first before I bring it back to the group. I do have to say, though, disclaimer that you are one of our lovely portfolio companies on AngelUp, so obviously we're a true believer in what you do. But tell the audience a little bit more. So you are certifying basically the impact of companies on their ESG footprint. How do you do that, right? I think one of the things that is very impressive is you use data, and the point about data comes back in each and every panel. Tell us a little bit more how it works.
Well, we've developed our own rating system and methodology, which is our core IP. That's our proprietary technology that firstly assesses what are the most material supply chain issues, environmental and social issues in fashion today, and how can a brand and a company disclose and demonstrate their impact against all of those issues. So the rating system is comprised of the methodology that goes deep into what are those issues and what are the key indicators that demonstrate impact against those issues, as well as creates the technology to collect and aggregate and score and weigh all of that information in a meaningful way. We would assess a brand against at least 100 sustainability issues. We would collect at least 500 data points for each apparel brand. And we, as I said, aggregate and assess and weigh all of that data based on an assessment of materiality and convert it ultimately into a simple 5-point score that is easy for consumers to pick up and understand, but behind the scenes is really quite detailed and robust in its assessment of quite complex issues.
Absolutely. And the interesting thing is you do not only assess the environmental impact, but truly ESG, right, also on employment. We talked in other panels as well about, being authentic, the risk of, greenwashing, or kind of like giving them an opportunity to claim that they're really sustainable. The interesting is that in your business model, the companies come to you, right, to give an objective. Tell a little bit, do you feel that the brands out there are way more now authentic, that they're thinking that this is a true need, or is it still like this is a cool marketing gig?
I think the response has been very mixed, but it does show that there is a broad recognition of growing consumer awareness and putting their money where their mouth is when it comes to shopping sustainably. For some time, industry was debating, do consumers care? Are they really going to pay more for sustainable products? But I think we're finally past that point. And in fact, the huge number of consumers that access good on your platforms is a real testament to the fact that there is a business case there for brands to produce more sustainably and to promote sustainable products. And while some have been authentic in their approach, others have seen an opportunity to just market sustainable brands, perhaps without having the detail and the credibility behind their claims. And so, it's basically greenwashing. And that has only made consumers even more confused, even more distrusting of what brands say.
Right.
And that's why we see, more and more this need for our ratings to help consumers decipher what's true, what's not, what's impactful, what's just a target, what is going to actually improve the things that people care
True.
about.
I think one of the things question probably that you get all the time is how do you stay objective? And are you staying objective, right? Because basically the companies are paying you to get assessed.
They don't actually pay us to get assessed. Platforms and retailers, so the likes of Microsoft and Farfetch and YNAB, they're the ones that pay us to rate brands. So we maintain our independence a couple of ways. We don't accept data privately from brands. All of the information that we collect needs to be publicly disclosed. So we can be held account ourselves for how we've arrived at the ratings, and we're also driving that transparency and that accountability from the company, from the brand, which is really important to our mission and to informing consumer choices. We don't charge brands, we charge retailers and other platforms to rate brands.
Right, absolutely. And I mean, amazing, right, to see in a lack of enforced regulations or maybe governments not acting, you acting. Just tell us, I mean, you're not the only ones, but how competitive is that certification market?
Well, we didn't want to be just yet another certification because, in fact, there are already hundreds of standards and certifications in fashion alone, which is adding to the fragmentation and the confusion among consumers. So our role was rather to be the go-to standard, or the standard that aggregates all of those existing certifications and important indicators of impact, but they might just hone in on a specific issue like chemicals or water, rather than providing a comprehensive view of the issues and a comprehensive view of all the different impacts that we know consumers care about.
Well, fantastic. Thank you. I mean, you're certainly our favorite one. I'll pass it over to the investor side, Raymond. We have just been very recently put in touch, luckily, and you have an impressive background. You have been an entrepreneur, or are still an entrepreneur yourself, but turned investor as well. Give us a little bit of your own background, of course. Now, what you do also with ESG Tech, that's how you named your company, and maybe some of the most recent trends that you see in the ESG tech space.
Sure, happy to, and happy to be here. So, as you said, Karina, my background is working in entrepreneurial capacity. I've worked with lots of companies as they get good product that they need to scale, and working on how they scale out from there. Over the last few years, there was certainly a trend towards intentionality in as to why people are starting businesses and what they're looking to do beyond simply financial returns. And that's probably a function of the growth in awareness now wanting to turn into impact, and people not knowing what to do in between. And we were seeing this time and time again, this kind of confusion. People want to care, not sure how to care, they're not sure what to care about. And when you've got that confusion, you open yourself up to things like greenwashing and measurement ratings. That's a level of accountability. What Sandra talks about there is really bringing accountability to an industry for what they're doing, and they do that through transparency. And that was certainly the gap that we saw in our own experience trying to invest and looking to invest with intentionality and not having the data to do so. So at that point, it becomes a gut instinct, and gut instinct is fine on an individual basis, but it's not scalable. And it was in the middle of that pain, I guess, that ESG Tech was birthed. So ESG Tech's been around a few years, co-founded with my cousin Andrew, who's come from oil and gas. And he was himself looking to have leave the world a better place than what he was finding it. But specifically, as you look at capital distribution is being held more accountable for impact, and the measure of that has actually been around well before the letters E, S, and G were put together. We called it operational risk, and what was happening was that operational risk was I wouldn't say an afterthought, but it was an ancillary discussion point. Environment-led of the three, environment, or the awareness around environmental issues, kind of predates social and predates corporate governance by some path. And to really understand how to go from being aware of the effect that we're having on the environment to having impact in what that effect is and change and transition it, you needed to measure, and you need to provide transparency, and that's kind of what gave the accountability in the middle. The S and the G have followed as issues have come up around modern slavery or ethical supply chain. Those thematics have come out stronger, but we really see ESG has always been there.
It touches on every aspect, right? Absolutely. I think maybe particularly from the investing side, right? So I think we're going beyond this, okay, if I want to do good, I donate to a charity, to no, you can actually get financial returns all by respecting other KPIs that are maybe more important, to are we already at that trend where we see that actually the best financial returns will be made through investing under an ESG angle in companies that are purpose-driven and that are driving the ESG agenda forward. But where do we stand on that spectrum? And maybe geographically very different, no?
Sure. So I think what you're talking about is efficient pricing of ESG risk.
Right, absolutely.
Your capital distribution formula prices ESG risk appropriately, then capital will flow to projects that have impact. And it's not about being sustainable, about being green. Actually, the bigger impact is where capital goes towards transition. So, moving into transition energy and so forth. So, where we're seeing the trend strongest is where the data is best. In the absence of data, as mentioned before, greenwashing or obfuscation or actually just pure marketing can step in because accountability is lost without data. So to answer your question, where are we seeing it? We're seeing it where there's good data. And unfortunately, there is somewhat a lack of good data. The kind of initiatives that Sandra talks about, where you have true data, it's done in the public, it's not done in the private. Private companies operating in a public space is a really powerful combination. Most of the world's companies are private companies. So at the moment, there's less accountability, not because they're less accountable, but because in a public company setting, more accountability is driven by the regulatory regime. We're starting to see that regulatory regime, you asked about geographies, we're starting to see that regulatory regime sneak into Europe, and Europe requiring private company disclosure.
Right.
That brings transparency, transparency brings accountability, and accountability brings impact.
Fantastic. Actually, at this stage, I want to pull in Jenny into the conversation. You put like the linkage, right? So we're talking about access to data to then really be able to assess, right? To assess risk as well as to assess cost, I guess, cost on humanity. So that's where carbon-based comes into play. Jenny, tell us a little bit more about the philosophy behind carbon-based and what you guys are actually doing.
Yeah, I'm really happy to be here and really great meeting panelists across the world online. Something interesting we've noticed is, most companies, a lot of companies exist in the world to make things cheaper, faster, right? You see that in fashion, you see that in food, but we actually want to make something more expensive, which is carbon. And the reason why I want to make it more expensive is, if you think about sort of what are the most valuable assets in the world historically, we went through sort of the oil era, and then there was the data is the new oil, and then we think the next thing is carbon. And the reason is because there's the ultimate scarcity. So back to my throwing bomb to you example.
Yes.
So in the latest IPCC report, we have about 460 billion left, and that's a really big number, but really what that translates to is about less than 10 years at the current emission trajectory before we blow our even 50% chance of staying below 1.5 degrees. So carbon really is the ultimate commodity that the whole world has to ration for our collective survival. But the current regulations and industry disclosure standards have started to, but not quite fast enough to push for the pricing of carbon. So that's why at Carbon-Based, we're designing tools and experiences to add value to becoming carbon neutral for businesses, for individuals. So a small example that you see today is...
I was going to say, why don't we take SIS as an example, right? So you assess and then you put things in play. Yeah.
Exactly. So you have, we have events. Everything has a carbon footprint. Even the metaverse has a carbon footprint. An example that we did is in the entrance today, you can claim actually an NFT as a proof of attending a carbon neutral event, because we want people to be proud for supporting something that has taken action, to not just decide to throw the bomb to the next person. The carbon calculation we've done, which includes the hosting of the event, so everything you see here today, as well as we actually also included your attending, your commuting to being here. That's all part of that package, and then it's been tokenized into an NFT. So that's a small scale example for a 2-day event, and we have large clients that are renewable energy companies. Give you some numbers. One client, the amount of carbon saving that they can have versus fire-powered electricity is something like 200 million tons. So that is about the equivalent of, I think, Vietnam or Argentina's entire country's annual emission. So at that scale, right, that's the impact that they're having.
Right.
But ironically, they're not being paid a premium to sell that energy in the current China grid system. So that's the problem we're trying to tackle, is how can we factor in the true cost of carbon and incentivize people to pay a premium for lower carbon products and experiences.
And I guess obviously then with the longer term perspective on really reducing, right? So at the beginning is you need to make sure people feel it's painful, that there is actually a cost associated to it, right?
Exactly.
To then maybe start thinking about how do I reduce it. I was just wondering because I mean, carbon neutrality became a buzzword, arguably maybe already an outdated one. Now everybody talks about being carbon negative. How do you see the industry evolve? I mean, how much seriously is it taken?
I think it's really about giving people options that are informed and affordable and feasible, right? So if you are situated in a building where you have the option to use renewable energy, that's great. But if you don't, and you're in a business that absolutely demands energy, say a data center or something, then what are there offset options? Are there options where you can improve your operation efficiency? So there's different ways for people to reduce. Okay. And carbon negative and carbon neutral really is just the degree to which you can take action. And again, that comes back to what options people have given the inherent nature of their businesses. Right. And a lot of the time it comes back to affordability. Right? Okay. So the incentive goes both ways, which is we want emitting to be expensive as possible, and we also want to reward those who reduce or even capture the existing carbon emissions.
Yeah, and so again, coming to accountability, right, and then kind of like driving behavior change, but then into impact. So are you going all the way then to measuring the impact as well? So obviously we also had to get the chance of deciding where we would be investing in carbon offsetting, right? So I think our choice was the Amazon rainforest. How do you go about really then measuring the longer term impact?
Right. So in the E and the S and the G, right?
Yes, exactly.
The E is arguably the relatively easier to measure. Okay. The S and the G, which is it gets a bit trickier, and the reason why we offer carbon offset and a specific type of carbon offset, and these as a way to avoid and reduce emission, is because they also touch the S part, right? In addition to emissions. So the example that you chose, for example, it's not just about protecting forests, because the way that the program is run is they actually help the local villagers to procure legal land rights to their ancestral homes, where normally if they essentially cannot prove that the land is productive, they would have to hand it over to a logging company or a ranch cattle company, and then they would convert and cut everything down, right? So, and then other projects like, there's where the project developer will build a biogas digester underneath the farm. So not only does it reduce the methane that's released, but it actually provides free and clean energy to these often very rural, very remote families that historically have spent up to 40% of their household income just to buy fuel.
Right.
So it has a multitude
of holistic ESG.
Right. So there's a study by Gold Standard, which is one of the carbon registries, on this type of specific type of project where each ton that's reduced actually has $465 of social impact from improving healthcare, improving livelihood, and that money that's saved, because historically it's the woman in the family who has to procure the fuel with her time, with her income. Right. And typically when that saving is achieved, she will spend it on education, she will spend it on health. Right. Okay. So
it's really the full circle.
Exactly.
Okay. Fantastic. Yeah. I think actually coming back to the other part again in terms of investing, and maybe just to pull Sandra as well as Raymond back in from a startup perspective as well, again from an investor perspective. How hot is the ESG investing into tech company space actually? I don't know, Sandra, if you want to go first. I mean, how much of a plus is it to be operating, or how much still have to fight barriers in terms of, okay, you're not donating money to a charity?
Yeah, I think increasingly the investment community is seeing ESG as a value add to an investment decision. ultimately, certainly a lot of the investors we spoke to still focused on the bottom line and on financial returns, and good on you doesn't shy away from what we deliver in that regard as well. We're a for-profit business, and while we have a social dimension, we are geared towards financial returns to deliver on that mission. It's never one or the other. The two are converging in a really interesting space, and we're excited to see more and more investors that overlay ESG issues in their decision making.
Great,
Yeah,
fantastic.
correct.
Yeah, Raman, exactly.
I was across 2 deals just in the last week where one of them had a negative screening for ESG, so there were specific performance requirements that needed to be up to as part of the investment capital to be restricted, which is really taking it to the next level of accountability. And the second one was it was post-investment, but it was a client due diligence onboarding around ESG issues with commitment to report and improve at 6 and 12-month periods, including it becoming a board agenda. If you're a technology inside of the ESG space and you can measure, you can generally get funding. I think the investment community is wisening up to the risk of greenwashing to be more general than just environmental greenwashing, but the concept of promising one thing and doing another, or aggregating to hide your sins. I think they're waking up to that. The accountability is there from a measurement perspective. So more than just saying what you're going to do, if you can commit to measure it or show that you've baselined, that's a huge advantage. And certainly when choosing between two like investments, the ESG impact or intentionality can be a huge tiebreaker.
Absolutely fantastic. And I'm not sure if you had a chance to listen into Elaine. She presented the JP Morgan report, and again, coming back to how do you actually get access to data, leveraging AI technology. Tomorrow we have our friends from the stock exchange here in Hong Kong talking about their requirements and also opportunities. And later on even, there's a workshop on B Corps, right, on trying to better understand what does that actually mean. So I think driving awareness, that's one thing, driving accountability, and access and quality to data. I think probably that sums it up pretty nicely in a nutshell. We're hopefully only at the beginning. I mean, you guys are making great progress, but I hope it is only the beginning. So much more needed. And I also hope that we kind of maybe not totally inactivated the bomb, but started slowing it down. I'll pass it back to you, and I would like to say thank you to our amazing panelists. A big hand of applause.
Thank you, guys.
We're staying on theme with impact investing, and now we're going to look at how family offices are approaching investing with ESG in mind. We'll have our leader of the panel is Helen Chung. She's an associate director for tech, media, and telco at KPMG, and she'll be talking with Jennifer Chang Lo. Jennifer Chang Lo is founder of New Chic Capital and is a real serial entrepreneur turned investor. She's got an incredible bio, including a lot of work she does in the area of female empowerment and working with women in family offices. So let's hear how impact investing is supporting next-gen women with our next speakers.
Do we face this? Okay, we face there. Okay, great. Hello, hello. Oh, wow, it works. Oh my gosh, technology working for me. That's like a huge bonus that never happens. Wow.
Good afternoon, I'm Helen Chung from KPMG. Here with me, I've got Jen. So Jen is one of the founders and directors at New Chick Capital. Jen, why don't I just give you a couple of minutes to introduce yourself?
Sure. I'm going to give a quick intro, and beforehand, I have to explain the significance of this. So as you guys can see, I'm a huge jewelry aficionado. I love jewelry, I love my bling, but then I just saw this and I could not take it off. And one of the reasons why I like Bitcoin so much is that I wouldn't say I was the earliest adopter, but I got in on it kind of earlier than a lot of people. And when my kids were born, actually, I got each of them a Bitcoin as well as a hard wallet to store it in. So that's why I find Bitcoin really awesome. And the other things that we're going to be looking out for is obviously NFTs, metaverse. We've invested in a bunch of those and have created some as well. So anyway, I'm Jennifer Chang. Jennifer Chang Low, sorry. I'm the co-founder of New Chick Capital, which is my own family office. And as we have this fireside, I'm going to tell you guys some really vulnerable secrets that I haven't brought to light before. A lot of people think New Chick Capital is a VC fund. It's not. We might act like one sometimes, but we're actually LPs in different VC funds, as well as direct investments across technology, impactful innovation, and more. Quick intro is that I used to be an actress and a model. I went to college quite early, actually. Started college classes when I was 12 or 13. And I grew up in the US. And I came to Hong Kong for my MBA after not getting the role of Vanessa on Gossip Girl. And then when I didn't get that role, I decided to come to Hong Kong, get my MBA, had a really good scholarship at Hong Kong University of Science and Technology, and led some big tech companies you would have heard of, as well as found success as an entrepreneur, had some unicorn exits, and afterwards, more of the story. It's boring, though. You can just go to my website or other things to learn more about me. I'm going to pass the mic now back to my awesome co-mod, who I just met just now, but she's really awesome, Helen. And we're going to talk about impact investing amongst female next-gen change makers.
Thanks, Jen. For yourself, you just gave yourself a quick introduction to the audience, but can you tell us a little bit about what actually inspired you in setting up the New Chick Capital? How did it all started? Before we went on stage, you talked about being a mother of 3. You're a pianist. You're an entrepreneur yourself. You invest in companies. How do you manage to find time to do all of this?
Well, it's really hard to find time. I think we're all juggling with a major time crunch in terms of resources and time these days. What with the pandemic too, global pandemic, I think has forced a lot of us to think more on our feet and to wear many hats all at once. I think it's survival, really. So I haven't been able to do that any other way. Actually, ever since college, even in college, my brother and I were building startups together. I figure one of the things you can do, especially if college and other things are all set, is use your time. Time is the most precious resource, and use that to build your own projects as well as to invest in others. So I actually had Yahoo acquired 2 of the companies my brother and I were working on while we were in college. Had other exits too with technology companies I was involved with while I was acting and modeling in New York. So I've always juggled different things. I always had a plan A, B, C, and D. Maybe I'm too much anxiety-ridden like that.
Very well planned.
Not planned, accidental, a lot of it. But I think a lot of what we need to do this day and age is not only innovate our companies, but innovate as people. So I set up New Chick Capital after my second major exit, and one that was a sizable unicorn one. And the founder and my boss at the time, he's actually the guy behind Crypto.com. So if you guys look at my backstory on LinkedIn or others, you'll be able to figure it out. But I felt like it was time actually to pay it forward, not just invest in my own projects, but to invest in the next generation of entrepreneurs, investors, change makers, and also emerging funds and fund managers to kind of hedge my bets. So that's why I started New Chick Capital, to kind of give more people a seat at the table, to help empower other overlooked founders and investors, and it's family office, so it's my exit money. Thanks.
So you've got a very wealth experience in the past couple of years. So tell us a little bit more in terms of being an entrepreneur. What are some of the challenges or big hurdles that you're facing in the past?
Okay, so to be really transparent, I think a lot of the things that happened in the past, I talk about the proverbial glass ceiling. So there is an E27 article out where I tried to give you guys can look it up, but I try to give a sort of a general take on my experience with Me Too prior to Me Too. And some of those experiences have led me to where I am today. I think a lot of times, not a lot, but not just me, women are often discriminated against or not taken seriously. A lot of times right now, even as an entrepreneur investor, a lot of people assume my success is not my own. They think my husband or my father or someone else or another guy behind the scenes is responsible. So I think as women, we need to step up and take our own sort of legacy into our own hands. That's why I started Nushi Capital, and that's why, like, one of the things I did as an entrepreneur, early days, I think is you have to kind of get that. Okay, this is going to sound bad. I don't think everyone is actually cut out to be an entrepreneur. You learn and you earn your stripes as an entrepreneur by being entrepreneurial wherever you're at. So you kind of have that entrepreneurial mindset. Now, that doesn't happen in a day. Actually, the best time to be an entrepreneur is actually after your mid-30s and in your 40s. That's when you really blossom. The earlier exits you might have might be a fluke, right? You don't know. And I think a lot of times people don't actually mature. One of your cortexes in your brain does not mature until after age 26. So a lot of what I learned along the journey, like I consider my battle scars, are things that I'd like to apply to the next generation. I think it's very important to, as an entrepreneur, you're not in a silo. You should not look at only your own project. You should put your eggs in more than one basket, and you should always be community building and repurposing for those who are coming alongside you and after you. So my challenges have been making sure that I had my own seat at the table. Sometimes when I was not allowed a seat at the table, sometimes I've invested in companies where, the founders might have in the past, a different kind of point of view, which is fine. I think it's really important as change makers that we create our own tables, go to the forest, chop down a tree, go carve your own table, pull up the chairs, carve your own chairs, and invite the right people to sit with you at your round table.
Thanks, Jen. I mean, over the past years, definitely myself in my role has definitely been seeing a lot of female entrepreneurs. I'm very glad to actually see that it's been ramping up. What about on the flip side? You as an entrepreneur, you also invest in a lot of business. What are kind of one of the top one or two things that you look at when you put in money on those businesses?
Oh, that's a great question. So on the flip side, I've always tried to say, like, you should not just be one thing. You should not just be an entrepreneur. You should not just be an investor. You kind of have to be tripartite. So I am an entrepreneur-investor hybrid, and I like to think of myself as a community builder. So one of the reasons why I think it's important to look at what I've learned as an entrepreneur as well as an investor, I think you can actually earn your angel investing stripes early on, as well as in tandem with being an entrepreneur. So what I've learned is that you can take all your perspectives and also the values and the foundation you've established for yourself along the way. So what I look for when I invest in companies is not just the bottom line. Some people are like, oh, this is great, my company, like, oh, it's going to make $1 billion, da-da-da-da-da. And I'm like, well, a lot of us who are savvy investors, some of us have already gotten into crypto, blockchain, everything earlier on. So we are already looking at really good returns. It's not like I have to look at you to increase my return by 30% or something. It doesn't move the needle for me, especially when as a family office, my husband and my partner and other people, we look at other asset classes as well. No one puts all our eggs in one basket. So what I look for is beyond geographical diversity, beyond impactful technology, is the impact to humanity. So it actually has to move the needle in some way. I think, people are saying like, oh, ESG impact, that's important. That should never be an afterthought. That should be baked in already to the business model, as well as into the values of the founding team. So what I look for is a combination of the team, their track record. It does not necessarily have to be entrepreneurial, their track record as people. So that could be like, wow, like I helped raise money for Ethiopian children, like one of my team members did. He actually had an amazing marathon where he helped raise money and get a lot of other people into this marathon, right? And then the others on my investment committee, I basically look for people that that I would like to not just invest in, people that I would be friends with. They say never to mix business and personal, but what I look for is people that I can really relate to on both a business and a personal and an ideological level, because it's very important that we use our resources, our capital, to advance things that are really helping to improve the world and not just saying it on the surface.
I cannot agree more, Jen. I mean, you mentioned about impact, purpose. I think a lot of these things are really what people are seeing through their eyes at the moment. So my next question to you is, how has COVID actually impact the market development, basically over the last 1 or 2 years? What are you seeing?
I think COVID actually, I referred briefly to it earlier. I think it's the black swan event that nobody saw coming. And then when things like that happen, I think when you have shakeups, seismic shakeups like that in history, that's when true innovation, the true human spirit can prevail and move everyone forward. So I actually see right now in our portfolio that my bets are coming true faster. Usually, you would see exit horizons of like 5 to 9 in private in venture capital and private equity. Even before COVID, some of my exits were happening within 2 years. I would touch a company, like the first unicorn exit, we started from maybe like 20 or so employees. We scaled up to 200 within a few months. Within that year, we're close to 1,000. 6 months later, I was giving a keynote at a tech conference alongside other people like Airbnb, a lot of other ones, and I met the guy who actually then acquired us, and we ended up merging with a big Southeast Asian sort of a platform. My founder then led that unicorn forward, and we IPO'd on the Australian Stock Exchange. So the rest is history, but what I'm trying to say is it's in times of change and uncertainty that the biggest movements happen. And we should lean into that uncertainty and change. We should be comfortable with being uncomfortable. That's how I see it, because that's when you can actually see those grand shifts forward. And if you've been placing those early bets, or if you continue to, and you're not afraid to, go with your gut, go with your brain, go with your friends, go with the people you believe in, then you will see, I think an uplift. I think the people that are struggling are the ones who have been following the not strong fundamentals. One thing I've been telling all our portfolio companies, as well as fund managers that we've invested in, is to make sure you have 1.5 to 2 years at least of runway and cash in the bank to make sure you can weather whatever storm, whether it's a disruption to supply chain, whether it's a disruption to anything. The other thing is that we can bet big as there's an acceleration, not just of digital transformation, which you and I were talking to at length beforehand, but also the convergence of everyone, everyone I know, even the late people who are late to the table, have now come forward. And I mean, there's no one I know. Before, when I was in the e-commerce space, everyone was like, well, Hong Kong, New York, everywhere you've been, it's too convenient. I can just do it at a convenience store. Now everybody I know has done mobile commerce, e-commerce, either as a customer or set up their own stores. I think it's now time to take advantage of the creator economy as well. We are all creators in our own right, as well as community leaders and curation. We all know, because we're all trying to tune out that giant noise to sort of like distraction ratio that we're all bombarded with these days. So I think lean more into the new sort of decentralization happening in our communities, whether that's in crypto, whether that's in blockchain, DeFi, metaverse. We're lucky because we actually have several metaverse in our portfolio. And I can talk more on some of those changes, but basically everyone was saying to me like, oh, why are you advising and investing in this smart mirror? This was like more than 4 years ago. They're like, who's gonna work out at home? That is so silly. Who's gonna do that? And lo and behold, pandemic hit, and then that company this year IPO'd for us, and then it ICO'd 2 weeks ago. Did really well, and it's one that was, that I worked on in conjunction with one of our partners and my co-investor, Anamoka. So that one was a really great one for us. And then there's another one to look out for as well. I'll be more involved with them as well going forward. It's called Playground. It's also a metaverse community, and they did a lot. They were actually on the radar before metaverse even happened for helping accelerate the Stop Asian Hate, as well as Black Lives Matter early on. So they're all like change makers and movement makers. I think a lot of these changes that we're going to see are going to be going beyond borders. And I was actually really excited because when I met Helen, I was saying that KPMG and she were all actually the idea of this day and age is collaboration, not competition. There's not one person who eats all the lunch, okay? So we are very, like W Hub, Women in Tech, all of these have been like really, for the past decade, my friends, my partners. So we're going to only make sure as the stakes get higher that we make sure these partnerships are even more solid as we move into the future together. So that's what I see coming out of this challenging time in the pandemic.
You mentioned about the word collaboration. What are some of the kind of secret ingredients you can tell our audience today about building the ecosystem? What is it that you think are the essentials?
Wow, okay. So I think there's a lot lot of secret ingredients. That's a great question. Again, Helen with her questions, very thought-provoking questions. My gosh, I'm gonna have you like write out all my questions and talking points in the future. But one of the key ingredients, the secret sauce, is actually, so I always say the building block of community is empathy. The building block of empathy is love. So the secret ingredient is actually a basic love for your fellow men and for the world, okay? So if you don't have that, you don't belong in that community. You're not someone who's really helping with the ecosystem. You're someone who's trying to make your money off someone else's problem. There's nothing wrong with making money off of providing solutions. I do think there is something wrong with people taking advantage to arbitrage and not really help with, true mass adoption to solve a problem. So I don't want to, comment too specifically on that or call out specific case examples. But what I want to say is that it's very important that we all use our collective currency, which is time, which is love and empathy, which is our resources as, entrepreneurial people, as well as like angel investment-minded people, as we gather our wings and lift up together, that we help each other lift up together. There is no, one thing that I look for when I look for partners and partners in ecosystem, I do not look for people who push others down at their other expense. The time of competition being a driver and the sole driver is long over, because we're all on this collective boat together, right? And if we're not helping each other onto the boat, and if we're not all plugging in the holes on the boat at the same time, this boat is going to sink.
I love what you mentioned. Love, empathy, and what's the third one again?
Love, empathy, and time.
And time.
Because our lives are very finite. I've experienced, I'm sure a lot of you guys have as well, loss of really good friends. One of my friends was in the NFT space. On Clubhouse, which is another one of my investment committee invested it early on. I only explored it because that was his earliest portfolio company, and then I co-invested in some things with him before Andreessen Horowitz did, which is always a nice coup. But he was saying like, well, this is a place where some of these discussions are happening. So actually, I have lost several friends on Clubhouse due to the pandemic, and I would just say Clubhouse, some of these communities are connecting us. They're all but platforms, okay? But what we do know is that human life is finite. We actually made some investments as well in the biotech pharma space. We just participated in a Series C for one of ours that is really making the mark. I think Peter Thiel and Uma Thurman were co-investors as well. We had discovered them also like 4 years back and helped them find their first portfolio company, which was a cancer vaccine and pharmaceutical. That also IPO'd earlier this year. That company, the technology was around for about, oh my gosh, more than a decade or two. And what we did was we found like-minded investors and co-investors. My main investor, who then we invested in his parent company, Cambrian. They put in $12 million. They basically saved the company, got it through stage 2 clinical trials, and also working on different other things to help us in this COVID war, but other wars that we're going to be having too, because longevity, health tech, EdTech, a lot of impact tech, that's what we're going to be betting on going forward. I think a lot of us are. We can't afford not to, because that impacts us all, not just as stakeholders, but we're all stakeholders in this collective destiny. So what I want to make sure going forward too is I think it's going to be a question, the other question as well that ties in with community is curation. So one thing I've done to now like streamline my investment committee is make sure there are different people who are really strong in their expertise in a particular area. Me, I can be a generalist, like kind of just like watching as a macro bird's eye view. But in the meantime, as long as our communication, so I think communication, community, and curation are very, very key. And the curation is very important because no one has time to waste. The reason I mentioned that cancer portfolio company is I've lost several relatives too prior to the pandemic, and currently have a couple relatives very close to me battling cancer. So I think it's very, very important that we make those bets, not just in the short term, but in the long term that will continue to help us. Who wants to live to 150 years old in a weakened state, right? So we want to extend that healthy lifespan. So those are just among some of the things we've invested in. We're also investing in space tech and other, I mean, I like to say that we're investing in this universe and the metaverse.
Jen, another question for you. I know you were born and raised in US.
Yeah.
So when you came back from Hong Kong, what are some of the things that you see in terms of the difference on investment, like comparing Hong Kong and US? What do you see?
Oh, wow. Okay. So this is really funny. I felt like I was, one of the reasons why I started New Chic Capital, I see we have 6 minutes left. So my why was I always felt like I was running, escaping, going somewhere better. Like I was an overachiever. I was a piano prodigy. I won so many international competitions. Nowadays, during this pandemic, I've used my piano. I came back out of retirement and started playing again. My daughter and I have won now another international competition recently, representing Hong Kong in the US, the International Chopin Avenue competition. And I'll be playing with different orchestras around the world going forward. But also, I created an NFT in honor of my friend, the one who passed away and had sold 30 million US worth of NFTs just on the month prior to his passing. He was actually one of the people in Miami. Some of our other friends are in Miami for Art Basel right now, of course. So I think one of the things that's really different, but still the same, is that when I came to Hong Kong, I was trying to shatter that glass ceiling for myself. I was like, wow, you know, this Me Too thing that is happening in the entertainment world, I can't do it as an actress. At a hedge fund, I also can't do it. So when I came to Hong Kong, I actually ended up meeting one of my best friends in the MBA program. And I was really scared. I couldn't speak Cantonese. Now I'm fluent in Cantonese. Now I'm fluent in Mandarin. And now I have 3 kids. But one of the things that happened when I came to the MBA program is I jumped in and felt like I have to keep building. So just like I did in college, I just went to my courses, I networked with people I needed to, but I didn't stay in my own comfort zone. Everyone's like, oh, Jennifer just grew up with lots of connections. No, I didn't. I had to like run around Hong Kong, knocking on doors, building for various startups I was working at even while I was an MBA student. And I actually got a gift when I graduated, not just most likely to succeed, be an entrepreneurial investor. I actually got a Hello Kitty lunchbox and a Hello Kitty pillow because I was the most likely to be asleep or eating in class because I had so little time. So I think it's really important that we cherish that time. I always thought like I was running away, trying to find something better. You know, if I'm the best at piano, if I'm the best academically, if I succeed, like I built a $100 million book of business, I'm working at Google competitors. I thought that was the way out, but I realized what I need to do is embrace that change, be a part of the creator movement, enable others to be creator as well. And what I discovered is that aside from the language difference in Hong Kong and New York, they say New York is a New York minute. Hong Kong I find to be like a New York second. So fast-paced here because we're at the crossroads of international intersection and seismic change and struggle, right? I won't really elaborate on that much, but I think like in times of great change also come the great responsibility. So now actually I was running away from entertainment industry. I was running away from the hedge fund. And at New Chic Capital, we've been only investing our own money and allowing limited friends in as co-investors and helping our portfolio companies, very curated. But going forward, I'll be actually taking another role also. I'm considering different roles in the crypto, NFT, blockchain space. There's several portfolio companies that have asked me and co-investors, but I will also be a partner at ACE Investment Management, which is the hedge fund I'll be launching with my best friend. She's actually been managing our money for many years. She's also my general partner at my family office because her name is Vivian Wong. The fund is called ACE Investment Management. We're different from other funds because we actually already have quite a bit under management, AUM. So we'll be picking our LPs very carefully. There's already a wait list started for the LP wait list. She does a lot of great bets. And what I think is very more important, my other tip, is that whether you're in New York, whether you're in Hong Kong, as women, pull up a seat at the table. For me, it's actually the poker table. Because I've been learning so much from her. She actually played her way through business school playing poker. in Macau and in the leagues. She is also the first woman I know who's been in World Poker Series twice. So I've been betting on her. I think it's important to bet on people and not just the companies and the changes you see, but bet on those people that are close to you. She's been my best friend for over 12 years. So what I realized is that the thing she was teaching me, reading the table, reading other psychology, seeing that game theory, seeing all that play out in real life. Girls, don't be afraid of poker. Poker table is like the markets. So, and gamification is very key. So, play those games, lean into the fun, learn through gamification, lifelong learning. Because now what I've learned from running from Hong Kong to US to Hong Kong, back and forth, because we do have international business concerns, and most of my family is actually in the US, is to, continue embracing those similarities rather than those differences, because I really think we're all speaking the same language. For me, music too. My Chinese name means literature and music. One of the reasons why I came back to piano is that it is really a universal language. I've been able to collaborate cross borders with other amazing musicians, including American Idol winners.
I'm just conscious of time, Jen. You've been sharing a lot of great stuff. So what is your last kind of words of wisdom to those startups and to the audience that we have here today?
Gosh. Okay. All the audience is
Sorry,
on me.
I didn't know I was showing you a
you're
difficult
amazing.
one.
No, it's great. So you really put me on the ground. So my last words of wisdom are, I think it's really important to curate your own time as well. Think to yourself, every week, every month, I look at my bucket list and do it goes beyond to-do list. I think also sleep is really important. So one thing I do to make myself more efficient is if I can't sleep, I keep a worry journal or diary. I write down the bullets of things that are keeping me awake. I work out a to-do list for it the next week, the next day, whatever it is. So that way I can take care and eat that frog, take care of the most unpleasant task first. Always do that. The other thing is to take stock. Look at your priorities, reprioritize. Do that once a month. Do that at least several times a year. And then look back, what's on your bucket list? Is it having a baby? Is it starting your company? There's never a good time. You should do all at the same time. For me, my first major IPO came I was signing the papers for it right after having my first child.
Thanks, Jen. You've been absolutely very spot on. Well, thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Helen. Great questions, and I hope you guys enjoyed our fireside. Thank you again for W Hub and all our partners for having us.
So much. That was a very high-energy talk. I hope that you enjoyed listening to the views of Jennifer Chang Lo, a concert pianist, a serial entrepreneur, and now an investor, with some really good views on the way to read the market. Ladies and gentlemen, she's encouraging poker playing as a great way to understand game theory and read the room. So a really motivating talk. Now we're going to shift gears a moment and hear from another entrepreneur about ways they are able to take their past experience in fashion and merchandising and use that to create a new brand, which we'll be talking about fashion for good. And so how can you use the trends and the changes in the fashion industry for the betterment of the industry? We'll hear about upcycling, material, product, and packaging, but also some of the insights into an industry that's ripe for transformation. Karina Belin will be having a fireside chat with Faiza Seth, who is the founder of Avant-Garde.
Running down there as well. And we are back online. Fantastic. I have the huge pleasure now to be on stage with Faiza, a good friend, but a more impressive entrepreneur and investor and business lady. But before we kick it out off with a serious talk, we are actually hearing about your funny story. Why did you pick Yoda?
I picked Yoda because I'm a Star Wars fan, and I think Yoda knows everything. Yoda knows more about my first statement that I'm going to say than anyone else, but I'll explain later. So, Karina, thank you for having me here. As Karina mentioned, I'm the founder of Avant-Garde, which is a sustainable, smart fashion startup that I founded a year ago as a result of the pandemic. And as a result of all the disposable PP&E, I wanted to make a reusable mask made of smart fabric called AeroSilver, which is antibacterial, antiviral, and antimicrobial, and amazing for your skin as well. And I started with that product, and that's how I founded Avant-Garde. And I also I'm the co-founder of PDS Multinational.
I was going to say, before we got into your most recent actually venture right now, talk a little about your really impressive background. So you're also one of the co-founders of PDS. Go ahead.
Which is a global fashion supply chain business, which I co-founded when I was 21 years old. And lastly, I founded a charity, self-funded charity called Sohum for Kids, which is an educational charity based in Bangladesh and India. So that's a little bit about my background.
Yes, absolutely. A truly serial entrepreneur, Faiza, and power lady for sure. So we're going to deep dive now into Avant-Garde, your most recent venture, which is obviously very, very relevant with the topic that we're capturing during the 1.5 days tech-empowered ESG. And by the way, we're going to talk about PDS tomorrow because we have also your husband, Palak, who's going to join us tomorrow on stage. So let's focus on Avant-Garde.
So Avant-Garde, I started because of the pandemic and because of the disposable masks and PP&E that were being thrown in the oceans. Apparently, 3 million masks are thrown in every minute. And although that harms like sea life, and it also emits microplastic in the water, and it's unhealthy for us because it goes back up the food chain and back into us. In fact, I think there's a statistic that at each time in our lives, at every point in our lives, we have 6 grams of plastic in us. That's like equivalent to a credit card. So if you're not into the sea turtles and the wildlife, you don't want to be ingesting this microplastic.
That's impressive.
So that's how I started Avant-Garde. I've always been a champion of sustainability in fashion via PDS as well. And I really wanted to speak today because I think sustainability in fashion is a huge, huge, huge hot topic everyone's seeing around in the news, especially from COP26. And I think there was an initiative to kind of improve communication with consumers about sustainability. So I'm happy to be here and talk more about it.
Thank you, Faiza. And actually, Faiza really inspired particularly this talk. And we had lunch together, and I remember when you were saying, you know, Karina, you probably have that exact statement, a credit card inside your body right now. And when it comes about ESG, there are a lot of myths out there and wrong perceptions, right? So again, you were the one telling me, you know, look.
Who says that on a lunch date?
I know, who says that on a lunch date, right? So I don't know if you wanted me to pay the lunch, kind of like implicitly, but so it was really about, you know, all these initiatives about collecting straws, and not that this is not important, but you said one of the biggest actually polluters is probably the fashion industry, and that's why you started off. You know what, I'm just going to I do a very, very shameless plug, while you maybe want to sort out your slides and see if the slide clicker thing works actually, but, you know, talking about masks and the fact that we have so many thousands of masks every hour, every day. So I actually can do a little bit of a shameless product placement. You're not one of our sponsors. Maybe you should become one of our sponsors. That's so beautiful. Beautiful masks. You can wear them like this. Yes, fantastic. But why don't you go a little bit again behind giving us a bit of a bird view on avant-garde. And for those who are online, we promise you're going to have an amazing experience, even though you're not with us in Hong Kong. You even get to see the slides in detail. Yes, so tell us a little bit more about avant-garde.
This is a little bit about why I started avant-garde,
yes.
Which I mentioned. Basically, at the end of the day, fashion and sustainable fashion is to do with high quality fashion, timeless fashion, so you reuse it. And in fact, with avant-garde, I was working with a professor in Europe to develop a new smart fabric. And he said, Faiza, the problem with your mask is that people won't buy it again because they last forever. So I think that's a good thing about sustainability, but a little bit like hits the bottom line in not the best way. But so being in fashion and in sustainability for a while and seeing what's going on with sustainability in this whole field, I'd say sustainability is like teenage sex.
Oh, here comes the bold statement. I asked Faiza about a bold statement, so it's okay, we'll let it. What is your bold statement about the fashion industry and the impact on ESG?
So I said sustainability is like teenage sex. Everyone says they're doing it, but hardly anyone really is doing it. And the ones who do it don't do it very well. So I apologize to all the teenagers out there, but you guys know what I mean. So, and that's the thing with sustainability, I think. Everyone says that they're doing it. Very few people actually do it. And there's no one standard that governs how people are doing it.
Right. So what do you think then in terms of how can we actually help the industry to change, right? Yeah, go ahead.
So let me talk about the challenges that we're facing in the 21st century. So fashion is the second biggest polluter behind energy, oil and gas. And the reason why? It's because of fast fashion. And fast fashion brings you fashion weekly, the newest fashion at a very cheap price. The reason being is when you're producing fast fashion, you're not internalizing the costs, the environmental costs of fashion. So let's go look at the US because they're one of the largest markets. The average American, they generate 82 pounds of textile waste. So this is all a result of fast fashion. And what I want to talk about today is the challenges and also the solutions.
I can take Yoda for you, by the way, to make sure he doesn't drop. Yeah.
Yes. So the environmental cost of fashion. So as we know, clothing production, it doubled between the year 2000 and 2014, which makes sense because the population is increasing and you need to clothe more people. But what's more alarming is that the lifespan of clothing was halved.
Right, reduced.
And that's what we want to look at. 85% of all textiles go into the landfill or are burnt. And so if you want to actually kind of visualize it, that's one garbage truck full of clothes is burned every single second.
That's crazy. That's crazy. And again, I ask you to put all these facts down because I think, yeah, exactly. And like throughout the panels, we always say one of the things is really first driving the awareness. And if you see just the sheer amount, it's really, really mind-blowing.
Yeah. And also when we use synthetic materials, that emits a lot of microplastics into the air and our water, and it's ingested. So 500,000 tons of microfibers are released into the ocean each year from washing clothes. So if you want to actually imagine that, that's like an invisible 50 billion plastic bottles floating that you're drinking every day.
Wow.
So, plastic has softeners in that, chemicals in that you're ingesting, which is not great. So that's the plastic part of it, that's the landfill part of it, and now the water issue. So clothing takes 20% of industrial wastewater is polluted, and it's due to fashion. So this water shortage that we're facing is due a lot to these industries like, agriculture, fashion.
Yes, food and fashion, right? The two F's, yes, absolutely.
Yeah, so that just has a little bit of highlights of the statistics of how it does pollute the environment. But Let's go talk about solutions.
Exactly, and I told you to tell us a little bit about the consumer. And again, I mean, you have studied and lived in the U.S., then Europe, here in Asia, so you probably have a very good grasp on also the geographical differences and demographic differences, right?
So basically, this slide has statistics and percentages about consumers and their receptivity to sustainability. But whilst everyone wants to be sustainable, at the end, when it comes to a purchase decision, people have finite disposable income, right? So they're going to maximize what they can get for the income that they have. So while everyone wants to be sustainable, at the end of the day, the largest, the most downloaded app in, yes, I don't have to wear a mask. My daughter is telling me to wear a mask.
Yes, no. Well, again, for everybody watching us online who could not hear, here in Hong Kong, we had the demand for all of our guests here to be double vaccinated and have sufficient distance to make sure that we can, on stage, not wear a mask.
Exactly.
So, yes, but thank you for worrying about us. We're safe so far.
So, Shein is the most downloaded app in the world today. So although everyone has this preference that they want to be sustainable, in fact, when it comes to reality, fast fashion app is the #1 most downloaded app. So what do we do? Well, the end consumer is interested in sustainability, right? But if you look at the issue of sustainability, think of it like a tree, right? If a tree is dying, and there's a leaf on the tree that's still alive, that's the consumer, are you going to water that one leaf, or are you going to go to the root of the problem? So you're going to go to the root of the problem. And the basic issue is you want to internalize the environmental costs of raw materials. So for Avant-Garde, for example, the materials I use are sustainable, but they're very expensive. And so for my bottom line, that isn't great. And that's the issue, is for sustainable businesses to compete and use recycled materials, use reused fabric, it's more expensive. And somehow we need a centralized body, governing body, or centralized body to kind of internalize the environmental costs in the raw materials of fast fashion.
But we talked about that a little bit because actually in the grander scheme of things, it's maybe not more expensive, right? It's obviously the cash outlay, it's at the time of purchase.
Yes.
But as you said, one of the problems of your beautiful masks is they last forever. So
it's price per wear.
Exactly, it's price per wear, right?
Yeah, that's true too. And that's great for keeping it for a long time. And that's a great way, Karina, to be sustainable, right?
Right.
So I think, there's a lot of things that we can do right now to improve the environment and to make fashion much more sustainable. What you can do is choose things that are timeless in design, so you can use it again and again. And remember, when our grandparents used to buy a pair of shoes or 2 pairs of shoes, they used to use it forever. So that's the thing, you want to choose something that's timeless. Number 2, you want to use things that are manufactured well and that don't wear and tear, so that are, sturdy and hardy. And finally, is the community aspect of it, is you want to be able to reuse, trade in, rent, buy secondhand. That's always great. And last is you can always recycle. But when you recycle, you do use resources. So it's more sustainable to actually keep things, use them long term, rent, swap, clothing. I think that's the best way. And because we're in a conference like this, I think technology enables us to do this, right, Karina? So we can connect to anyone despite geography in real time and trade clothing. And we don't have the problem that we had before. Like if you walk into a secondhand shop and I find a dress, I'm like, wow, that dress is perfect for my party next week. And then I want to try it on and I'm like, oh gosh, it's too small. How am I going to lose that weight in 1 week? So what these digital platforms do is they enable us to get secondhand goods in our size more conveniently and in real time. So I think we can use technology to really improve sustainability in fashion.
Amazing. Yeah, we talked about that even also in the previous panel, right? So obviously reducing is much better than controlling once the waste is there, or offsetting. That was in a different context. But still talking about upcycling, recycling, I think you had some fascinating examples and case studies of material that nobody thought you could actually turn into textiles.
Well, there's lots of material. So I'm using, we're always developing in-house smart fabrics, and smart fabrics use technology to kind of upgrade the fabric and to give it another level of utility. And so we are researching something called seawool, which is made out of upcycled oyster shells, and it changes and adapts to temperature. So because it's made of oyster shells, and it's very sustainable, and it's so there's a lot of fabrics out there. There's vegan leather, made out of bamboo, made out of mushroom, that you could use for products. So there's lots of alternatives out there. It's just that right now, they're a little bit more expensive, but when we get economies of scale and when we get that going, I think, they're definitely, consumers will definitely prefer to buy it. So if you have two things, a purse made out of leather and a purse that looks awesome made out of vegan leather, you're gonna buy the vegan leather one for sure, because you want to.
Great, which is actually, again, one of the things that the audience ask us in other panels as well, in terms of what can I, myself, as an end consumer, arguably do, right? So if we're already at that point, I have access to information, I'm aware of it, I know where and what to buy, just making the conscious choice of spending maybe a little bit more upfront. Now tell me, this does not only refer to the material of which the products are made of, because we also talked about packaging, right? So one of the other clear consumer demands, right, is about making sure it's the entire holistic production delivered to the end consumer path, including packaging, right?
Packaging
you have consumers asking you, yeah.
Yeah, so when I launched Avant-Garde, I had a lot of VIP celebrities, and when you're a new brand, they're a bit reluctant to be associated with any new brand because they want to ensure that your brand will enhance their reputation, because their bread and butter is their Instagram feed and their reputation. So they'd ask me, like, what is your packaging made out of? And I'd say, yeah, it's, cellulose, it's biodegradable, it's recycled, so it does matter. And packaging is 10% of the weight of a fabric or of a good, of a fashion. So it is also an important element, and every little bit helps.
Right. Now again, coming in, that's something else I ask you to kind of like give us a little bit more insights on, is how does that actually work with the credits, right? I mean, I don't know if you want to talk a little bit about, how the credit works, because again, coming back to data availability, quality, and then assessing, how does it actually really work?
So this credit system, I was looking at the number one polluter, which is energy, oil and gas. And how did they resolve it? They resolved it by using carbon credits.
Yes.
Because that internalizes the environmental costs. So in the same way, I'm hoping for fashion in the future, that'll happen in this field as well, that you have some sort of credit that internalizes the environmental costs, and then when you compare the cost of sustainable goods to raw fashion goods, then they're more equivalent. It's a more level playing field for both businesses.
Fantastic. You already talked about the role of influencers, right?
Yes.
And again, or about exactly. So the role of influencer. One of the things that you said, actually, because the question that I ask you, are these influencers again doing this for a marketing gig? Is there just fluff, no content? And you said, no, Karina. Actually, these people seriously look. I know we had Good on You previously on the panel, so Emma Watson was quite overt on supporting. So they really do their research?
So they really do their research. These influencers are people that I know through friends. And some are celebrities, some are influencers. And I think when you go on Instagram, you're so used to influencers being given some sort of, basically getting some compensation for promoting a product. And then when you look at Instagram, you kind of have a bias. You know that they're being paid for it. So you don't feel that it's that authentic.
Authentic, yeah. We talked about authenticity.
So for me, when I my strategy for Instagram and my influencer VIP celebrity strategy is to tell them about the product if they want it, and ask for it, then send it to them, and that's it. I never ask them to post it, ever. And that way it's more authentic when they wear it and they talk about it. And I think having that authenticity is very important in social media. Because otherwise you just feel like it's a very push-based marketing.
Yeah, and thank you for sharing that, because one of the things that I told Faiza is that we will have startups calling in and obviously trying to understand. I mean, if we look at your Instagram feed, it's like you are backed by tons of celebrities, and I was like, share a little bit, how you do that, your secret sauce and your tip, and that was one of the things that you were referring to, right?
Just being very kind of transparent with them, telling them about the product, because the initial product that we started and launched Avant-Garde with is reusable face mask with an inner skin protect layer that helps keep your skin clean and like breakout free, basically. A lot of these models and celebrities loved wearing it. So we have Ada Akesh, who's a face of Estee Lauder. We have Rita Ora wearing it. We have Harris Reed, who did MAC's first gender fluid makeup line, and he was designer of the year at the British Fashion Awards. So a lot of these people just like wearing it because it keeps their skin protected. They reuse it, they feel good about it, it looks nice. And that's the big thing about fashion. Like, I wanted Avant-Garde to be a platform to make sustainability luxurious. You don't have to make a sustainable item. It doesn't have to be too hippy-dippy, something that's knit or made of,
Yeah, it doesn't need to look. Yeah, I remember the green movement back in Germany where I grew up.
Jute or something.
Yeah, probably not something you would put on Instagram. Absolutely.
Yeah, you want it to make. You can say luxurious things can be sustainable and they can be inclusive, vice versa. So I want to make Avant-Garde a platform for that.
Fantastic. We talked a little bit, previously about certification. I mentioned good on you, but you had another case study of another certification label, right? That is assessing only luxurious brands.
So that's called Positive Luxury. It's called the Butterfly Mark.
Butterfly Mark, okay.
It's a certification for positive or conscious luxury, which is luxury that's sustainable. And like I said, I think it's really important to have these brands that are there. And good on you, for example, I love how they just don't give the certification, they also help with the strategy to help improve sustainability. So same with this Butterfly Mark, when I call them personally about Avant-Garde, they give me a lot of tips on how to be more sustainable. So I think that strategy aspect as well as certification aspect go hand in hand, and helping companies improve their sustainability really, every little bit helps.
Right. Now coming back to teenagers, not teenage sex, but teenagers. So do you see demographically a real change, like our younger generation requiring these type of labels, certification, disclosure? Can you really see that clear gender gap, demographic gap?
I think, yeah, Karina, like the younger generation is much more aware of wanting to buy sustainable goods. They want to swap things. So I know at like HKIS, a lot of the kids swap clothes rather than buy clothes.
Right.
And they're really trying to. And I think like even my 3 kids at age 7 and 8, they know all about sustainability because I talk about it at home. And they're very much into the environmental and sustainability. But what I think is, in practicality, when they grow older and they have their first crush and they're on an allowance and they have a limited disposable income, will they succumb to fast fashion when they want to impress their crush? So that's the thing. And
that was my next question, actually. How do we keep that authenticity and also that passion, right? And what are, again, maybe for you in closing, I know we're soon going to run out of time, but in terms of closing, what are, you think, some of the things that could really quantum leap the industry forward? So
I think having more centralized kind of recycling, so then you have benefits of scale and scope, right? So that, and having the government involved and governing bodies where they commit, just like the carbon credits, where they commit to being more sustainable in the fashion industry and giving these points. So where you're internalizing the pollution, the cost, environmental costs, because that gives it a level playing field, right? So you have your raw materials are going to cost a bit more because you're including the cost of polluting, and then sustainable materials also then have a chance to be more competitive and competitively priced. So then the teenager will then think, hey, I'll buy this one then because it's sustainable and it's the same price.
And do you think from a geographical point of view, so again, so you look at materials and sourcing on a global scale, do you see that some countries, regions definitely have a head start? I don't know if you have some case studies that you can share.
I think, you know, obviously like the Western countries in a way, they do want to be sustainable, but the life of clothing in the UK is half of that than that of in Eastern Europe. And a lot of that is actually culturally kind of inspired as well, because, you know, in some of the countries in Eastern Europe, you have something that's handed down, it has meaning, it lasts longer, it takes longer to be made, maybe it was made by a family member, so we find that clothing there has double the life.
Okay, and maybe just looking a little bit forward and avant-garde your own business, how much of a role you think technology will be playing and in which ways?
Huge.
So I want to get a sneak peek. I don't know if there's some
huge.
secret,
I think technology is our, you know, secret kind of weapon to use to help us become more sustainable, because, you know, through PDS, we have a VC arm called PDS Ventures, and we invested in companies like Regain, Reflaunt, which are digital platforms that allow people to conveniently get their clothing collected and to get coupons to buy new clothing, and that clothing is then repurposed.
Right.
So I think technology is the way forward right now to really help and make an impact and improve the, you know, environmental impact that clothing and fashion has.
Right. So really through that scale part, right?
Exactly.
For the consumer,
and convenience too.
And yeah, absolutely.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And also, like, you know, it close. You know, when you have, like I said, the example of the store, of the secondhand store, and you go in and you like something but it doesn't fit. When you have a digital platform that connects a lot of those items, then you'll find something that fits more easily.
Right.
And then you can return it easily if it doesn't fit. You can try it on with augmented reality and see how it looks like. So technology is the way that will make sustainability much more mainstream.
Right. And I think one thing I think we still can have one more last question before I let you off of the hook. So one is obviously the environmental impact, but ESG has, you know, the S and the G impact as well. And again, maybe not where fashion industry shines most. Do you have some kind of like hopes or concrete examples again in the S and the G part?
I mean, in terms of PDS and where I've been involved, we have a school called So Home for Kids, which educates people in the communities that we have offices and factories and production and manufacturing. So we always like to give back to those communities, educate them, and uplift them. So personally, in that way, that's how we kind of do it.
Beautiful. I think that's a wonderful closing statement, not clothing statement, closing statement. But with that, I want to thank you so much for also, you know, bringing us the examples here. I'll have it for the audience offline here for show, obviously. And I can really testify from the beautiful material. I'm going to wear that very, very often. Big hand of applause to Faiza Seth from Avant-Garde.
Thank you for having me,
much.
Karina. Thank you so much.
See, we had to wait for the
Well, that was a great session talking about fashion for good. And while we're staying on the subject of things that are good, let's carry on and talk about blockchain for good. Now, how many of you are blockchain experts? Blockchain curious? Great. Okay. Well, look, blockchain has got more hype around it than Kardashian. However, it's interesting to understand ways it can come to life. So we're now going to hear from Sean Lee. He's the CEO and director of the Algorand Foundation. And Algorand is really known as the greenest blockchain out there. And so in order to bring the greenness of Algorand to life, Sean's going to walk through some case studies of ways that applications are using the blockchain of Algorand for ESG projects. So great to have some case studies, and that'll be our next speaker.
Hello, hello. All right. I think we're kind of ending in a couple of hours, so maybe many of in the audience are a little tired. So I'm going to make it a little bit interesting. Rather than talking about blockchain, the technology, and all of those things that are quite technical, today I'm going to share a lot more about use cases. What are people actually building on the blockchain that are in the for good space? Right? Now, there are obviously lots of different use cases that we hear every day, NFT, DeFi, and many things around those. I'm going to focus a little bit more around the social aspect, the environmental aspect, and hopefully through some of these stories, you can actually get a sense of what blockchain can realistically do and why the market is absolutely exploding, not just from the asset tokenization side, but also various different aspects of the use cases as well. As was mentioned before, so I run the Algorand Foundation. We are a global project. The project itself was actually founded by Silvio Micali. Silvio is a Turing Award winner. For those of you that may not know, Turing Award is essentially the Nobel Prize for computer science. And Silvio, actually, can I lose my mask? All right, let me do this. So Silvio, was originally looking at a lot of the research that he was doing and trying to look at various different ways that blockchain technology can continue to be improved upon. In the blockchain industry, we have this notion called the blockchain trilemma, which is essentially trying to create a technology, a protocol that is both scalable, secure, and also decentralized. And it's actually technically quite difficult to do so. And of course, him being a computer scientist, he found that many of within his network and him together came up with the Algorand protocol. Now, again, I promise I'm not going to go too deep into the technology. If there are 4 things about our protocol that you should remember, one thing is our protocol itself was designed on day one to be carbon neutral. Right? And I'll share some of the statistics with you in comparison to other chains. But at the same time, the chain itself is exceptionally fast. We can process more than 1,000 transactions a second. But more importantly, we can settle any transaction in under 4 seconds. What does that mean? Well, what that means is I can send money, or token, right, to anyone in the world. Anyone in the world, not just in Hong Kong, right? In Hong Kong, we're very lucky here to have FPS, right? But anywhere in the world, I can send a transaction, whether it's an asset or some monetary value or some token in under 4 seconds, finalized. Think about what that means in the world of payments, right? That is some use cases that are going to be very, very applicable in the very near future. At the same time, our transaction cost is near zero. So again, you can send, but if it's very expensive, what's the point, right? So we're able to do that at near zero cost. And then this thing over here, it is very, very applicable in the world of NFT. Let me explain why. There are many protocols out there that allows for this notion of what is called forking. I'm not swearing, I promise. It's F-O-R-K, forking, right? I fork from one chain to another. The reality here is if you have a chain that allows for forking, then that means an asset, think about the digital art that you have minted, could potentially have duplicates. Do you really want the Mona Lisa to have a duplicate running on multiple chains? You don't. There's one copy of it and one single copy. So this notion of our technology not allowing for forking by design is actually something that a lot of people are not, especially in the NFT space, are really paying attention to because it is fundamentally very different than how many of the other chains are run. Now, before I end the slide, though, again, this is not a technical presentation. Who is Algorand, right? So I talked to you about the founder. I talked to you about some of our characteristics. You can also coincidentally find us on the top 20 list in terms of digital asset by market cap, right? So we're one of the largest projects out there in the world. I have a team that is fairly global in nature. I think last I count, we have employees now in 13, 14 countries. We also have community members spread across 80 countries, over 1,000 ambassadors within our network. It's a very rapidly growing ecosystem. And one of the reasons for that is, one, the crypto market is obviously very hot. Blockchain is being used across all industries now, and of course, I'm going to share some of that with you later on today. But more importantly, it is really capturing the imagination of even the younger generations, right? I now have very young kids coming up to me, you know, they're like, oh, Uncle Sean, you're in crypto. How do I buy crypto? How do I open a wallet? I mean, kids are very excited about it because they see fundamentally it's quite different than the banks that mom and dad goes to, right? They see that aspect of it that really captures their imagination. And I think this is really where a lot of that is going, it's going to happen. One thing about my team, when I was building the team, I wanted to make sure, you know, we're not just living in crypto la-la land. There are a lot of projects like that, right? It's crypto or nothing else, right? They hate the rest of the world. My team is not like that at all. Well, partially because I'm an old dog, right? So I come from the traditional world. I appreciate the traditional world. I also appreciate what technology can bring, and also a lot of the advantages that it can actually bring into transforming how things are being done. So you could see from my team, we've come from, you know, traditional industries, IT, banking, law firms, and whatnot. But at the same time, we also have a lot of crypto experiences as well. And I think it's really a good blending of the two, so that you can really look at these use cases and say, you know what, it's not just all crypto all day long, but there are a lot of real world problems that we can actually solve as well. Now, I want to talk a little bit about our ecosystem, and then I'm going to share with you the social good use cases that come from these ecosystem programs. As I mentioned, we run as a foundation, so our job really is very simple. Our job is to find partners that wants to leverage the technology, leverage the capability, and be able to build interesting use cases around it globally, right? That is very simple. Now, how do we do that? Well, we work with students, we work with developers. We just ran through a hackathon this past weekend with the W Hub team here. And what we want to do there is really encourage the next generation of developers, right? The innovative mind to really come up with something very interesting. And there are a lot of interesting nuances depending on different part of the world that you're in, that can be created in a very rapid manner. So we do a lot of education, a lot of research in that area as well. We also, like I mentioned before, run a number of hackathons, accelerators around the world. I think last I count, we have run accelerators and hackathons across 4 continents. We haven't done anything in Antarctica yet, too bad, but we will probably soon. But we also have a grant program, we have bounties program where we allow for developers to come and actually identify projects that they may want to contribute into. They want to build on our behalf, right? So that's there's a number of programs in that regard also. And then, of course, there's the ecosystem funding aspect, right? Some of these projects, they go from pilots to MVP. They launch a mainnet phase 1, and now we're seeing the potential. There are a lot of users that are coming on board. We want to give them the support so they become truly that platform that many, many can use, and that's where our ecosystem funding comes in. So when we look at the building out the ecosystem, we really go very grassroots, but at the same time, we go to the institutions and work and find the synergy in between those aspects. Okay, so I talked about the hackathons. We've run a number of them, so I'm not going to spend too much time here. And then just one more thing about the ecosystem before I jump into the use cases. You know, all of us have, you know, at least those of you that are interested in crypto, you probably heard of this term called DeFi. That's decentralized finance. That is exchanges, lending pools, derivative products, and so on and so forth. At the same time, I'm sure many more have even heard about NFTs. So we've got a lot of various different projects. These are just some logos of some of the more leading projects that are running within our ecosystem. But I wanted to make sure, you know, people understand, right? Like, these projects aren't just speculative projects. Yes, many of them have a token aspect, but many of them actually have solid business model behind them. I'll give you an example. This project over here actually came out of Carnes Valaditas. I don't know if anyone is Spanish in the audience or online, but I probably really did not pronounce that properly. But that project actually came out of our LATAM, Latin America Accelerator. And what they're doing is actually not NFTing art, right? We keep hearing about these digital art, the video clips, 10-second clips of some basketball player dunking that I can Google anytime, but it's now worth $5 million. Like, you keep questioning the logic behind it. This project is actually NFTing live stock. The founder is actually a cattle farmer in Latin America. So what he's looking at doing now is building a whole platform so that you can trace every animal from the beginning at birth all the way towards the end when they potentially go to a slaughterhouse and becomes 100 steaks. That entire traceability, the transparency around every single one of them, what did they eat, or were they grass-fed, were they vaccinated, who owned them, where did they go? All of those things are information that increasingly are becoming very important in the world of sustainability and also the food supply chain as well. So that's just an example, right? So don't think NFT is all about digital art, these Crypto Kitty things. There's a lot of those, yes, but there are also a lot of very interesting projects that are increasingly going into that space. And obviously here in Hong Kong, we work with DLA Piper, a global law firm, and we're doing a number of projects in looking into how we can take the technology and NFT and then actually looking at some very interesting assets that can be tokenized in a proper way, in a regulated and a legal way as well. Stablecoins, I want to spend a little bit about time as well, right? Because crypto assets have a notion where it is market-driven. Stablecoins by itself is pegged to some local currency, whether it's US dollar, euro, British pound, or any thereof. It has a unique aspect of what it can serve within the entire market itself. So many of the stablecoin issuers have actually worked with Algorand primarily based on our settlement speeds, so that they have now a local currency stablecoins that are running on Algorand for the purpose of trade, for the purpose of transaction settlement, and for the purpose of potentially e-commerce, right, that are happening in those spaces as well. So I wanted to kind of share about some of these areas that are growing very, very quickly within our ecosystem. Now, we talked about blockchain for good, so let's actually go into a little bit more of those, right? So no more art, okay? No more digital art. So I'm going to start with the environment pillar first, right? ESG, right? So I'm going to start with the environment pillar first. So first thing is, I talked about the carbon neutrality of our chain, right? So just to give you an idea, anyone heard of Bitcoin? Anyone not heard of Bitcoin? Right? Everybody's probably heard about it. And if you look at Bitcoin, many people know, especially mass media like to play this up, right? Bitcoin is dirty, it burns a lot of energy, it's energy consuming. It is true. It is true. You can see it's very high. But I also wanted to say here, right, that a lot of that energy is using renewable energy. Right? It is not burning coal. It's using renewable energy, solar, power, wind, what is the hydro, right? Hydro and whatnot. So yes, it is using a lot of energy, but it's not entirely sometimes what media wants to say. But at the same time, this is us, right? This is Bitcoin. This is us. This is Ethereum, the largest ecosystem out there. They're pretty good, but not this good, right? So I think fundamentally what I wanted to say here is, look, we don't want to say we're the greenest chain. We are, but does it really matter? Well, it matters when there are use cases that are being built on top and what they're trying to do. And if your fundamental infrastructure is already one of the greenest, if not the greenest, then you're already standing on a very good spot. And that's usually how we work with a lot of our ecosystem partners. And this is one part that we are very, very proud of. One thing that we're continuing to investigate, and this is where Silvio and the research team continue to look at as well, is that as we continue to scale, right, transaction volume is going to continue to grow. Thereby, the network consumption model, the computing power, continue to need to go. So if we're able to scale, but still keep to this level, then we have done our job. And that's what we're working towards. All right, so what are some of those projects? Let me just run through some of them with you. I think some of them are quite interesting. Let me start with it over here, Planet Watch. Planet Watch is a company that is installing community-based sensors to monitor air quality. I have one here in Hong Kong. I have the only one here in Hong Kong. So what does that mean? That means typically when you want to look at things like pollution levels and so on and so forth, right? Who usually does that job? Usually the government, right? The government works with the observatory and then they install these things and they have to beg companies to install them on the roof so you can actually capture that. We all know how long and how slow that process potentially can be. There's a lot of things that needs to go through. So what if you can have a network of community members, like all of us here? We can take a sensor, we install it at home, installing as in plugging it in, right? Not you don't have to do like Lego assembly or anything like that. Plug it in, connect to the network, and now it's automatically sharing the data around air quality in your neighborhood. That's it. No information about you. There is a location information because they obviously need to know where that area is being collected. But that information is basically shared so that when they collect all of those, then they can share with the researchers, and they can actually look at various different aspects of climate change and climate patterns where that information becomes useful. Now, why is a community-driven project interesting? Because now you have volunteers that actually want to contribute into this network rather than being a very top-down driven, government-driven project. At the same time, these community members also want to be incented, and that's where the crypto element comes in as well. I am being incented for every day that I'm plugging this thing in and sharing my data, not my data, but the air quality data. So a lot of these projects that are in the environmental space, for example, this is about carbon credit trading. This is very similar in that regard. This one is about forest landscape restoration, planting trees back into areas where the trees have been cut off, right? How do you incentivize the farmers in these rural areas to actually plant the trees and validate the fact that they have done so, and then compensate them accordingly for it? Right? Don't donate to an organization where you may or may not know where that money goes. Go direct to the farmers, right? So a lot of these environmental projects that our partners are working on, whether it has to do with air quality, CO2 reduction, carbon, or trees and anything like that, they all has a certain element to it, leveraging blockchain as a technology to track the engagement and the activities, and using the crypto components to actually as a way to reward, incentivize the users to do so. Does that make sense? Right? It's quite interesting to see how all of these type of projects are starting to go in place. And then, of course, one of the things that we announced very recently is our partnership with Formula E. So Formula E stands for electric, so it's not Formula One. I can never stand to look at my logo, my company's logo, going on NASCAR or Formula One as one of the dirtiest sports out there, right? That just completely goes against everything that we do. So we're working very closely with Formula E. I'm hoping the China track, the China race is actually going to happen back in Hong Kong, so we can obviously all enjoy it. But this is a global race. What we're also doing is we're actually partnering with the racing team, which is called Envision. And Envision is the world's largest wind turbine producer. Right? So there's going to be some very interesting business angle that we could be working with them on that aspect as well. Right? So this is something that we're also driving into this area. On the social pillar, I want to share a couple of projects we're doing with that as well. Right? I'll start with this one over here. This is Women's World Banking, a nonprofit organization, very large globally in the world. They empower women to be able to leverage technology and to facilitate financial inclusion for them and for within their communities. Usually, working with women in underprivileged underprivileged communities or countries. And one of the things that they're trying to figure out is how do they allow for women entrepreneurs that are doing very small businesses, they may be knitting or cooking and whatnot, and normally because of the volume of business that they do, they can't get access from financial service or from a normal bank. So can they leverage crypto? Can they leverage the notion that a lot of DeFi projects are able to provide and give them access to equitable financial services? And from using those services, slowly trying to accumulate a credit score. Like, we don't think about it, right? We're so lucky to be living in the developed world. Credit score is something that we carry around every day, right? It's like, oh, I go swipe my card. Every time I go swipe my card, I pay my bills, I get my credit score. The reality is people that don't have access to what we have access to, they don't have any of those, right? So can technology like blockchain crypto change that? That's part of the job that companies like Women's World Banking, Kipu, this is a project out of Colombia, Authentium, this is a supply chain project out of Australia. That's what companies like these are really trying to do. Work with the people that are in need, bring them the technology, bring them the power, the economic power of what they're doing, and then hopefully facilitate some of the things that you and I, living in a developed world, that we're privileged to getting, but they may not. Think about it. The unbanked world is roughly about 1.7 billion people. We don't usually think about them, right? Unfortunately. A lot of the monetary policies that regulators around the world are doing, it's not for them. It's for us. Think about that for a second, right? Okay. So one thing around that aspect is obviously crypto and blockchain. This is not an industry that is very, very mature. It hasn't been around for that long yet. So there's a notion of education that needs to happen as well. So recently we launched what we call the Algorand Center of Excellence. This is working with academic and research institutions around the world so that they can do and partner with us to do multi-year research in curriculum education. So the younger generation understand when they go to their school, they can learn about technology, they can learn about what all of these things can do, and then potentially think about these innovative use cases in their own region. So this is part of us giving back to the community. This program, don't think about this program as just some partnership with universities. We're putting about $100 million behind this program. This is going to be a 10-year program. Right? This is not small potato. Right? We are putting the money or token in our industry where our mouth is. Okay, the last bit, governance. Talk about ESG, governance. So I wanted to talk about governance because it's one of those topics that, it's that intangible aspect, right? Environment, you can kind of talk about it, feel it. Social, you can kind of see the people, and there's a lot of human aspect to it. What is governance? Governance is more around policy. It's around process. It's around how you do things in the most fairest way possible, right? So one of the things that we have been doing as a demonstration or as just a way to prove to ourselves that you can indeed have fairness, can indeed have a democratic process where the people, in our case the community member, can actually decide where the project is going to go. Now that's actually a very hard thing to do. Let me give you an example. When you go to the bank and then you put some money in your savings account, and right now, what are the interest rate that you're getting? 0.0 whatever %. It's basically zero, yeah. But you don't get to say that, right? Who gives you that interest rate? Well, it's the bank. Well, where does the bank get it from? Well, from the central bank, right? So all of those are dictated to us. We have no control. But if you think about it, we are the one that's putting money into the account. Why is someone else telling us what interest we're going to be getting? Just think about that for a second, right? I mean, I'm not saying this is wrong. It's just how the world has been running for a long time. But that's actually quite interesting to think about. So what we've tried to do here is, with the token distribution of our own token within the Algorand network, we have actually taken the power of how, in one case, how to determine the rate, the interest rate, or the reward rate for the algo holder, for the token holders. They get to decide. They get to decide. We don't tell them. They get to decide, right? And how do they get to decide? They get to decide by committing, meaning putting money in the savings account, right? Of course, you have to do that. And then by the number of people that want to register as a governor and who actually vote on what rate they should be getting all together, right? And we just actually ran our first governance period back in about a month ago. And we have about 52,000 community members out of 70,000 that actually voted to determine what their reward rates are going to be. This type of number on-chain transaction, this is not going to a ballot box. This is actually on-chain transactions, all recorded on a public chain. This is probably, if not the largest, one of the largest voting activity that has actually happened in the blockchain world. Many of the other projects don't publish information like this. We figured, why not? If you're a public chain, you should make things public. Why not? Even if the results were not good, I mean, this is a very good result. But even if the results were not good, we were going to share it anyways. Right? That's one way of actually showing how governance should be done. And then also, we were very lucky to be included as a founding member within the World Economic Forum's CISA committee, which is Crypto Impact and Sustainability Accelerator. And this accelerator is really meant to work with industry partners such as Ernst & Young, Goldman Sachs, Andreessen Horowitz, Ethereum Foundation, and we're one of the founding members as well, so that we can come up with interesting studies, research, analysis, and policies that we are all doing within our own organization or industries to be able to see if we can give some guideline on how crypto sustainability and impact can actually be run. This is just starting, but we're very, very fortunate to be included as part of the founding member, the steering committee. And we're going to be doing a lot more research into these areas, and hopefully, within the next few months, we'll start be able to share a lot about the governance aspect of how crypto projects, and in some sense, the connection between crypto and the traditional finance industries, and how that could intercorrelate and interoperate as well. So I just wanted to share that with you in this regard. And with that, that's the end of my presentation. I told you I wasn't going to go very technical. I wanted to share, when we talk about blockchain for good, there are indeed lots of good stories. I know all we hear about on CNN or whatever, sorry, I didn't want to name them, but you keep hearing about crypto is bad, crypto is scam, Bitcoin is bad, Bitcoin is... Okay, we hear that, but at the same time, there are a lot of highly positive projects that are happening in this space. And I think there will only be more and more of those happening around the world. And I think the more we share, the more we look into these, the more we can encourage the next generation to actually jump into this space and think about the next world challenge that they want to solve, the better we're going to be as far as the future is concerned. So thank you very much.
Initializing. New campaign initializing.
And welcome back. That was a fantastic conversation with Sean Lee, introducing us further to the Algorand Foundation and one of the world's greenest blockchains. Also very interesting to see the environmental, sustainability, and governance, environmental, social, and governance models and ways that blockchain is being used today to both track and impact ESG. Now, we're going to move into a new sector that we haven't talked about yet. We've been talking about disruption all day, and nothing caused greater disruption in the last 2 years than the COVID pandemic. And that's led to new technologies flowing into the education sector, or EdTech. But the deals in 2021, have they been bigger than 2020? Yes, but is the sector really getting the attention it deserves, or is there just too much competition? Today we're going to have a panel in to talk through kind of the funding trends and the investment attitudes towards education technology. Joining us will be a panel with John Sang, Daniel Cheng, and Rachel Chan up next.
Hello, everyone. I'm Rachel Chan. I'm the co-founder of Esperanza. You guys must be tired. What time is it? 5 o'clock in the evening. Why don't we do some stretching exercises? The organizer has asked us to pick an item. And I just picked this because we're going to talk about EdTech investment and probably something related to money if you know how to play mahjong. So John, what have you picked?
I picked Yoda. I was surprised to find that he's a lot smaller in person than I thought he would be. We grew up with him, and he's a really wise man. I hope he could give us some advice on how EdTech would develop in the future.
Daniel?
I got a torch. Just want to see any one of us really need some light. And then I can give it to the audience afterwards. Thank you.
So we're going to spend 30 minutes with you on this subject of EdTech investment. Education, all of you actually will know what is it all about. I'm not going to ask your vintage, but probably this is an area that hasn't changed a lot since your school days. But COVID has indeed accelerated changes in all areas, including how we teach and learn. And whether you are at school or in the workplace, technology applications have been on the rise in the last 2 years. And if you look at the numbers, EdTech investment has grown phenomenally in the last 2 years. And the number this year looks like it's going to exceed the level last year. But having said that, I don't know whether any of you in the audience, whether online or here physically, have ever involved in doing EdTech business. This is one of the areas that's quite difficult to raise money from investors, mainly because the business development, the product development cycle is very long. So today, we're very pleased to have this chance to talk about very important subject. How can we grow an EdTech funders community, especially in Hong Kong here? With me, I have John, founder of Esperanza. Probably, I don't need to introduce a lot about John, but he actually has been very actively promoting Hong Kong's startup ecosystem since the old days when he was with the government, when he was the Secretary for Commerce and Economic Development. And I also have Daniel. Daniel is one of the directors of Esperanza. He is the Chief Investment Officer of the Blue Top Group, a Hong Kong-based single-family office in Hong Kong, almost a century old, right? Yep. And they are also one of the early movers in doing EdTech investment. They are the LP of some of the VC PE funds, the major ones in the world. So I hope we can have a more interactive discussion with all of you. Maybe why don't we start to talk about EdTech? What exactly is education technology?
Maybe
maybe John, you can start first.
Well, generally speaking, EdTech refers to the use of technology hardware and or software to support and improve teaching and learning. Technologies like mobile, immersive technologies, AR, VR, AI, big data, IoT, robotics, etc. All these different kinds of technologies can help motivate, they can help personalize as well as track and evaluate learning, and in the process of improving the accessibility of quality education. And on the one hand, by reducing the workload on teachers, and on the other hand, by enhancing the engagement of students.
Daniel, you have anything to add?
One thing that I just wanted to add on is maybe some of you might just think it will just apply to university for the older kids, but actually it's not. It starts from early childhood education to K-12, to tertiary education, even to high school, or even at workforce development, like training, is all applicable. So the scope is quite big. So we have a very big audience in this, not only education, it could extend to other learning, training as well.
What are the trends in education technology?
Well, actually, what has happened is that since the COVID pandemic, it has ushered in the world's largest experiment in remote learning. Before we talked a lot about it, but we never really had a chance to practice due to a lot of different reasons. But the year 2020 was largely about moving learning online. And with the experience that educators gained last year, they have now noticed the deficiencies, and they are looking into how technology, they're looking at quite urgently how technology can enhance the effectiveness of teaching and learning. And more importantly, they're also seeking to master that technology to enable the facilitation of instruction and learning as well.
What are the trending technologies? We talk about so many different kinds of technologies.
Right. Well, actually, I've identified 4 different type of directions. I won't call them trends or whatever. The first one is really the mainstreaming of immersive technologies, like virtual and augmented reality, for both schools and also the workplaces. And because this is a way that we can help turn the learners from passive recipients to active participants interacting with the learning environment. And this is particularly useful for the learning of skills and techniques in situations where it could endanger the body and limbs of individuals. The second area I see is the gamification. And this has become a means to engage learners of different levels, making learning a lot more fun to do. And the third way is big data. This is transforming education in a way into a science of learning with its ability to help design, track, and analyze learning. And it has become a really good tool for teachers to help facilitate learning. And last but not least is the use of artificial intelligence. Things like voice assistants, chatbots, and facial recognition. And this will help to make learning a lot more personalized, more interactive, as well as effective. So these are all very positive trends or directions that education is moving forward. So all what we need now is to have teachers and schools and school systems to recognize or to use this sort of tools to help to bring education to the 21st century.
Daniel, I mentioned that Blue Top Group probably is one of the first in Hong Kong to start investing in education technology startup. Can you share your investment philosophies? What are your considerations?
Actually, the reason why that we really invest in EdTech 5 years ago is we do have a physical operation. We operate kindergartens, preschool in Hong Kong. We really see that we need some technologies for how do we use technology to improve ourselves. So we take a step forward. We don't really have a team in-house for all the investment opportunities. So first we invest in the EdTech VC from US, and then they really have the industry experts that we can really rely on them. So this is the first step that we take. We have Token. And later on, we do see other co-investment opportunities. So we do co-invest with a VC. So we have more deeper understanding of the EdTech space. And if you ask what is our investment philosophy, first thing come into my mind is how the technology really solve a problem. And the second is it a real problem? And then the third one would be how do you testify the feasibility of the technology? We as an investor and a school operator, we do look at scalability projects, but sometimes we need to know that we might have some trade-off. We more focus on not only scalability, we also would love to see the practicality of the technology itself. Does it really apply? Does it really help the teachers? Does it really improve the learning experience of the students? These are all sort of things that we really look into and we really take into consideration other than financial returns. So this is...
Yes, Daniel, you're right. Unlike some other tech, EdTech will require more patient capital. John, how do we address the funding needs of EdTech startup then?
I think you're absolutely right. EdTech is something that doesn't bring in a lot of capital quickly. But we do recognize that EdTech has the potential to create both financial as well as social returns. That is sort of achieving the dual objective of do well and do good at the same time. So what we see is that more and more EdTech ventures are now pursuing funding strategies that involve philanthropic as well as private capital. And under this kind of a blended capital approach, an EdTech venture can, on the one hand, receive grants, loans, and as well as equity investments at different stages of its life cycle from both impact first as well as finance first investors from around the world.
Yes. Are there any concrete examples of how this blended capital concept is applied?
Actually, yes. We do see some foundation from Europe. They actually deploy some of the capital to the EdTech VCs. Actually, they become the LPs. This is one strategy that they really can promote through the VCs. And the second one would be that I have seen in the market is they really connect all the research institutions like university, NGOs, that they can share information on the evidence-based research, so that every investor, they really have something to rely on, and then they really have an evidence behind the technology itself. So I think these kind of initiatives are quite helpful for investors.
I've also seen more and more foundations working with VC firms in terms of providing funding support to EdTech startups with solutions that can help address the needs, the learning needs of less privileged groups. I can think of one example of Lumina Foundation. They have provided support to the American Council on Education as well as Credly, which is an EdTech startup developing digital credentialing. They have a JV partnership and they offer a grant, Lumina offer a grant to American Council on Education to adopt the EdTech solution. And then they also provide equity investment to Credly. So I think that is a very good example that we would like to see more Hong Kong establishments to take up.
Well, I think in Hong Kong or maybe in Asia in general, we have to catch up on this trend of getting the foundations, the philanthropic capital to be involved in EdTech investment. How about business? Does business have a role to play as well?
I think certainly. I think corporates have a very important role to play in all of that. Now, in addition to really adopting sort of the ESG approach, I think a lot more corporates are working toward with some social purpose in what they do. And taking up some EdTech solutions is a good way of sort of returning some of the gains back to the community. And we are actually seeing a lot more corporate investment in EdTech. In one of the webinars that we had last year, we brought in Lego, and they are seeing EdTech as a growth catalyst for this almost 100-year-old company. And so I do encourage more and more Hong Kong firms to look into the opportunities of the EdTech space as one of the options to reinvigorate their own businesses.
Yeah, Daniel, actually, you are running an education business yourself. How do you see, investing in EdTech as a strategic decision by some of the business in Hong Kong or in Asia? Because it's not about schools, as you said at the beginning.
I think talent development would be one thing. How could we secure the talents in Hong Kong specifically? I think EdTech can play a very important role. Like in Singapore, Temasek, they really invest in EdTech. This is some of the initiative that has to be driven by the government. I think for Hong Kong, we really need to figure out how we could really build this community together. I think government needs to play a role. Maybe Hong Kong MA or Invest Hong Kong as well. And it just come into my mind. I think foundation could also play a role because we do have Jockey Club, Hong Kong Jockey Club, and some big foundation people that I think they could really need their help to build and create this ecosystem together, other than the private capital that coming from the corporate side.
Indeed, I think we need to create more noises, getting the foundations and also the government involved in EdTech investment. Okay, going back to Esperanza. John, what actually is Esperanza doing to foster the development of an EdTech funders community?
We are trying to establish basically quite an ambitious goal of developing an ecosystem for the entire EdTech chain. But the whole EdTech investment is really at a very early stage of development in Asia. And so one of the first things that we would like to do now is to facilitate the development of an EdTech funders circle in Hong Kong, pulling together like-minded institutional investors, family offices, as well as foundations. We had a first meeting a few months ago, and we'll be meeting again, I think on the 14th of December, to present the 2021 Adventures GBA Fellows, which was held recently, to a group of potential investors. We've identified a number of fellows, and these are have really good potential EdTech applications. And we would like to see if these funders, potential funders, would be interested in investing in some of these new ventures.
Daniel, you're also involved in our Adventures GBA program. Anything you want to share with the audience?
From what I see from the finalists, actually we have 12 finalists at the finalists. I think they are quite global, and they target a different age group, and then they are quite diversified. Even from K-12, even lower age for early childhood to K-12 to tertiary to workforce. I think we have the whole spectrum. And the technology itself is not just from Hong Kong. It's from Israel, from Canada, from UK, from Europe, other countries in Europe. We're really looking forward to see how we could provide the capital from the funder circle, as well as how we can help them for business development. Because they really want to look into Asia market, but how? And then for the investor, how could we provide other than capital to them? How could we help? How can we add value to them? I think this is a very interesting time to explore.
Yes, definitely. It's not just about money. Especially for EdTech, localization partners is very important. I think we should open the discussion to the audience. Growing a movement really requires more people to join, to sing this song together with us. I can see, like Jennifer, she's been a champion in EdTech. A couple of friends there are also involved in EdTech. So, any suggestions for us? How can we grow this movement? Anyone would like to offer your insight? Yes, Jennifer, please.
Sure. I think what you guys are doing right now is absolutely amazing. I got the chance to participate in the Adventures Global Summit with you guys about a month back. And I think what you guys are doing is not just talking the talk, walking the walk, engaging change makers, stakeholders. Because one thing you guys do know about me is that I always believe our family office, Nushi Capital, we've always supported impact investments. And EdTech is something that's impactful universally. Whether it's lifelong learning, whether we're investing in next-gen learning, all of us are stakeholders in this because we cannot afford to not invest in our own humanity. So I thank you guys for galvanizing the cause. And I urge everyone here, whether you're an entrepreneur, you're an investor, or you're someone who can participate, like we have also, KPMG and other amazing folks here, this is something we cannot collectively ignore. We are all participants, stakeholders, in EdTech together. And so we need to invest cross-border and cross-vertical into this. It's something that we must do. Because if you look at human capital, we need it to power any investments, whether it's environmental, whether it's metaverse, whether it's anything. So if we don't plant these seeds for our own future, I really think we need to heed this call to action. And thank you guys so much for having this very necessary panel.
Thank you, Jennifer. I always said there will be no fintech, no property tech, no real retail tech if we don't have EdTech. Anyone have any thoughts, questions, suggestions for us? Yes, please.
Thank you so much for the time. I really learned a lot, and I think currently I'm a young entrepreneur, and I have ideas that is actually what they're looking for, and I have a project ideas that's wanting to build a recycling chatbot that can help people to get started to recycling journey and reducing waste. And I'm building this chatbot recently, and so people can just really use these solutions to help them get started on recycling. And I'm looking for investor and potential clients or companies that is interested at my projects that I'm building recently, and to really look to scale up the impact that the solutions that I'm creating recently. So thank you for the times, and I hope to get in touch and really know how I can scale up the solutions and look for the opportunity to scale up the impact of it. So,
yes, definitely. There's a convergence between going green, environment, green tech, and EdTech as well. Paul, you're there. I saw you. Anything you want to add from the impact sustainability angle in terms of talent development? Okay. Yes, please, Jennifer.
Sorry, I want to add one more thing. It's that we need to engage our next gen now. So for example, my son just donated 3 books to his school library as well as to his classroom. So I think when we empower our next gen, as well as that next gen to be the seeds of their own change, to take their own education, their fate into their own hands, I think it's even more powerful. So I think as all of us, I'm sure, are investors and entrepreneurs in our own rights. So I think if you know any young person, support them in making the necessary whether it's impact investments or donations to their own education. I know we're very proud to be, supporters and donors to their international school, but we are also trying to make sure that if you're engaging in any programs, if you're paying for your child's education, make it one for one. Pay for another child's education. If you're making an investment of your time in a for-profit institution, then go and make it one, whether it's in resources, capital, or your own time to a like-minded one. I know I'm very, very proud. Nushik Capital is very proud to partner with Adventures as well as Esperanza going forward. So I hope we can all collectively move forward to make little baby steps to make this change together. Thank you so much.
Yes, we talk a lot about investors, foundation, and government, but we should not forget the power of change actually comes from all of us in the community, from parents and from children, from everyone. On this note, any last word that you want to share with us, John and Daniel?
I think I'll just go back to the concept of technology. I think that is the most powerful equalizer that we can use to democratize learning and create opportunity for everyone. So I think it is high time now in Hong Kong for the public sector, the private sector, the philanthropic sector to work together and in development of EdTech for the benefit of our future generations.
Thank you. Daniel?
I think EdTech is relatively easy to understand if you compare to FinTech, HealthTech, or BioTech. So everyone here should be the stakeholder as well, as a student, parents, or even you work in corporate for human capital related or not, but we are all the stakeholders. So I really hope that everyone could pay more attention to EdTech and then see what end goal that you can support from your own journey. Thank you.
Thank you, John and Daniel. Thank you, all of you. I hope we'll all see you in future EdTech events. Let's join the education innovation movement together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, how many of you here are familiar with B Corps? Anyone a member of a B corporation? B Corps are a new framework for establishing companies, and what they provide is ensuring the highest levels of transparency, legal accountability, but most important, it's a framework that helps companies balance purpose and profit. So I certainly recall years ago working for a very large global organization, and as an employee, it was always demotivating to hear them say, "We put shareholders first," and that seemed to be a misprioritization, at least in the eyes of this employee. So now we'll hear from the founders of the B Purpose Bureau that include Per Dahlberg, Nikki Wong, and Laura Korenian-Chabert, and I apologize if I've slaughtered that name. However, they're here from B Purpose Bureau. The three of them are their co-founders, and they'll be talking about the ways to become a certified B Corporation and why this framework works best for companies as well as for the planet.
Okay, thank you very much. Hi, Laura, good to see you. So I've been passed on this Yoda here which seems to be the token of this conference. And I guess, like previous speakers have said, he stands for wisdom, insights, and maybe also longevity. So I think that is very appropriate with what we are going to talk about, which is wherever we can, if we can get the presentation up on the screen, going soon, which is about B corporations. And the title of today's talk. It's going to be less of a workshop because of the format that we're running here today, where we have people everywhere here in the venue, and then of course online. But we'll be focusing on the presentation. But is to talk about, the title is then "To Be or Not to Be Corp," and the focus of this is, like the introduction said, is to talk about what B corporations are, what they stand for, and what kind of impact they have, and how they can help a company wherever they are, whether they are the topic of this conference in a scale-up phase, or if they're a startup or a very mature company. The people presenting this we are from something called the B Purpose Bureau, and we have today here the three of us. Nikki, who you can't see, she's standing a little bit behind here, here in the venue, and then we have Laure, who is in Paris. So maybe Laure says hello.
Hi everyone.
And my name is Per. So we can go to the next slide because we're not doing the Menti. So just a couple of words about who we are. B Purpose Bureau, as you can hear, it is about putting purpose at the core. And what we are doing is helping companies really go from intent to action. We are doing that by using or taking a multi-stakeholder approach, moving away from the shareholder primacy into a stakeholder focus, putting purpose at the center, and using the B Corp framework to help companies really putting purpose into action and measure it. So a backdrop, though, I think we all realize that we're in a situation which is not. It can be a little bit daunting at times. Right? We've got a bit of a crisis. We have the pandemic going on, of course. We've got climate emergency, and we've got inequalities on the rise. And I mean, the pandemic can really be seen as a testament to that we really need to change the way that we have been doing business for quite some time now. But it's not just a sign of a crisis. It's also a sign of great hope, because in the pandemic, what we also see is that crises actually bring the best in people out, not necessarily the worst. I mean, we can see how fast a vaccine has been developed, and if we look at other situations where really we have to drop our masks and become our true selves. That could be a terrible situation like a plane that has to do an emergency landing, or a bomb attack, or natural disasters, is that we really reach out to each other and help each other. Now, that is not often mentioned, but we see that this aspect of how we are as people is really a superpower of what we are. This is one of the reasons to our species' advancement on this planet. It is to collaborate and work together. So what we want to really highlight here today is that despite the crisis and despite all we hear about negative news, is that we are actually hardwired to collaborate and work together. You could say that one of the superpowers is really the kind, or to be kind in humankind. And that's what we've got to really believe in, as well as we know is quite true. So, because we see that this kind of collaboration, that in business can really be a transformational foundation for making positive changes to the world around us. I mean, this is where we find solutions to our problems. But unfortunately, it is also where we create a lot of our problems. Now, this is nothing new, but what the B Corp movement, and this is what we want to highlight here today, is really driving is to how we can be a part of the solution as opposed to part of the problem only. So that is what we want to really focus on here today and talk about. Okay, Laure, I don't know if you can hear.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Great. So absolutely, we are here about to talk about the change, and change is indeed happening. Business is evolving. The idea that business should only focus on maximizing profits for shareholders and view other stakeholders like the environment, society as a whole, or even employees as externalities, i.e. as something that a business has no responsibility for, is frankly a little bit outdated. Shareholder capitalism has dominated business for the last, 40 years or so, but we are moving away from it, back to a reality that a company is there to create value for all its stakeholders. And the good news is having a stakeholder focus works. It's now the talk of the town. Businesses are realizing that it's a win-win solution, which delivers benefits both to society and to shareholders. You can see here that over a 5-year period, the S&P Global ESG Index outperformed the S&P Global Index. And according to Just Capital, companies with stakeholder focus beat the laggers by over 30% over the last 4 years, and by double-digit margins during the pandemic. Customers are changing too. The so-called eco-active consumer segment is growing, now representing 20% of the total consumer market. According to a Kantar report, since the pandemic started, 1 in 5 shoppers say that they have acquired more environmentally friendly habits. Stakeholder focus is here to stay, especially if you take into consideration what millennials and Zoomers say about companies and products, right? 8 out of 10 millennials are only attracted to companies with a strong social purpose. And 94% of Zoomers, most of you guys, say that companies, i.e. brands, should address urgent social and environmental issues.
So, thanks, Laura. Let's hone in on that. Change is coming, and the sustainability disruption that is really at our doorstep, because this is where investments are going, not just customers, but investments are going this direction. It's going to be massive. There's a massive opportunity here. And the B Corp movement and the B Corp concept is all about capturing that or driving that change. So what is B Corp? Let's hone in on that a little bit, and how does it fit with what we're just discussing? Well, it's a number of different things. But first of all is to say that it really takes stakeholders into focus. And it's not just talking about stakeholders and stakeholder values. It proves it by being certified. It goes through a certification process, which is leaning on an assessment that we're going to come back to, and a roadmap that is a very practical tool set, really, for how to make this happen. It is also community and a movement, but we are going to focus on these kind of 3 areas. The assessment, how to assess, because we talked about it, we heard several speakers previously today talk about how do you assess impact? How do you actually make a distinction between a company that just talks the talk and then one that actually walks the walk? And this is where the most crucial difference lies. It's a roadmap, and it's also a certification. So let's go back to certification, or go on to the next one. Why B Corp? And why this certification? Just like we heard before, everybody's now getting onto the bandwagon of talking about stakeholders. And I can't quote a speaker this morning, but she was talking about, I think she said something along the lines that talking about stakeholders and what companies are doing at the moment is a little bit like, she said, the way that teenagers and sex belong together. There's a lot of talk, but there's very little action. So I said to her I would steal her quote, because it is a very good one. But regardless, a lot of big businesses and lots of big forums, some of them have been mentioned here before today, like the WF and others, they say that they believe in stakeholders, they are going down this path. And that's good, and that's what we need to hear. But And this is what Yoda is saying. We need to see some action. And that's where B Corp comes in, because they have this certification scheme where you are not just measured on what you're not at all measured on what your intentions are. You are only measured on what you have actually done and what you can prove that you have done and what you have measured and quantified. So it's all about quantifying and measuring. And this in its turn it's a self-assessment to start with, but then in order to certify, you need to be audited by a third party, which is WLAB. And WLAB is a non-governmental organization and a non-profit that, so to speak, owns this framework. So that is really the central part of what B Corp is all about. Laura?
Yep. In summary, I guess you could say that B Corp certification is to a whole company what fair trade is to a product like coffee, or USDA organic to milk. But whilst you wouldn't know how sustainably or organically the fair trade coffee bean has been grown, or how a USDA organic milk producer treats its employees or suppliers, the B Corp certification takes that into account as well. It really gives you the full picture. So now let's look at the different levels of impact represented here with water in a glass. Companies that are measuring their positive impact are filling the glass with water. Companies that have a negative impact on some of their stakeholders are emptying the glass. Amongst those that create positive impact at the basic level, a little bit of water, you have companies committed to CSR, represented here by Lego and Rolex. And as you start measuring your impact, you fill up your glass. So here we have companies that comply with ESG standards. And filling the glass even more are B Corps, which take a broader approach, as we said before, to impact measurement with the B Impact Assessment, or BIA for short. It's also linked to the UN Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs. And at the highest level, you have B corporations with top scores, like Patagonia, Seventh Generation, or Pi Strategy in Hong Kong. Now, you may be wondering, who are these B Corps? Are they nonprofits, social enterprises? Well, they're actually all for-profits and found in really all kinds of industries, such as ice cream. Ben & Jerry's, an ice cream company whose mission is not to sell ice cream, but to use ice cream to change the world. In their own words, we love making ice cream, but using our business to make the world a better place gives our work its meaning. That's what makes their staff come to work motivated every day, this positive impact they create. Other companies you will probably be familiar with include The Body Shop, which needs no further introduction, or Chloe, a recently certified B Corp and the first luxury fashion house to become certified. And then, of course, there is Patagonia, whose mission is to save the planet. Just to save the planet. Small mission. They give heavily to social causes and focus on environmental issues, to the point where they are known to sometimes even ask customers not to buy their products. But certified B Corps can also be found in smaller local service providers, such as in Hong Kong, we have Hoteliers and Urban Spring, a water refill station provider you may know, and Palo IT, a tech company actually attending SIS today. So I encourage you to go and talk to them. They have some really incredible experiences to share. So it's really all kinds of companies in all sorts of industries. They can all become B Corps. There's not one fit all.
Yeah,
back to you.
Exactly. Thank you. So if you're in a company then, early stage or wherever you are, you might then think, what is in it for me? What's the WIFM? Well, there are a few things in here that are very important. One is that you know, you can see this baby here. It has a lot of attraction in it. It makes you as attractive as almost as his baby, because and it attracts a new set of customers that we talked about, and a growing set of customers that do care about where their products are coming from. It also attracts a new set of investors that are also now getting regulatory pressure on them to have their funds go into sustainable or sustainably run companies, which is really causing or will cause this disruption going forward. And it attracts talent. And maybe more importantly, it really keeps them in the company. I think this is something that, you know, many companies can give testament to. On the other hand, it also provides kind of a North Star. It shows you the direction of a company in terms of the mission. As a company grows, it's really difficult to maintain that mission. So it's easy to get a mission drift. But the B Corp concept and the framework really helps to keep that in place as you grow. It offers abundance of credibility, because having the B Corp certification logo, it just means automatically that you are understood to deliver stakeholder value to a very high standard. It is also an extremely fertile ground for innovation. And it's really the ongoing kind that doesn't only take you into tomorrow, but sustains you far into the future. And it really makes you stand out against the crowd. It shows leadership in your industry. So there's a lot of things in there for both startups, scale-ups, but also mature companies, any kind of company really. So let's look at some examples again. And we don't have time to go into much detail here today, but Patagonia was mentioned before. 9,000 applicants for an opportunity to work in the company. And it's not because they pay the best wages on this planet. You don't get rich automatically working in Patagonia, but it is because they are so aligned with their mission and with their purpose. So working for this company is something that people are just interested in doing, and it just attracts talent, and it keeps them there. So although you might not want to have 9,000 people applying to each job position you have, it kind of gives an indication of what this brings with it. So that's important. And I think Palo IT is in here as well. I've heard them several times talk about it. So once again, do talk to them to get some more understanding of what B Corp is to a company, in this case, in the tech industry. And they get this attractiveness to talent because of the credibility that they offer. I mean, employees today, if you've been interviewing people over the last few years, you suddenly find yourself not necessarily interviewing, but equally being interviewed. Because people come into your company, especially if there are talent that you really want, they will ask you what your company's values and mission is all about. Is it worth their while working for you? So you have to show some credibility to the direction that you are proclaiming to take, and show some leadership. And that's exactly what a company does, like Patagonia. Laura, you have some other examples.
Sure, yes. And Patagonia have paved the way, Patagonia and companies like Patagonia have paved the way for others, like Allbirds, a sustainable shoemaking company, who started using the BIA we mentioned from a very early stage. It was founded in 2014, and they certified just 2 years later in 2016. Reducing their environmental impact has been a priority since day one for Allbirds. This means that their starting point and end goal wasn't just to make profit. Changing their perspective kind of forced them to innovate and think in a different way, because the source of innovation was their mission, not just profit. They're really cool and innovative B Corp. They managed to develop sustainable shoe materials from all sorts of things: waste, plastic bottles, sugarcane, wool, and trees. And the final product is a comfortable, washable pair of shoes made with a lower ecological footprint. And the interesting thing here is that they really started this process of innovation by measuring the impact they have on the environment, one of their key stakeholders, measuring the carbon footprint of every single aspect of the production process. They set a precedent in the industry, and that makes them really stand out and be one step ahead. After only a few years of being in business, the company is now valued at $1.7 billion. But it's not all about valuation. Their compelling purpose and great product had attracted over 1 million customers by their second year in business. And although they are much smaller than competitors like Nike, they have already caught the attention of Adidas and formed an interesting partnership with them. Overall, a very forward-thinking and inspirational B Corp. Back to you, Kurt.
Okay, so summarizing the benefits then, it's also having the B Corp certification makes you immediately recognizable, and you join a community of companies or a set of companies and a group of industry leaders that are also welcoming you on board. Because getting the certification, you immediately show that you walk the talk. You are not a greenwasher or a purpose washer. You are immediately trusted. And that means that other companies that are already certified want to help you. And this is a huge benefit because suddenly you have access to, yeah, the community is not huge, but the community of this community, reaching out beyond the 4,000, you're talking a 10-fold or a more of a 100-fold beyond that, is very, very big, of companies that suddenly you now have an entry to. And getting also access just to executives within those companies, if nothing else, for getting feedback on things is also invaluable. So joining that community is also a very strong benefit of B Corp certification. Yeah, go to the next. So generally we would, and we will welcome you to get back to us on this, but we are going to then talk a little bit about the assessment of how do you start or continue or accelerate your sustainability journey, because this is really the key aspect of B Corp. The certification is important, but not everybody reaches there, but there is a tool set here for going from intent to action, and that's really what makes this stand out, and this is why we find it very useful. At the center of this is something called the B Impact Assessment, which is an online tool, completely free. Anybody can access it, and it then looks at a number of questions or ways of helping you move forward with how to deliver stakeholder value in different areas. I think what was the next one? Yeah, and it looks at two different aspects in how it measures impact. Quite easy to understand. It looks across industries also. If you are a small company, or whatever kind of company you are, you will be categorized accordingly. So you won't be having the same kind of questions as maybe a company in another country in a different industry. It's going to be specific to the environment that you're operating in. Anyways, it looks at two different aspects. One is operational. Here it is represented then by what are you doing at your office? Are you recycling plastics? Are you taking care of your immediate environment in terms of water and waste and so forth? That's operational. And that is all good. We all need to do that. But the impact, of course, is not immense. It also looks at something called an impact business model, which is then how are you actually turning your business focus, your mission, into a profitable business. In the case that we just heard with Allbird, how they're using recyclable materials to create a new product, which in its case they are selling and creating a positive impact both for environment and customers, etc. So that impact is, of course, there's a higher impact there, so you get more scores out of that. So it divides between the operational scores and the impact scores. Laura?
Yes. So how does the BIA work? As Per just said, it actually asks very specific questions related to your business, relevant to the industry you're in. and looking at for things you've done well, how you've created a positive impact. And it awards scores for that. It's really a positive points system. So to certify, you need a minimum of 80 out of 200 points. It may sound easy, but the devil is really in the details. And only companies that are truly purpose-driven and stakeholder-focused will get there. If not, though, you actually have a good starting point and a kind of a recipe for how to move forward. As a tool, it's really quite easy to use. So let's have a quick look. Once you log on the platform, you see a summary of where you are. Here on your left, you can see a snapshot of a company assessment. The tool allows you to keep track of your score, your progress, and how the operational and IBM points Per just mentioned are distributed. So it's divided into 5 different stakeholder areas, namely governance, workers, community, environment, and customers. This is how the BIA assesses a company in a holistic way. The way the assessment is structured allows the user to go through each area one by one in any order. And under each area, there is a list of questions that ask you what positive impact you have created in your business. And if you haven't done any yet, you'll get, as we said, a good idea of how you could do that in the future. You then click into the question to expand it. And as you can see here in the environment section, you get an operational question on what kind of material you recycle, for instance, if you're in the environment section. And the impact question, on the other hand, looks at your business model in more depth. It's really a very intuitive and user-friendly tool, but it's also a little bit like riding a bicycle, which is easy when you know how to do it, but we all remember how much commitment, time, and effort it required for us to actually be able to ride that bike. So don't be surprised if you need a little bit of help. Going from 2 legs to 2 wheels will take you much further, much faster, but it does require a certain level of commitment. Per?
Okay,
I think you have
thank
some
you.
examples.
So let's just quickly have a look at a company that here has used the impact assessment framework, the tool, to innovate and create value for their different stakeholders. Here's a company called Play. They got a product which is a dog bed. I mean, it's a very basic one. They have scored on the B impact assessment, and this is always publicly available, what you score and how you score in different areas, because it's all about creating transparency as well as it's an honest kind of framework. They have created value then in terms of how they treat their workers, the people working for the company, and it is through things like having equitable and fair play. You know, what is the difference between the highest and lowest paid in the company? What is the transparency of how people are paid? And I think you know, this is something that some companies really take up, have transparency of the payment in the company. They look at giving yearly bonuses to their employees, and then, of course, different health benefits and time off and so forth. So when it comes to environment, the product has been made out of recycled material, and they measure how much. So they've saved now 10 million bottles by making this product, which, of course, is a good impact. And in terms of customers, it's not just about selling as many dog beds as possible to create short-term profit for the shareholders. It's about creating value for the customers, and customers appreciate a durable product that they can use for a long time. So it's washable covers, easy things, but valued things, which comes from thinking holistically about values to different stakeholders. In terms of community, they're working with dog shelters and other charities with a buy one, give one kind of approach, which is not that unusual. And also they give to research, in this case, prostate cancer charity, to 10% of their sales, which is you know, not insignificant. So generally, and this is why we have actually run this a little bit shorter today, generally we would go into a little bit more detail around some of these stakeholder questions, some about how to use the platform, but we welcome you to come back and talk to us instead, because it's difficult to do it in this format here today, to go into a Zoom breakout room and have another breakout room here, so forth. But what we really want to highlight is that the impact assessment is really a very, very usable tool. It's like a Swiss Army knife, really. And we can't stress this enough, that this is really about how. This is really about going from intent to action. So we encourage you all to really go and have a look at this. Go and play with it. It's free. It's going to, if you're going to really start using it in earnest, it will definitely take a commitment, depending on your business model. But even if you're just starting out and you don't score that well, you know where you are today, and you can start getting ideas of where you can set targets or where to go tomorrow. So go to the www.bimpactassessment.net and have a look at it, have a play with it. I think that's really where we sort of end today. I think we have also, of course, we would like to get your feedback to you online, if you're able to, with your smartphones, if you got time to just take a photo of the feedback survey. We would always appreciate a bit of feedback. We'd be interested in hearing from you, because one of the first questions on this 1-minute survey is, how likely are you to try out this tool, this framework? So if you've got time, we would very much appreciate if you would go and do that. But otherwise, I think we will wrap up today. I don't know if we have any specific questions from the floor, or if we can see any online. I think it's maybe a bit difficult today to do that, the online questions. I don't know, Laura, do you see anything online? Maybe not. No. So we won't go there. With that, we just thank you for your time, and hope you'll wish you all the best on your sustainability journey. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Initializing. New campaign initializing.
And we're back. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for staying online and for staying here in person. It's the upside and downside of a dual event.
Absolutely.
Now, this has been absolutely manic, back-to-back sessions, one right after the other. I mean, it's been so much covered, and particularly with the emphasis on ESG today.
Absolutely, and I think that was exactly our intention, to line up talks one after the other, all live, with deep insights, that we would talk about things that maybe others would not dare, and also see the connectivities between different industries, technologies, and themes. And I have some of learnings that I've already taken away. I don't know about you.
Well, you know, I thought it was 2 days ago that Secretary Edwin Yao came in and opened the conference. It was really just about 7 hours ago. But there, in that talk, he was reflecting on how Hong Kong has shifted and adapted, given the multiple cyclones or typhoons it's been hit with, but how the economy has come back so robustly. And we've heard that from presenter after presenter today, seeing the way technology is integrating into every aspect of business.
Absolutely. I mean, very often we say nothing better than a good crisis to open up our eyes and opportunities in business. Now, I say that obviously with a little parenthesis, you know, it would be great on having these opportunities, not with so many, you know, health downsides. But I think what I also took away seriously from that talk was really the fact that here in Hong Kong, given that we have all the ingredients in place, given that, you know, that focus on the tech and innovation scene helps to empower solutions, we can actually bounce back very, very fast and very, very high. And I think
But I think it's also now a case of bounce back better, because there was a real emphasis all day on ESG.
Yes.
And what I wanted to ask you, why that as an emphasis? Is that kind of one of the powers of tech? I mean, you're the conference organizer, and I'd like to know what went through your thinking.
Yeah, so absolutely, and I love that you come back to the purpose of SIS, Scaleup Impact Summit, which is all about showcasing impact, but also making impact. And I think obviously, you know, Mr. Yao talked about different cyclones. He mentioned about obviously climate. He mentioned about you know, the current pandemic. I think all of these are areas where we realize that the ESG agenda or the impact, you know, needs to change dramatically. And again, thinking about that, you know, tech companies, which are at the center of everything we do at WHub, are the ones who are going to drive innovation forward, and with that, all the economic growth and all the positive impact. We said, again, we need to showcase all the amazing thing that a lot of startups are doing out there, even without necessarily waving the ESG flag, but really driving the impact.
And while most of the companies that were here were in that startup or scale-up phase, you know, and we haven't really heard from the big end of town, we heard how ESG is filtering through even to investments made by JP Morgan, because they're using AI to scan the news and understand how ESG could potentially impact their investments. So you're seeing that ESG is increasingly relevant, but it's not just for the scale-ups or startups, but it's for the big end of town. And so many of these companies that you've invited to speak have had real success stories with kind of introducing ESG or turning ESG into a business. I mean,
absolutely.
Our carbon-based NFT.
Absolutely. Yes, and I think I just want to build on, because of course we talk about Industry 4.0 and disruption, business model disruption in the context of supply chain, manufacturing, sourcing. But I think I also want to say, you know, at WHub, one of the things that we love to do is bring people together, uniting the community. And I think we're beyond that stage where it's, you know, big players having a kind of like monopolistic situation where nobody else can come and innovate, versus that era where it was all about disruption, bringing the big players out. It's now realizing, if we think about making sustainable, big scale impact, it's about bringing forces together. All our co-innovation programs between corporates and startups are tailored towards that. We heard a bit today. We're going to hear so much more tomorrow, actually, when we also have some very concrete case studies about corporate and startup co-innovation, and another hackathon that we're going to kick off.
Well, we're fortunate to have the live event and to have the online event and to have so much participation. Well, I think we're nearly ready for our next panel, so we'll leave the fireside conversation. I still have a lot of notes to discuss. I'm looking forward to this next talk, and we'll see you online soon. We're ready with the next group?
Fantastic.
Well,
once again, you can see this is purely live, crude, raw, honest, transparent conversations.
So don't go anywhere. We've had a lot of conversations around women in tech and women in finance. And this next panel, I think, is kind of the panel that's demonstrating a lot of that coming through. So we're going to talk about law, RegTech, but also the way laws are impacting tokenization and digital assets. We'll have a panel involving our senior advisor to the board at HashKey, Angelina Kwan. We have Christy Schwartz, a partner at DLA Piper. We have Machiana Chu, who's a partner at Deakins. And Mushir Ahmed, thankfully, is the moderator of this upcoming panel. So he'll be able to draw the best out of these three powerful knowledge experts.
And I think that is one really beautiful thing I have to really highlight for this panel, because when we said we always need to reach out to the best, to the experts in their scene, you know, we could not showcase these three power ladies. So with that, I think they're ready, no? They're in their starting blocks?
Great, well, let's get them on and get back to the show. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Walter.
Great.
Which way? This side. So you may have to switch to one seat as we've been allocated.
Oh, yes.
I didn't want to disturb that war, which is going to dominate our lives in the next 10 to 20 years. But ladies and gentlemen, welcome to a panel where we'll discuss tokenization, LawTech, RegTech, and what bling you can wear. As you can see, we have on the right corner, representing the Bitcoin world, is Angelina Kwan. Then with the dollar, the American from Texas, Christy Schwartz. And then taking a view that we'll try to understand where it lies is Marijuana going to talk about what we're going to do. My name is Mushir Ahmed. I'm the founder and MD of FinStep Asia. So with this exciting Start Me Scaleup Impact Summit, we all have brought something along with us. And it is mandated that we say something funny about why we've chosen the toys we have, considering Disney's coming into Hong Kong, a very opportune time. Why don't we start with you, Angelina? Like, you know, the combination of Bitcoin with Captain America is very exciting.
Yes,
yeah.
Christy and I were having a battle between the dollar and
Yes.
Bitcoin,
Yes.
and I'm representing Bitcoin, and I have the shield, and she
has the dollar. And Angelina says Bitcoin will win. I think, unfortunately, she's right, but I always like to support the underdog.
So that's why we have our accoutrements as is. So that's
As
why
is
we
the
chose
case.
them. And that's why we chose the bling that we did.
May, what about you? The toy that you have chosen, or the...
Yeah, I've chosen this pair of eyeglasses.
Yeah.
It's not an ordinary pair of eyeglasses, because with this, you can see the trend of Bitcoin in the future. So I'm not going to give it away.
Yeah.
Well, I've chosen the panda. It makes it easy for, to represent who I am. Literally.
So cute.
I know, right?
Aww.
You can look up YouTube and you'll find a video about me talking about my life and Kung Fu Panda. It's like little known fact. I made one video for my MBA program. Besides that, my Instagram handle is the Eye of the Panda Hong Kong. So I hope to get 5 more followers tonight. Please do oblige, right? So let's get to the meat of this discussion. I have a strict time on us, so I'm going to jump right in. We'll start off with a question on what is being the deployment of blockchain by your clients, right? All three of you, or and you're also deploying blockchain yourselves. But we'll start with Christy at the top. What has been the level of deployment of Bitcoin, blockchain by your clients currently?
Thank you, Mashir. I think we've seen a bit of a shift from the RegTech, LawTech days where you're seeing the AML, KYC, fraud protection, regulation, where blockchain was very useful, I think, to get us started. But what I really feel is that we're seeing blockchain moving into a different space. No doubt everyone will agree, NFTs came out of nowhere. It basically, in my mind, legitimized cryptocurrency, the use of digital assets, virtual assets, and it basically started to come really down to the level where everyone can start to think about and speak about how much something costs in a percentage of an ETH, or Bitcoin can buy me that. And so what we're seeing from a use case basis is pretty astounding, actually. It's multivariate. So as some of you may know, I've just recently joined the new firm of DLA Piper, and got to get that kick in there. And we have the lovely and amazing tokenization engine called Toko. With that, we're trying to tokenize a lot of different assets, and we're being sought out to give advice on anything from fractionalization of real estate, probably fractionalization of art. Does it work? Yes or no? We're still working through it. Things like horses, horse racing. Do you really need to fractionalize ownership there, or can you basically just go out and say, hey, let's just do something as has always been done, as in, let's just buy the shares of the company and tokenize that. To that, we all say that's not particularly fun or interesting. So the use cases, I think, are amazingly varied. We're also seeing things like diamonds, secondary marketplaces. Can we do it? How do we do it? So I think the possibilities are endless, because you could do a lot of different attributes and look at lots of different assets and how that tokenization would represent either the ownership. It could also represent maybe the economic interest. You could maybe say, hey, I want to basically separate the economic interest from the actual ownership of the assets. So I think in that space, we're seeing a lot of new test cases. And I think one of the interesting things is that people are saying, oh, how do I do this? And normally as a lawyer, you come to, and it's pretty, I would say, step 1, step 2, step 3. I think the interesting thing now is that you can basically say, the world is your oyster, what do you want to do? And I think that's a little bit confusing for some clients, so we have to somewhat help them by narrowing the topics down in the scope of work. But I think it really is an exciting time, and I do tend to agree. Maybe maybe the future is bright, that's why you have to wear shades. I don't know, maybe that's the other part to the ensemble.
Yeah, Anjali, I'm going to come to you, right? You came from what people like to call TradFi, right? Traditional finance, to now making that jump, or being in the DeFi world for a few years now. So what has been the attractive nature of blockchain, that drew you into what you're doing now, but also how are your clients responding to it? Right? Yeah.
Well, I have to tell you, I first got into digital assets and the blockchain in 2013 when I advised a young man who went on to build one of the largest exchanges in the world. And for that, I received 5 Bitcoin. And I've never sold those 5 Bitcoin, but that's how I got into it. And it was an immutable record. Yeah. And I have that. And it's been fantastic. And that's how I fell down the rabbit hole. Because every few months, we would be in touch with the CFTC. And Chairman Giancarlo at the time said, Angelina, we're going to approve the CME to trade futures. So that was really how I got down the rabbit hole, and then I went into trading. And what we're seeing now is you're seeing traditional finance with a lot of, I won't mention our competitors, but a lot of big investment banks are opening up trading in digital assets. And then you're seeing digital asset firms like us service traditional finance. And this is the area where HashKey is going to be excellent in, because we've got a good mix of both traditional as well as tech to actually serve and help traditional finance move into this area. So where is blockchain going to be so important is the tokenization area, which Christy has talked about. And that's why we're so excited to work with Toko. We're so excited to work with Deacons in these areas, because this is the future. The tokenization of assets, the tokenization and using the blockchain to track assets. Our blockchain sister company is already used. There's so many use cases that are already being done, from tracking cows and making sure that they are a part of a asset class and making sure that they're monitored, to making sure that immutable transactions are tracked. And then you're seeing Bitcoin / blockchain being used in traditional finance. So you've seen it with the CME already, but what you're going to see it more and more is in the clearing space. So Australia, ASX was the first, but I think you're going to see more and more traditional exchanges move into this area. And I foresee, personally, with dematerialized script happening, what's the next step? It's going to be tokenization. Why are you even using share certificates, then moving into scriptless? Why don't we just move straight into fractionalization and tokenization? So this is going to be the next thing. And I see John there. Remember when we did scriptless? So why don't we just move into traditional? This was when we were back in government and the SFC. So thank you for being here.
I think this is very fair, but some people may argue that they want to see that physical nature of scripts, right? So as a Manchester United shareholder, I like the certificate.
You like that share certificate?
I do love that share certificate because it's
so
got my
we'll
name
NFT
and my...
it.
I should, right?
Exactly.
And JP Morgan's been sending me 2 cents every quarter for the last 10 years. Probably wasting more money on the mail than the value of my dividend, but it's out there. But I mean, that's the jokes apart. Mary, what are you seeing from the use cases of blockchain? We've spoken about, from the trading world, settlement and clearing. Christy's spoken about real assets that we're talking about. How are you seeing the applications? Some of the things happening in Hong Kong include trade finance and the CBDC world as well. So where are you seeing the most application from your clients?
Indeed. I'm a corporate partner at Deakins, and I have a focus on new economies, legal matters. And I remember I came into this space in around 2016, and I would say I have been educated by my clients because they have been brought forward so many interesting projects with blockchain concepts. So I have been receiving a lot of education about blockchain, what are the benefits, and then to identify what are the legal risks and what are the legal and compliance issues that need to be bridged. So as you said, there are a wide range of interesting applications from traditional trade-related blockchain application, tracing the origin, verifying the items. I think that is pretty much a well-known application. And also cryptocurrency exchange, apparently. Moving into DeFin. And this is more sophisticated, apparently. A marriage between technology and finance, and also tokenization, apparently. I have a client that uses blockchain to trade online game weapons. Yeah, different from virtual asset, a kind of virtual asset, in fact. So a very interesting application. And a bit of promotion is that our firm is celebrating our 170th anniversary.
Congratulations.
And yeah, I have recommended to our management committee to issue NFTs.
That is so cool.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think we're really keen to push out and educate the public, and would like to encourage people to have a better awareness of that.
Yeah.
So I'm
getting some ideas for my next wedding anniversary, right? Get an NFT of a moment we spent together. Christy, no, I don't know if she'd like it. Talking about tokenization, why is it so disruptive? We have had a variety of ways of fractionalizing shares, right? Multiple exchanges have been doing it for a while. And there are other applications that may be able to scale. You don't have to worry about gas fees or being choked up with the Ethereum chain. But what do you feel why is it so disruptive, and are we there in terms of scale?
I think we're getting there. I think when we look at these new assets and asset classes, and they're not particularly new, but it's a new way of looking at them. We always would look at it first from, is it a regulated or unregulated space? Are we playing, with, SFC licensed entities, or are we basically saying we don't think we need to go down that direction? And why is that important? Well, it's because we have to figure out kind of where you're trying to take the asset and where it's trying to move along the food chain. And I think the importance of when you tokenize any of these new real estate assets, or if you look at, let's say, take the case of diamonds. you have a diamond, you basically get married to somebody, 50% of the, I guess they say get divorced. What do you do with that diamond? There's really no market for that diamond. So what do you do with it?
Give it to Angelina.
That I also said Chrissy is a willing participant as well, so I equal opportunity. So the idea, no, it's okay. The idea is that when you create a secondary marketplace, it's liquidity. So what are we looking at for all of these things? It's probably in my mind two things. You're either looking for liquidity to make an illiquid market more liquid, or you're looking for probably an investment ability that you didn't have before. And that is because I can't personally buy a fractionalized piece of a Picasso, but perhaps if other people banded together and did so, we could basically have, and as you with your Manchester United shares, I could say, hey, I don't get to really see it, but I get to view it, and every once in a while, if it gets moved around to another gallery and we get some royalties and proceeds off of it, I can share in that. So, and I can also say I own a Picasso. So I think the idea about why it's important and are we there yet? It's important because these new markets are coming and they're allowing democratization and inclusion. I mean, it's a kind of overused set of terms, but I think really it's super true in this space because you're really trying to include people that otherwise couldn't be. Or as we were talking about earlier in the office, it's the whole idea of professional investors. You're just penalizing people because they're young, really, because we eventually, hopefully in Hong Kong, people grow up and they can be professional investors, but at the time when they're probably younger and want to invest in these type of assets, they don't have the qualifications to become a professional investor. To your point, are we there yet? We're getting there. I think we're not there from a legal perspective in Hong Kong, per se. We're getting there. I think we're moving slowly in that space. But I think also we're a little bit behind in putting all the parts together to make the full solution. I think we don't have really the payments layered with the Toko helps us with a lot with the tokenization aspect. DLA Piper can help you with the legal aspect of it. But maybe you need to basically start looking at, is there a marketplace? Do we need to look at marketplaces and secondary marketplaces for kind of the exchange element aspect?
That's our side.
Well, you're getting there, but then do we have brokerage? Can we do brokerage?
That's our side.
Okay, see, we're getting there. We're not quite licensed yet, but we're getting there.
Not quite licensed, but
we're getting there. So that's why I said we're getting there.
Yes.
So it's we're on our way.
So how are you getting there now, Angelina? That's a question.
So we meaning HashKey, hopes to be the next digital asset exchange licensed as a Type 1 and Type 7 virtual asset service provider. So it's been a very long path, but it's been an exciting path, and there's been a lot of work done in terms of from renovating offices to putting in systems to putting in applications and endless meetings with the Securities and Futures Commission. And it's been working with the regulators, and it's been working with the SFC in particular to be able to come up with this next phase of licensing. And I'm really heartened in that Julia in particular at FinTech Week on on the 3rd of this month, of December 3rd, made an announcement that the SFC finally recognizes that the whole industry is a metamorphosis. And like a butterfly, they recognize that the rules need to be updated, and they recognize that innovation is very important. So we're taking great heart in that, and we hope to be able to take those tokenized assets and put it on our exchange and then offer them to our investors. And on a regular basis, you can already take tokenized assets and put them on various exchanges, and that's what cross-listings happen. But we hope to be able to do it in Hong Kong, and that's a part of the HashKey story. And also, we have an OTC desk that will be also broking those. So it's a meld between traditional finance as well as exchange finance.
And Mary, how are you guys looking at supporting this for your clients, and where do you see the regulatory work happening, right? What are the key challenges and concerns you may have when you're talking to the next big names in crypto?
Looking in this space, the regulatory regime is certainly shaping up. So at least we have a very well-established SFC regime. I mean, as far as securities tokens issuance and distribution is concerned, it falls within the SFC. And the Hong Kong MA also has proposed a regime to govern and to regulate non-securities tokens. So I mean, all in all, they go together. I think that we are going to have a pretty hygienic environment in Hong Kong in terms of tokenization. So that paved the platform for future development. But then I think from what we have seen, looking at countries around the world, different countries have different, they're taking different paths, different appetite, and some are more receptive than others. So we have seen in places that we really embrace the idea of blockchain. Like, for example, in China, they really use blockchain in a number of ways in terms of even in the legal space, in the exchange of evidence. There's a lot of so use a secured. I mean, really maximizing the benefit of security and also not exposed to the risk of being tampered, and also transparency, really efficient. So they now the China Court of Internet, they allow evidence to be adduced on blockchain, and they even, I mean, once they verify the blockchain, the validity, they don't even need the evidence to be notarized. So, you know, notarization in China or every other places, it really takes a lot of time. So it makes the whole litigation process more efficient in terms of exchange of evidence. So I understand Hong Kong is also doing that. The Department of Justice is also looking in this direction to modernize the legal framework for litigation. So it is really going onto the right path. So I think it's really shaping up, and I think we are looking forward to more clarity on other aspects or in all. For example, like if we have a better regime, like for companies, we can allow digital, I mean, ROM, what we call the registered member, instead of a paper share certificate, then that would really support, because nowadays we still need to keep a paper registered member. We need to identify our significant controller and keep paper record. So all these are we need to resolve in order to, I mean, place ourselves as a really genuine hub for tokenization. And also taxes, right? We need to clarify all these. If tax authorities can give more guidance as to how these kind of transaction, how do they look at it, how are they going to be taxed, that provides a lot of certainty for investors and also operators.
I guess, I mean, also there's you rightly said there needs to be some more clarity as we go further away from saying security or non-security, right? Take, for example, you know, art is what you're talking about, but it could be artifacts. Yes. So the US Constitution, 11 copies, only one in private hands, and then there was an auction that was held recently, and a DAO, which is a decentralized autonomous organization, came together with people pooling in money to jointly bid, right? The bids varied from US $200 all the way to an average of 1,500 US. They lost the bid. It was, I think the winning bid was 43 million and they had 41 million. But just goes to show there was now an opportunity for people to own something that was 300 plus years old and the only thing in private hands of something that's considered very precious, right? But so then how do you define that? If you go with the SEC's way of looking at it, even golf course memberships could be a security. So I guess you do have those tests that we need to look at. I want to come back to the LawTech element in terms of blockchain applications. I guess you've mentioned a few where we are seeing governments in mainland China and a few others execute things. How much of this is going to be a matter of uniform policy across different regulators? You do see consistency sometimes in mainland because one policy is usually determined in situ with everybody sitting together, whereas in many jurisdictions, US is a classic example where there's 6 regulators and they each are trying to determine who has the jurisdiction, and the government isn't saying anything on that, right? It's CFTC versus SEC versus Fed at times and the local state regulators as well. What do you feel is the right path? And let's take Hong Kong, for example, and what could be the way forward for Hong Kong government and policymakers on this? Yeah.
I understand where you're coming from. From what I have seen, as far as China is concerned, blockchain is certainly, blockchain technology is certainly the way to go. And we have seen parallel initiatives in different departments. Just now I mentioned blockchain in law, is that they use the blockchain for exchange of evidence, preservation of evidence, and also, for example, like the tax bureau, they have their own stream of initiatives. What they are thinking of is, in China they have VAT. We don't have VAT in Hong Kong. So right now they issue physical paper tax invoice, which gives rise to a lot of tax fraud. Right? So this is something that they want to tackle. So they have already confirmed that the direction is they use blockchain to digitize the tax invoices. So it can all be followed and no fraud can be practiced on that. So that I think really would be really helpful. So they really having different streams of initiatives. So at the time of implementation, they may have some crossover, but from what we have seen, a lot of new ideas are generating, day after day.
Well, what you're seeing, though, is in relation to the securities and financial services regulators, there's been a lot of, how do we say it, separateness in terms of this, and different countries have moved ahead. So China, with its CBDC and with its policies of moving ahead with ECNY, has really moved forwards, whereas other regulators around the world, so the International Organization of Securities Commissions, what used to be discussed in hallways is now being discussed in plenary meetings, but I don't think there's a standard that global regulators are actually working on right now. And even amongst the 6 regulators that you were talking about in the United States, from the SEC to the OCC to the Federal Reserve Bank to the SEC, fighting for turf is a big issue. So they haven't agreed on standards. But what you're seeing is pockets. Hong Kong is a part of a pocket to work with Thailand, Saudi Arabia, and China for a central bank digital currency. So you're seeing pockets of regulators working together with a common goal, but you're not seeing globally people coming together. And I think this is an area where leadership needs to come out, where these international organizations need to be there to start building out and getting consensus of what is the next future and how do we move forward. They can't even decide on a vaccine, for heaven's sake, so
I'm not gonna
much
get into
less protocols, but I think this is an area that definitely regulators around the world need to start thinking about, because we do need a superhighway, and to have that connectivity, it's going to be very important.
They could have their vaccination record on the blockchain and it could be universal. You don't need to worry about vaccine passports, right? We're already having that essentially there. To answer the question on what regulators are doing on MCBDCs and others, join me tomorrow, 2:30 p.m.
Perfect timing.
I'll be speaking with the Bank of International Settlements Innovation Hub with Ms. Benedict Nolan, who heads it, and her team.
Benny will help
Daniel.
you with that.
So we'll talk about Project Genesis, we'll talk about MCBDCs, and also about green finance, so you'll get more there. BIS is doing, let's be, give them credit for, large focus has been cryptocurrencies for and digital assets for them. The second thing that I wanted to quickly get speaking to you, Christy, about is, recently the UK Law Commission, if I'm getting the organization's name right, came out with a report about how common law could be applied to smart contracts, right? And largely, it complies. Do you see, and we've seen Hong Kong as well from SFC moving from a more prescriptive way to principle-based, and HKMA has been looking to do that, looking to move towards that. Do you feel that's where the right approach is? Let's put it down to principle rather than getting too deep on prescriptive, because the technology is changing so fast, and the law cannot catch up in the way that it's been structured. Yeah.
Right. So just a little bit of a comment about that. My view is actually that's profound, but not really about, wow, that common law basically in smart contracts is valid. I think that's probably, most of us in the space would have said, okay, thanks, that's helpful. Let's move on. Going to the prescriptive or not basis, I think unfortunately, what you have, even as a practitioner in this space, and I love this space and I'm actually pretty passionate about it, but to stay abreast of what's going on and to figure out on a daily basis, who's changing. I think, you said that you learn from your clients, absolutely, no doubt. We learn a lot of things from our clients because we haven't applied the law and or licensing regimes in the way in which we're being asked to look at them now. Even standard business models, foundations, they've all of a sudden come out of the closet and everyone's talking about foundations. Nobody used to use a foundation unless you were basically setting up a charity of some sort or a foundation to benefit, a charitable-like organization. So I reckon that, when you say going down the rabbit hole, I think sometimes you've got regulators who basically get it. They go down the rabbit hole and they're off. Or you've got others who are staying kind of at the entry but not particularly willing to go in yet. And then you've got some that are going to just stay back, wait to see what happens, herd mentality. And perhaps the prescriptive approach is where they tend to see I would suggest that they tend to stand in where they see things at. And to some extent, I think Hong Kong has done fairly well in this space because we've subjectively applied, but I think everyone's demanding or wishing or wanting there to be regulations. The first time I've been in Hong Kong 25 years, it's the first time you can say, can you please give us some regulation and some guidance around this? Because it's the first time, because everyone in Hong Kong says laissez-faire, we don't want to basically have anybody interfere and interrupt. But I really do think we would all benefit in Hong Kong as a place of business and a place we call home, would be a lot better off to be seen as being an innovator in this space and attract probably even more than we already have. I think we've got a lot of amazing talent here, but we could probably attract even more given the fact that we'd have some regulatory surety around some of the things that we're talking about today.
Well, that's exactly why right now the law draftsman has already started. There was a consultation paper that went out it was couched in the money laundering reporting, but it's actually about regulating digital asset firms in Hong Kong. So those guardrails we're hoping will come out, but the law draftsman has already started with that. And we're hoping that some documentation will come out because it's going to be implementation probably next year. So all of the digital asset service providers in Hong Kong that are not licensed will be licensed at some point under FATF, as well as having minimum standards. So that's going to be really important.
Right. Yeah. Do you want to add something to that? Yeah, sure.
Yeah, from what I've seen, I think the use of blockchain for sure, I mean, no one would dispute that is the future in terms of the use of blockchain. But in terms of using blockchain in finance, issuing securities tokenization, there's still some way that I think we all need to work towards the goal. Just now you mentioned that the UK Law Commission paper. I think that is a really, really useful paper. Basically, it's a list of statements confirming and recognizing cybersecurity virtual assets, and also cyber virtual assets, and also smart contract blockchain. It doesn't have an automatic application in Hong Kong, but at least someone come out as a common law basis. That are the very good principles that the UK Law Commission has already established. In Hong Kong, sooner or later we will have court cases. We will have our own court cases to establish how courts in Hong Kong are looking at these kind of issues. But I'm sure those are really, really good starting point.
Right, we've come to the end of the panel. I'm seeing the 3 zeros on the timer. But I want to end with asking each of you to talk about one thing you want tokenized that hasn't been done from a personal perspective, right? One thing you're looking forward to being tokenized.
I'm a jade freak, for those of you who know me. I collect nephrite, which is what they call 古玉 in Chinese. So, for example, my bracelet is. So I would love to have an NFT on some of my really super cool, one-of-a-kind pieces. So
nice.
That's what I'd like.
Christy?
Okay, I'm going to say diamonds, and everyone's going to say obviously.
I want one.
Yes, but I want it from a little bit different perspective because I think it legitimizes perhaps the asset class. I don't know if you know that there's actually no database for who owns diamonds. So if you lose a diamond, there's no way of basically finding out if anyone owns that diamond. So I like the blockchain aspect because A, for proof of ownership, fraud, and protection of your investment, really. So I'm looking at it slightly other than they're really pretty and I love them, perhaps a little bit more practical terms.
Sounds good.
For me, I like music and art. I think now we know we've got IP rights being tokenized, and I think music. If we tokenize music, something that is memorable to us, then I think that would be lovely.
I'm looking forward to the tokenization of pandas, right? I mean, honestly, think about you get these ads which talk about contributing £5 a month or whatever to support conservation efforts. Here's a way, tokenize that, and then everybody can save the animals in the planet, I hope, right? Ladies, thank you so much. It's been really insightful, a lot of learning for all of us. A big round of applause. Great to be in person, and let them hear it out loud, right?
Thank you.
Keep that applause going as we have two amazing speakers who are going to come and talk to you very soon after this. So once again, thank you to SIS, all the sponsors, for having us, and I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Thank you.
Because we've got one last speaker. We've got one. We're saving the best for last. Our final speaker this evening is going to talk about corporate purpose and how to be sustainable by Visa. Now, Visa, we mentioned earlier in our conversation with Karina, is a great example of how big companies are embracing ESG. Their head of Visa for Hong Kong and Macau is Maika Steinebach, and she's going to come in and talk about how she rolls out Visa's purpose strategies. So how do you intentionally embed purpose into your corporate structure? Let's learn from Visa.
Thank you very much, Walter. So it is really an honor to me to be having this last panel with Maika actually tonight. So welcome again to SIS.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, you know, at the beginning when you entered, we asked you to choose an object. So can you show us actually what you chose?
Yep. So I chose this very funky Nokia phone. I probably have a few of those lying around in drawers at home. But actually, they are very important for me because actually Nokia phones are no longer around. And I think they are a really great example of the need to continue to innovate and reinvent, not just yourself as an individual, which I try and do every few years, but also as a company, that you need to stay focused on innovation to make sure that you remain relevant. Now, the only great thing about this phone is that you could actually play Snake on it.
Oh, yes.
And the other thing is that it's actually significantly smaller than the phones we have now, so you could actually just easily stick it in your pocket. So I was immediately attracted to this phone.
And actually, you can call people with it, which is quite amazing, which was the main purpose, right, of the phone first. So as you know, SIS is organized by WHub, and the W stands for why. And usually we talk always about, you know, the passion and the mission, you know, of startups and young tech companies, but actually I'm really happy to talk to you about, you know, the purpose of Visa, which is a purpose-driven company. So can you tell us a little bit more about the purpose of Visa?
I think normally when I get on these stages, I talk a lot about tech and my own passion projects. But I think with this year's theme also of ESG and tech, I thought it was actually maybe appropriate to talk about purpose and Visa's purpose, because it is something that we are trying to bring alive globally. So Visa has been around for 60 years, and its purpose is really that economies that include everybody everywhere uplift everybody everywhere. And what I like about it is that it has the two words that I'm personally very passionate about. One is include, so inclusion, and the second bit is uplifting. So this talks about positive engagement, about helping everybody grow and bringing everybody forward. So we're trying to kind of bring that to light a little bit better. So we're going to be launching in the next few weeks a kind of a new Meet Visa, which is really focused more and more on its corporate purpose. But actually, Visa was set up as an inclusive network. So making sure that Visa is accepted everywhere was really to make sure that everywhere you traveled in the world, you could actually pay with a Visa card. But that purpose has evolved. So now it's not just about making sure that you can pay everywhere with your Visa card, but also that it includes societies, economies, it takes care of the planet, but also obviously our stakeholders, our shareholders, and our employees and our clients, really with the aim to capture the people that are currently not part of money movement or of the payment ecosystem, but giving them access. And that could be, students that don't yet have a bank account and are trying to think about how they can be part of the ecosystem. And we can talk about that a little bit later, but that has to do with more financial education, to SMEs that are underserved in the current ecosystem, to companies that are now looking to digitize their payment flows.
And also, one thing, because I have the pleasure also to know you a little bit better, but for the people that don't know, actually, Maaike is one of the most inspiring and impactful advocate of women empowerment. And it's great to see that actually something that she has been doing for quite a while resonates also with Visa's mission. So can you actually tell us a little bit more about She's Next programs that you launched already for more than 1 year right now?
Yeah, thank you. So I'm very fortunate to have had a very healthy career path, and I have supportive partners and supportive bosses, and I've been very grateful about the opportunities that have been given to me. But if you look at Hong Kong, actually the participation of women in the workforce is actually only 54%. So it's very, very low. And research shows that actually economies where women participate actually thrive. So it's really important that we encourage female participation in the workforce, and not just at leadership level, but just across the board. And we know that Hong Kong has a very high density of entrepreneurs, partly because Hong Kong is a very entrepreneurial city, but also because a lot of women have left the workforce, like the corporate workforce, because they needed more flexibility, and actually have become entrepreneurs. I mean, you and Karina are amazing examples of female entrepreneurs. But what we've also seen is that female entrepreneurs need a little bit of help. So at Angel Hub also how difficult it is for startups or entrepreneurs or SMEs to get funding. And for women entrepreneurs and women founders, it's even harder. The other thing is that they also struggle with digital skills, so not as digitally or tech savvy as a lot of their male counterparts. And thirdly, they're also not very comfortable with networking. So what we have done in the She's Next program is basically help the women with these skills. So we've created an e-commerce toolkit or a digital toolkit that they can use if they want to start online or if they just want to freshen up their digital skills. But we also support access to funding. We've just launched a new accelerator program in Hong Kong or in Asia where we're actually really encouraging women to also participate in so that they get more access to funding. And we're also facilitating kind of get-togethers and speed dating events for them to network. So it's a global program, but we launched it in Asia, in India, and in Hong Kong. And a lot of people said, why are you launching this kind of in a time of COVID, as well as as protests in Hong Kong. But I volunteered because I said this is actually a time when probably entrepreneurs need it the most. So we're going to be supporting all entrepreneurs, but we're just going to give the female entrepreneurs a little bit more help with the She's Next program.
Yeah, and I had the pleasure to participate, so thank you very much, and can definitely see the impact that it has and the support that it gives. And I think what is interesting when you talk about financial support, it's also the digital support that you provide to people. And then we're talking about women, but it's not about only women. It's about all the work that you've been doing with secondary school as well, in the programs that you set up with the HKMA, that I find actually quite incredible about financial literacy and also this digital aspect.
Yeah, as I mentioned, if we want to really say that we're inclusive for everybody in the ecosystem, we have to start also with kids. So we run a financial literacy program now already for I think 6 or 7 years, together with the HKMA and the Education Bureau and a few other partners. And the great thing about it is that it started off with really being hardcore financial literacy, like what is a share, what is a bond, what does a current account look like, how do you use a credit card, what is credit. But as we have evolved, we are trying to include more and more digital elements, because we also want to teach the kids, particularly as they are online more, that actually being online leaves a footprint and has consequences for their own data privacy, but also from a monetary perspective. So a lot of kids these days are gaming, but don't necessarily realize that actually they can really ramp up quite a big bill with buying all kind of in-game things like shields and skins and what have you.
NFTs.
Yes, NFTs. So really also want to educate them that this is not free. Even though it might say that it's free, it's actually not free. So we do the financial and digital literacy for the school kids in the program, and the participation rate of secondary schools is very, very high. It's between 60 to 70% of all secondary school kids in Hong Kong that we cover. But we're trying to expand also that digital and financial literacy to SMEs, and that's why I said the e-commerce starter kit. So particularly during protests and COVID, a lot of companies that had an offline presence only were looking to set up something online and needed help with that. So a lot of digital skills, how do you do advertising via Facebook? How do you influence your algorithm? Where do you start with setting up a web shop? How do you get payment capabilities on there? So all these things that we have been doing to create more digital literacy for SMEs in Hong Kong.
And as we can see, so it's not only about payment, but it's touching every aspect of our life. And as Visa is actually one of the key supporter of the Olympics as well, so now we're touching into sports. So it's all about how you're helping the athletes on their way to the Olympics.
Yeah.
And then how you also use the Olympics in order to do a lot of testing as well.
Yeah, so if it's interesting because if you look at today's world, probably sports is one of the only things, or very few things, that still binds everybody in the world together. So again, if you really want to have as your purpose to have support economies that include everyone everywhere, sports is actually a great start. So we are both global sponsor of the Olympics and the Paralympics. That's also very important, as well as FIFA, and I'll talk about that in a bit. But what is great about the Olympics is that we, since 1986, the Olympics, and then since 2002, also the Paralympics, that we have since 2000 created Team Visa athletes. So these are kind of athletes that are picked in the 160 countries around the world where we are present. And we support them obviously with sponsorship, but we also give them training around life skills and kind of what life after sports looks like if they're interested in that. But we pick them because we think that they align their values with Visa's values. We look at their personal stories around their journey of becoming athletes. So we're very fortunate that in Hong Kong we actually picked Chen Ka-long as our Visa athlete.
Nice pick.
And I will tell you, we had no insights whatsoever that he was going to win a gold medal. But we looked at him as an athlete, and we looked at his journey and his dedication and his passion. but also his character of being humble and modest and being supportive in the community as well. And I have to say, we started working with him in 2019, and it has really been an incredible journey because he is everything, I think, that represents the unifying capability of sports, but also how you can be inclusive as a sports person. He treats his teammates very well, his coach, the people around him, and it's been a really, really big joy to see him thrive in this journey. So we really hope that we can continue to support him into Paris going forward. Well, that's been really, really great. But we also support FIFA. And what I like about the FIFA is that on the one hand it is soccer, but it's, again, male and female. And Visa basically provides sponsorship and support in equal amount to the women as the men. So typically the men get much more than the women, but in this case the men and women get the same amount. And what I also like is because there is an innovation angle to all of this as well. So as you mentioned, during the Olympics, we also try and use the Olympic Village or the engagement with the athletes as a little bit of a proof of concept. So we try and support the economies where we operate in, but we also try and test new things. So in Japan, in the Olympic Village, we would test biometrics and all kind of new things that you can actually do in a small environment. So just to add, in Qatar, what we're going to do is to add the FIFA e-games also. So apart from just doing this real life soccer, we will also support the FIFA e-game.
And that's great, and it's all about linking actually our day-to-day life with digitalization. But the thing is that the fintech, has been evolving really fast, and I think that people actually don't know how much Viva has been partnering with not only institutions, but fintech as well. So can you tell us more about the key driver and some of the examples actually, so that, Visa is far from the Nokia that you picked from the beginning?
Yeah, so I think actually our founder, Dee Hock, was a real visionary because he basically looked at money movement and said we need to make that smarter, whether it's true or not, he started looking at zeros and ones in the transfer of money, and it's almost like a tokenization of money by using a credit card. So you could also say that the credit card was kind of the first NFT many, many years ago. But what is important is that we continue to innovate. So Visa is a network of networks where we have our own VisaNet, but increasingly we are connecting all the different nodes onto the network to make sure, again, that the network stays inclusive so that people with a bank account can pay to people without a bank account, people with a card can pay to a bank account. It can be government it can be B2B, B2C, government to consumer, consumer to government. We've been doing a lot of work during COVID on government disbursements around the world to help support the movement of money from the government to consumers. And now, obviously, with a lot of new innovation around blockchain, which we just spoke about, it's also really important that we connect the blockchains to the VisaNet. So we're doing a lot of work around the world in digital assets. We're working with central banks on the central bank digital currency, and we are working probably with around 60 plus wallets around the world to also enable Visa credentials in these wallets so that clients can actually purchase crypto with their credit or debit card. So continuing to look at what the best customer experience is for consumers and making sure that that network stays as inclusive as possible.
And I saw also that Visa bought one of the CryptoPunks as well.
Yeah, so that was, so we kind of have a Visa Hall of Fame. So you look at the Nokia that I just showed. Visa has over the history collected, you know, the first credit card and the first knuckles that actually printed the credit card. And we felt that 2021 was actually the year of the NFT. I mean, I think your conference, but even FinTech Week in Point, there was a lot of talk about NFTs. So to commemorate that event and make sure that it stays there for the rest of time, we bought a CryptoPunk. It's a very nice NFT to have. And it's also, again, a recognition of the fact that if you really want to say that you're an innovator, you also need to put your money where your mouth is, right? So I guess if you really haven't tried to buy an NFT or some crypto, it's very hard to talk about what the user experience like or advise on how the customer experience could be. So that was one of the reasons. And the other reason was also that we really feel that this is also a great opportunity to help the NFT user community. So as we talked about earlier, you know, the NFTs that are programmable, where you can put royalties in your NFTs. So this is really a new source of revenue for a lot of artists and creators. And at Visa, we want to make sure that we support them on their journey as they create more and diversified revenue streams for their business. So again, making the economies as inclusive as possible.
Walk the talk. I definitely love it. So one of the focus actually of the conference is ESG. So of course we talked a lot about, you know, during the conference about climate action and sustainability. And I wanted to know how Visa is contributing.
Yeah, so as part of the overriding kind of principle around our purpose, we also want to make sure that we do it in the most sustainable way. So we have very strong targets about becoming carbon neutral. And this means, you know, obviously you can imagine we run a lot of data centers, so across all our offices, across all our data centers. So we are working very hard on this. But we really also want to create more awareness about our planet with consumers and making sure there is more mindful spending. So it's very interesting to see that around the world there is more kind of recycling of goods and products popping up. Recently, one of the market platforms in Hong Kong has also started to work on ways in which you can actually sell your pre-loved goods in an easier way, or all the stuff that you bought on 11/11 or Black Friday that you actually really didn't want. So it's also about responsible spending, but we're also trying to create more awareness in our customer value proposition around sustainability. So we've recently launched a whole package of what we call eco benefits. So you can actually calculate your carbon footprint by your spending. You can use your card to kind of spend in sustainable shops. To you know, looking at recycled plastic for cards, for example. But we recently launched one of those in Hong Kong, and I'm really, you know, it's a little bit of a battle because I'm really hoping that Hong Kong would also embrace more of the opportunities around sustainability. But I would say it's still pretty slow. So we're continuing to kind of educate the community and our clients about the real opportunity that there is to take better care of our planet. So hopefully over time, also in Hong Kong, we will get some more sustainability initiatives in payments.
Yeah, definitely. There is how do you make actually your users, you know, more responsible, and what actions you take as a company?
Yeah,
right?
So I think we have an obligation to educate and to continue to offer, and then it's up to the people to decide whether they take it up. But I think adoption in Hong Kong is still pretty slow. But I'm hopeful that with a lot of new things over time, maybe the younger generation will kind of lead the way. Let's see.
And because we have also a lot of CEOs and entrepreneurs that are watching us, you know, and we've been talking about Visa's purpose and mission, but how do you make sure you connect your team, you know, to all this purpose that you're doing, and how do you including in your day-to-day work? I would say.
Well, that's a journey as well, right? Because obviously there are companies that are very front and center with their purpose, and it's very easy to relate to that purpose. I think people at Visa connect with the D&I and the inclusion, and the uplifting is also very positive. But I work very closely with my team to kind of create a better narrative around purpose, because if it's on a piece of paper or if it's on a wall, you know, you also need to teach people to be able to talk about their own why better, and then connect their own why with the company's why, and then create that story and that narrative and be able to tell that to the clients. So that's an ongoing thing. It's my theme for FY22. I basically come up with a word or a thing that I do every year. So for the next year, it's going to be about a reset, a restart, following the COVID, and driving purpose within my own team and encouraging people to think about their own why is something that I find very important.
Yes, definitely, and something that we all aspire to, that's for sure, you know. So we have a few minutes left, and I wanted to discuss with you about also another initiative that is very concrete about Splash, and how you can make a difference also in people's life by something that are actually simple when you think about it, but that are very impactful.
Yeah, thank you for giving me this opportunity to talk about Splash. So as I mentioned, sports is something that really unites people and unites countries and economies. But I'm in my spare time, I'm actually an open water swimmer, but I'm also the chair of a charity called Splash Foundation in Hong Kong. And it actually provides free swimming lessons to domestic helpers. And Splash has developed, so Libby Alexander and Simon Holliday, who are the founders of Splash, who wanted to give back to the migrant worker community in Hong Kong, developed a program where they can learn to swim in 10 hours effectively. So 10 Saturdays or Sundays, they come to pools and they learn how to swim. So the aim is to get 5,000 people a year in Hong Kong swimming, and we are expanding the program to also include kids from underserved communities in Hong Kong, as well as kids with disabilities. So probably 60% adults, 40% kids going forward. But it is so incredibly empowering to see somebody that has been told their whole life to stay away from the water, because you can imagine Indonesia, Philippines, lots and lots of water, but they're not allowed to go close. So the fear of actually being in the water is very big. But then actually seeing them float for the first time and seeing them blow bubbles underwater for the first time. And then after 10 weeks, actually being able to swim a full lap in a pool and graduating with a diploma, which is quite often the first diploma that they've ever got in their life, is incredibly empowering. And it sets them up for further success in life. So they go on to do more around financial literacy. They create their own groups. They feel so incredibly empowered that they can actually achieve anything. It makes me feel even stronger about the things that sport can do for individuals to thrive. Whether you're a professional athlete or whether you've never swam in your life before, it's really pretty amazing.
Thank you very much, Micah. That's really, really inspiring. So for the last minute that we have, I was wondering what was the one key technology that you were really keeping an eye on, you know, for the coming years.
A lot of things actually, but I'm very passionate about the opportunities and excited about the opportunities that NFTs are going to give us. And I know it was already spoken about in the previous panel, But again, I think it gives a lot of people that are very creative and have difficulty kind of surviving in a very difficult environment, an opportunity to make money. And what I like about it is that it's so inclusive, because you have no clue whether the NFT was made by a man or a woman or a non-binary. It can be anybody. So it's actually really, really inclusive, which is not always how the art world has been. So I'm very excited about that.
So thank you very much, Michael. This panel is definitely coming to an end, but I wanted to thank you for being here with us and so inspiring as always.
And thank you so much for having me. And I'm so excited that you guys also took the plunge again to go and organize this conference. And I really enjoy supporting you. And thank you so much for having me.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, I think that's the end of day one, but please do stay tuned. There was a lot covered during the course of today, but I'm kind of excited about tomorrow. Did you hear who's coming at 9:30?
Yes, I obviously know who is coming at 9:30.
Well, you're going to have to look this one up. Yatsui, the founder of Animoca Brands, is coming in to talk about NFTs. So we're going to take a shift to the arts in the morning. There's going to be a conversation around NFTs. We've got Animoca coming in. We even have the head of Christie's in Asia Pacific. And it's so interesting to speak with the auction houses. They can't get enough of NFTs.
I know, one of the most, maybe oldest traditional industries actually kind of like helped NFTs to go mainstream, which is interesting. We talk about NFTs, but digital art in general. And I think one of the things tomorrow really will characterize the diversity of different industries we cover. When we talk about Industry 4.0 and disruption, it's not only about manufacturing and supply, but it is also about manufacturing and supply.
Yeah, no, in fact, one of my colleagues, Ben Elbaz, will be in talking about enterprise blockchain, and he's certainly got a lot of case studies to draw from, including the tokenization of cattle and the way enterprise blockchain is being used right across to get rid of some of the inefficiencies in supply chain, and that's certainly come to the top of the global conversation lately.
Absolutely, and then not only we have Yatsu from Animoca Brands, but we also have the group president, Ivan Aoyang, who will be coming in and talk about Animoca and actually the ESG angle of Animoca Brands. You might be interested, you heard a lot about their beautiful success cases and the wonderful portfolio company they invested in, but you may not aware of the deep ESG mission and purpose that the company is pursuing.
And for everyone in the audience here in North Point, thank you so much for staying during the course of the day, for blending in and out of our exhibition hall. It was sometimes challenging to hear. This is a great venue. It's a little bit challenging, but please, if you missed anything, these videos will be online. And so go back, look them over, and catch up with anything you might have missed.
Really, do we have to put them on? I think we said you have to be live here because not, you're going to miss it. But let's see. I think we're getting a lot of demand. We had so great talks and amazing insights.
Look, the turnout in terms of the physical numbers exceeded my expectations. So I think everyone's desperate to connect and network. Please do come down. We'll be starting at 9 o'clock tomorrow. If you've watched us online today, you need to come down and experience it. Please do. And if you've been here in the audience all day and you're busy tomorrow, do dial in and pick up your tiny Nokia phone and you can have a look at it.
Absolutely. So with that, we'll let you off the hook for today. Make sure you tune in tomorrow at 9:15.
We'll see you then tomorrow morning. And thank you all for joining Scaleup Impact Summit 4.0 Winter Edition for the first day.
Thank you.
Blockchain technology was created to enable economic systems where borderless transactions can be achieved without the need for a central authority. But without these, how do users agree on which transactions should be written to the blockchain? How do they come to consensus? Algorand securely and efficiently achieves consensus in a fully decentralized network as long as the supermajority of honest users agree on what should be added to the chain. Users participate in consensus through participation nodes, and nodes submit users' votes to the network. Algorand ties the security of the whole economy to the honesty of the majority of the economy, unlike other protocols, which tie it to a small subset of their economy, such as miners or delegates. In Algorand, it's impossible for the owners of a small fraction of the stake to harm the whole system, and it would be foolish for the owners of the majority of the stake to misbehave, as it would diminish the network overall. Algorand's consensus protocol is based on our unique approach that we call pure proof of stake. Users are selected to participate in consensus based on their stake, or the number of tokens they own. It's similar to a lottery, with each token representing a lottery spin. The more tokens a user has, the better chance they have of winning the lottery and being selected. This method is used to select which users propose and vote on a block, as well as how many votes a user gets, one per lottery win, in the voting process to approve a block. Users are selected to participate with a verifiable random function, or VRF, which acts similar to the lottery. This function can be executed on any node for any user and allows the selected user to prove their selection, or their winning lottery, to the network with a cryptographically signed proof that gets propagated to every participating node. For each round of the protocol, a unique set of users is randomly and privately selected, independent of earlier sets. This selection process is very fast, as it does not require any collaboration among nodes. Therefore, the addition of nodes does not slow the process down. It's also very secure. An adversary does not know who matters in generating the next block, and therefore should be corrupted until after a selected user participates. And by the time an adversary realizes that a user is selected, it is too late for them to benefit from an attack. The user has already sent their message and fulfilled their responsibility in the protocol. So here's how consensus is achieved and a block is written to the blockchain. When Alice sends a transaction to Bob, it's submitted to a node in the Algorand network and placed in a queue with other transactions. These transactions are propagated to all the nodes in the network. Every node then executes the VRF, or plays the lottery, for every participating user for essentially every token they own. If a user on a node gets selected, that node selects a group of transactions from its queue to put into a block and propagates the block, along with its VRF proof, to other nodes in the network. Other nodes in the network will propagate blocks as well. As each node receives this block, it will hold it as the primary block proposal. If it receives multiple blocks, it will compare the VRF proof of each and only keep and propagate the one with the lowest proof. Eventually, only one block proposal will remain. To verify agreement on the current block proposal, another VRF, or lottery, is executed for every participating user in the network to select a group of users to vote on this proposal. Their voting power is determined by how many times they win the lottery. This committee of users then propagates votes for the block proposal to the network. Every node in the network accumulates these votes, and when a supermajority vote of the committee is reached for a proposal, it is considered the block to be certified. The VRF is executed a third time to select a group of users to certify the selected block. Again, their voting power is determined by how many times they win the lottery. The newly chosen committee then votes to certify the block. These votes are propagated to the network and accumulated by each node. Once a supermajority of votes are accumulated, the block is written to the blockchain. This whole process takes less than 5 seconds. Alice's transaction to Bob is finalized, and the process begins again.
initializing. New campaign initializing.
Fast-paced, rich cultural fusion, and all-year-round activities, a glittering skyline, a cosmopolitan lifestyle, all these are elements that add to the unique experience that Hong Kong has to offer. Hong Kong is uniquely positioned to benefit from the interconnectivity of the region and enhance its position as a world city that offers unrivaled access to China and Asia. My name is Karina Bellin. I had the pleasure to come to Hong Kong 10 years ago in my corporate job, and then found my passion in the entrepreneurial tech and innovation scene here. A passion I turned into profession, fostering and accelerating the growth of the startup ecosystem in Hong Kong and the Greater Bay Area. The Greater Bay Area is an emerging integrated economic business hub in southern China. But what does that actually mean? Imagine having Silicon Valley, New York, and Las Vegas in a single accessible 1-hour living circle. That's the GBA. I am in San Tin right now, a rural settlement in the northern New Territories. It is close to the Lok Ma Chau boundary crossing to Shenzhen. 320 hectares are being developed into the San Tin Lok Ma Chau development node. But that's not all. Hong Kong and Shenzhen are working closely together to develop the Hong Kong-Shenzhen Innovation and Technology Park. Located in the Lok Ma Chau Loop, it is going to be the largest innovation and technology platform in Hong Kong. It aims to harness the collective INT power of these two cities and facilitate the flow of talent, investment, and ideas in the Greater Bay Area. Bay areas around the world power economic growth. The GBA is developing into a first-class Bay Area for living, working, and traveling. The GBA comprises the special administrative regions of Hong Kong and Macau, plus 9 municipalities of Guangdong Province: Guangzhou, Shenzhen, Zhuhai, Foshan, Huizhou, Dongguan, Zhongshan, Xiamen, and Shaoqing, and a total population of over 86 million. It is already an emerging hub for startups and disruptive game changers. In fact, the GBA has already given rise to over 50 unicorns, privately held companies valued for more than US $1 billion, and has produced global leaders in their industries. From a supply and a demand side, organizations operate in a well-positioned place that connects mainland China to Asia and the world, with direct links by road, rail, and air. Successful startups have already leveraged the GBA even before it was deployed as a national strategy. Accessible to overseas investors, and English being the language of business in Hong Kong, it offers a level playing field for companies and has a very business-friendly environment. As a result of its accessibility and connectivity, the GBA is one of the most diverse places in the world, with abundant resources, accelerators, hackathons, and conferences. Startups can be quickly and easily validated because each city is well connected, creating the optimal testing ground before scaling, which allows startups to develop superior products and services. Companies can find through the GBA network various funding and talent resources. There is huge potential for growth in the Greater Bay Area. Hong Kong is among the world's largest centers for biotech funding. With an expected GDP of $4.6 trillion by 2030, the GBA aims to become a globally competitive mega region by 2035. In anticipation of GBA's growth, the Hong Kong Trade Development Council has developed the Go GBA platform, which can provide practical information for cross-boundary business. So don't miss out on all the opportunities of the Greater Bay Area.